Do you have one of those repair people you trust? A plumber or electrician whose number you keep saved because they've done good work before and you know they'll turn up when they say they will? I had someone like that. A handyman called Steve who'd fixed various things around my house over the past few years. A leaking tap, some dodgy wiring, a bathroom fan that had stopped working. Reliable, reasonably priced, the sort of person you're grateful to have found in a world where tradespeople are often impossible to pin down. I gave him a key to my house once, just for convenience, whilst he worked on a job when I couldn't be there. That single decision is why I now know my kitchen looks different at 3 a.m. than it does during the day. Why I've seen footage of my bedroom that I definitely didn't record, and why my home address appears on a website that charges people for live access to spaces they have no right to see. I'm a physiotherapist working at a clinic in Sheffield. Been there for about 7 years. I live in a semi-detached house in one of the suburbs, the kind of area where people know their neighbours vaguely, but mostly keep to themselves. It's a decent house, nothing fancy, but it's mine and I've worked hard to afford it. I live alone, which I've always preferred. The freedom to keep my own schedule, the peace and quiet after dealing with patients all day. Steve first did some work for me about 3 years ago. I'd found him through a recommendation from a colleague whose bathroom he'd renovated. He'd come round to fix a persistent leak under my kitchen sink that I'd been ignoring for too long. He was punctual, polite, did the job efficiently, and charged a fair price. Over the following years, I called him back for various other bits and pieces, replacing light fixtures, fixing a loose banister, installing some shelving in the spare room. Last autumn, I needed some electrical work done in the hallway. A ceiling light had started flickering worryingly, and I wanted it sorted properly rather than just replacing the bulb and hoping for the best. Steve came round to assess the job and said it would take most of an afternoon. The problem was I had several patient appointments scheduled that day and couldn't take time off. Steve suggested I could leave him a key, and he let himself in and out, locking up properly when he finished. He'd done this for other clients before, he said, and it made things easier than trying to coordinate schedules. I hesitated slightly. It's never comfortable giving someone access to your home when you're not there. But I'd known Steve for years at this point, and he'd never given me any reason to doubt his professionalism. I agreed, and left a spare key under the back doormat with instructions about which light was the problem. The work was done exactly as promised. When I got home that evening, the light was fixed, the key was back under the mat, and everything seemed perfectly normal. Steve sent a text to confirm he'd finished, and I transferred the payment that evening. Simple, professional, exactly the kind of smooth transaction that makes you feel you've made the right choice in tradespeople. About 2 weeks later, I started noticing things that seemed slightly off. Nothing major, just small details that didn't quite match how I remembered leaving them. A kitchen cupboard door that I was sure I'd closed was standing open. The living room curtains were pulled slightly wider apart than I usually positioned them. A throw cushion on the sofa had moved from one end to the other. I put it down to tiredness and distraction. I'd been working long hours covering for a colleague on sick leave, and it's easy to forget small actions when your mind is occupied with other things. Everyone has moments where they can't quite remember whether they've done something or just intended to. But the occurrences continued. More cupboards left open. Lights turned on in rooms I was certain I'd left dark. My bedroom door standing ajar when I always closed it fully. The bathroom bin moved from its usual spot by the sink to underneath the window. Each incident was minor enough to dismiss individually, but together they formed a pattern that made me increasingly uncomfortable. Then I noticed something more concrete. I have a small jewelry box on my bedroom dresser. Just costume pieces mostly, nothing valuable. The box has a particular way I arrange it. Necklaces on one side, earrings on the other. A few rings in a little compartment at the back. One morning, I found everything mixed together. The necklaces tangled with the earrings, the rings scattered throughout. I hadn't touched that box in over a week. That's when I started to suspect someone had been entering my house. Not to steal, nothing was missing as far as I could tell, but simply to be there, to move through the space and disturb things in small ways that made their presence known. It felt deliberate, like someone wanted me to realize my home wasn't as private as I believed. I checked all the doors and windows, looking for signs of forced entry. Everything was secure and undamaged. The locks showed no evidence of tampering. There was no obvious explanation for how someone could be getting in, unless they had a key. And the only person outside my immediate family who'd ever had access to my key was Steve. I tried to dismiss the thought. Steve was a professional tradesman with plenty of work. No reason to risk his reputation and livelihood by sneaking into clients' homes. But the timing fit. The disturbances had started after he'd used my key to do that electrical work, and he'd had ample opportunity to copy the key before returning it. I changed my locks anyway, just to be safe. It cost more than I'd hoped, but I needed to feel secure in my own home. For about a week afterwards, everything seemed normal. No more mysterious disturbances, no more items moved or lights left on. I felt relieved, convinced that changing the locks had solved whatever problem had existed, even if I never fully understood what it had been. Then one morning, I found a mug in my kitchen sink that I didn't recognize. Not one of mine, just a plain white mug, but definitely not from my cupboards. It was sitting in the sink, like someone had used it for tea or coffee and left it there to wash later. The casual domesticity of it made my skin crawl. Someone had been in my house, made themselves a drink, used a mug they'd brought with them, and left it behind deliberately. I called the police immediately. They came and took the mug for fingerprints, took a statement about the incidents I'd been experiencing, checked the house for any signs of how someone might be entering. They found nothing conclusive. The mug had been wiped clean. There were no marks on doors or windows, no sign of how access was being gained. The officer who responded suggested I install cameras inside the house, not just external security, but something that would capture anyone moving around inside. I did that the same day, setting up several small cameras in the hallway, kitchen, and living room, all connected to my phone so I'd receive alerts if they detected movement while I was out. For 3 days, the cameras showed nothing unusual. Just me leaving in the morning and returning in the evening, the house empty and undisturbed in between. I started to think maybe the mug had been enough. Maybe whoever was doing this had realized they'd been too obvious and had stopped. Then on the 4th day, I received a movement alert around 2 in the afternoon. I was with a patient at the time and couldn't check immediately. But as soon as I had a break, I pulled up the camera feed on my phone. The footage showed a figure moving through my house, walking casually from room to room as though they had every right to be there. It was Steve. I recognized him immediately despite the cap he was wearing. He moved through my kitchen, opened cupboards and peered inside, stood looking out of the living room window for a few minutes. He went upstairs beyond the range of my cameras and stayed there for about 20 minutes before coming back down and leaving through the front door. The whole visit lasted around 40 minutes. I felt sick watching it. This was someone I'd trusted, someone I'd paid for honest work. someone I'd given access to my home because I thought he was reliable and professional, and he'd been entering my house regularly, walking through my private spaces, doing God knows what whilst I was at work, and completely unaware. I saved the footage and took it straight to the police station when I finished work that evening. This time, they had clear evidence of a crime, an identifiable suspect. They visited Steve that evening and arrested him. When they searched his van, they found keys to around 30 different properties, all carefully labeled with addresses. My key was among them, freshly cut to match my new locks. He'd somehow obtained details of my new lock type and had a key made before I'd even realized the locks had been changed. But what they found at his house was worse. He had hard drives containing thousands of hours of video footage from inside people's homes. Not just footage of him walking through empty houses, but recordings from cameras he'd installed secretly during legitimate repair visits. Tiny cameras hidden in smoke detectors, air vents, light fixtures. Devices he'd placed while supposedly fixing problems, whilst homeowners trusted him to work unsupervised in their properties. The footage went back years, hundreds of homes across Sheffield and surrounding areas, all of them belonging to people who'd hired him for basic maintenance work and unknowingly given him opportunities to install surveillance equipment. The videos showed everything: people going about their daily lives, private moments they thought were completely unwitnessed, intimate details of how they lived when they believed they were alone. During questioning, Steve admitted he'd been selling access to these camera feeds on the dark web. He'd created accounts for each property, organized by location and type of residence, and charged subscription fees for people to watch live feeds from inside strangers' homes. Some buyers wanted to watch specific types of households. Others just wanted the voyeuristic thrill of observing people who had no idea they were being watched. A detective showed me the website where my home had been listed. It was organized like a streaming service, with thumbnail previews of different properties and descriptions of what viewers could expect to see. My house was categorized under single-occupant female residences, with notes about my work schedule and typical routine. The listing boasted about multiple camera angles and high video quality. The subscription data showed my feed had been purchased by around 40 different people over the months since Steve had installed the cameras. 40 strangers had been watching me move around my own home, had observed my private routines, had seen everything I did whilst thinking I was completely alone and unobserved. The thought of it made me feel violated in a way that was difficult to articulate. The detective explained that the cameras Steve had installed were sophisticated enough to be nearly impossible to find without knowing exactly what to look for. They were powered by the home's electrical system, so they didn't require battery changes. They used the home's internet connection to stream footage, but did so in ways that wouldn't show up obviously en route to traffic. Unless you were specifically looking for hidden surveillance equipment with professional detection tools, you'd never know they were there. It took a team of specialists most of a day to find and remove all the cameras from my house. There were 5 in total, 1 in a hallway smoke detector, 1 in a kitchen air vent, 1 in the living room lamp fixture, 1 in the bathroom extractor fan, and 1 in my bedroom ceiling light. 5 devices that had been watching me for months, recording everything, streaming it to paying subscribers who viewed my private life as entertainment. Steve was prosecuted and received a prison sentence, though it seemed inadequate given the scale of what he'd done and the number of people he'd violated. The investigation identified over 80 homes where he'd installed surveillance equipment, though they suspected there were more they never found. Many of his victims never knew what had happened because he'd removed the cameras himself after subscription interest waned, or before homeowners planned renovations that might uncover them. The website where the footage was sold was shut down, but police confirmed the videos had been downloaded by subscribers before they could seize the servers. Months of footage from my home existed in private collections, potentially being reshared through other platforms or simply kept for personal viewing. There was no way to recover or delete all of it. It was out there permanently, beyond any control or remedy. I sold that house within 4 months of discovering the cameras. I couldn't live somewhere that had been so thoroughly surveilled, where strangers had watched me sleep and shower and exist in moments I'd believed were completely private. Every room felt contaminated by the knowledge of what had happened there, what had been recorded and sold and viewed by people whose names I'd never know. My new house was built recently enough that it doesn't need much maintenance, which is fortunate because I'll never hire another tradesperson to work unsupervised in my home. I've learned to do basic repairs myself, and for anything beyond my capabilities, I take time off work to be present whilst the work is done. I visually inspect every smoke detector, every vent, every light fixture regularly, checking for anything that seems out of place. But I know the footage still exists somewhere. Months of my life recorded without my knowledge or consent, available to people who paid for the privilege of watching a stranger in her own home. Every private moment I had during that period is potentially being viewed by someone right now, shared in spaces I'll never access, discussed by people I'll never identify. What disturbs me most is thinking about how many other people are living in homes with hidden cameras they don't know about. How many tradespeople are operating similar schemes right now, installing surveillance equipment during legitimate repair visits, selling access to private lives through dark web marketplaces. Steve was caught because I noticed he'd entered my house and installed obvious security cameras. But if I'd never noticed the initial intrusions, if I'd never installed those cameras, he'd still be operating. The surveillance would have continued indefinitely, and I'd never have known my home wasn't actually private. I gave a tradesperson a key once, a simple convenience to avoid scheduling conflicts done with someone I trusted based on years of apparently professional service. That decision led to months of secret surveillance, my private life sold to strangers as entertainment, permanent footage existing in collections I'll never locate or control. That's what I think about now when I see repair vans in residential areas. Not whether the tradesperson is qualified or professional, but whether they're installing more than they're fixing, whether they're creating opportunities for surveillance whilst homeowners trust them to work alone, whether the homes they visited are being watched right now by paying subscribers who view private lives as commodities worth purchasing access to. If you're a parent, this is probably going to sound completely insane, but I once left my children with someone I barely knew. Looking back, I honestly don't know what I was thinking. As you can probably imagine, I'm still dealing with the consequences now, months later. It wasn't some random person off the street. I had references. I'd met her twice before the first proper babysitting session. Everything seemed completely legitimate. But legitimate doesn't mean what I thought it meant. And those evenings when I thought my kids were safely tucked up in bed while I was at work are apparently documented in ways that make me feel sick every time I think about it. Documented and sold to people who paid for access to footage I never knew was being recorded. Footage that continues to exist somewhere I'll never be able to find or delete. I'm a midwife working at a hospital in Bristol. Been doing it for around 12 years now. I'm a single mum to 2 children, Oliver, who's 8, and Emma, who's 6. Their dad left when Emma was a baby, and I've managed mostly on my own since then, juggling shifts at the hospital with childcare arrangements that are always slightly more complicated than I'd like. My mum helps when she can, and the kids go to after-school club most days, but occasionally I need evening coverage when my shifts run late or I'm called in unexpectedly. Last year, I started using a babysitter I'd found through a local childcare website. Her name was Kelly, early 20s, studying early years education at college. She had good references from other families, a clean DBS check, and when I met her for coffee to discuss what I needed, she seemed responsible and genuinely interested in childcare as a career. We arranged a trial evening where she'd look after the kids, whilst I went to the cinema with a friend, just to see how everyone got on. The evening went perfectly. The children liked her. She followed all my instructions about bedtime routines and house rules. And when I came home, everything was tidy, and the kids were asleep. Kelly was professional and pleasant, happy to answer questions about how the evening had gone. I felt I'd found someone reliable, which was a relief given how difficult it can be to find good childcare. Over the following months, Kelly babysat for me around once or twice a week, usually on evenings when I had late shifts or training sessions at the hospital. The routine became comfortable and familiar. I'd leave detailed instructions about dinner and bedtime. Kelly would arrive punctually, and I'd come home to sleeping children and a tidy house. She'd update me on how the evening had gone, any issues or funny moments, and I'd pay her the agreed rate plus a bit extra for being so reliable. The children adored her. Oliver would ask when Kelly was coming again, and Emma started talking about her like a favorite aunt. Kelly brought craft activities and games, helped with homework, seemed genuinely engaged with the kids rather than just watching television whilst they entertained themselves. I felt fortunate to have found someone so capable and caring. Around 4 months into this arrangement, I started noticing Kelly asking more questions about our routines and home setup. What time did I usually get home from late shifts? Did we have any security cameras or alarms? Where did I keep important documents and valuables? She framed these questions casually, explaining she was writing an essay for college about household safety and childcare responsibilities, but something about the questions made me slightly uncomfortable. I answered vaguely, not wanting to seem distrustful, but also not wanting to provide detailed information about security measures or where I kept things. Kelly didn't push for more specific answers, and the questions stopped after a week or so. I convinced myself I'd been oversensitive, that they really were just for a college assignment. Then one evening, I came home from a shift to find Kelly looking flustered. She explained that Emma had been upset at bedtime and had cried for nearly an hour before finally settling. This was unusual. Emma was generally an easy child who went to bed without fuss. When I checked on her, she was sleeping soundly and seemed fine. I didn't think too much about it, assuming she'd just been tired and emotional. The following week, Oliver mentioned casually that Kelly had been using the computer in my bedroom. He said she'd been up there for ages whilst they were watching television, and he'd gone to find her because he wanted help with something. I asked him what Kelly had been doing on the computer, and he shrugged and said she'd closed the screen quickly when he came in. That bothered me more than I wanted to admit. There was no reason for Kelly to be using my computer, and certainly no reason for her to be doing so in my bedroom, rather than in the living room where the children could see her. I checked my computer that evening but couldn't see anything obviously wrong or accessed. My files looked undisturbed. My browser history showed nothing unusual. I told myself Oliver had probably misunderstood what he'd seen. But I started paying more attention after that, looking for anything that seemed off or inconsistent with how I'd left things. I noticed small changes. A drawer in my bedroom dresser that I was sure I'd closed was slightly open. Papers on my desk rearranged slightly differently than I usually position them. The spare room door standing open when I generally kept it shut. I also noticed that my laptop seemed to run slower than usual, and occasionally the fan would come on even when I wasn't running any demanding programs. I asked a colleague at work who was more technically minded to have a look at it, and she found several programs running in the background that I'd never installed. Remote access software, screen recording applications, things that would allow someone to monitor or control the computer without the owner knowing. She removed the software and asked how it might have gotten there. I immediately thought of Kelly using the computer, though I couldn't understand why a babysitter would install spyware on a client's laptop. My colleague suggested it might be part of identity theft or fraud, gathering personal information that could be used to access accounts or steal money. I confronted Kelly the next time she came to babysit, asking directly if she'd been using my computer and whether she knew anything about software I hadn't installed. She seemed genuinely confused and denied using the computer at all, saying Oliver must have been mistaken. I wanted to believe her, but the software installation aligned too closely with when Oliver had mentioned seeing her in my bedroom. I told Kelly I didn't need her services anymore, making up an excuse about my mum having more availability to help with childcare. She seemed disappointed, but accepted it professionally. I paid her for the evening and she left, and I felt relieved to have ended the arrangement before anything worse happened. About 2 weeks later, I received an anonymous email containing a link and a message saying I should see what had been happening in my home. Every instinct told me it was malicious, probably spam or a virus, but the timing after ending things with Kelly made me curious despite myself. I showed the email to my technically minded colleague, and she helped me access the link safely through isolated systems. The link led to a website on the dark web, a marketplace specializing in what they called domestic surveillance content. The site was organized into categories by household type and composition, with search functions allowing users to filter by specific criteria. My household was listed there under single-parent families with young children. The listing included dozens of video files, all recorded in my home during evenings when Kelly had been babysitting. The videos showed my children going about their evening routines, eating dinner, playing games, getting ready for bed. But they also showed footage from my bedroom, my office space, private areas Kelly had accessed whilst the children were occupied. Some videos showed Kelly going through drawers and cupboards, photographing documents, copying files from my computer. Others showed her installing small cameras in various rooms, in smoke detectors, in electrical sockets, in decorative items on shelves. The videos were professionally edited and organized, clearly intended for sale rather than just personal collection. The marketplace listing described what buyers could expect: authentic footage of family life, children's bedtime routines, private spaces documented without the family's knowledge. The listing emphasized that recording was ongoing, with new content uploaded regularly. Buyers could purchase individual videos or subscribe for continuous access to new footage as it was recorded. The view counter showed hundreds of people had accessed my listing. The subscription data indicated around 30 different users had paid for ongoing access to footage from my home. Comments beneath the listing discussed the content in ways that made me feel physically ill. People praising the quality of the videos, requesting specific types of footage, discussing which rooms and routines were most interesting to watch. What made it worse was realizing the cameras Kelly had installed were presumably still active. Even though she was no longer babysitting, the devices were still recording and transmitting footage of my family's private life. My children getting ready for school. Bedtime routines I thought were completely private, everyday moments that were being watched and discussed by strangers who'd paid for access. I contacted the police immediately. They took it extremely seriously, sending officers to search my house for hidden cameras. It took most of a day, but they found 6 devices, 1 in the living room electrical socket, 1 in the hallway smoke detector, 1 in each child's bedroom hidden in nightlights, 1 in my bedroom ceiling fixture, and 1 in the bathroom extractor fan. All of them had been installed during evenings when Kelly had been supposedly supervising my children. The police arrested Kelly and seized her computer and phone. They found extensive evidence of her involvement in creating and selling surveillance footage from multiple households. She'd been operating this scheme for over 2 years, targeting single parents through childcare websites, gaining access to homes through legitimate babysitting arrangements, and installing cameras to record family life for sale on dark web marketplaces. The investigation revealed at least 20 other families whose homes had been surveilled the same way. All single parents, mostly mothers, all found through childcare websites where Kelly had created profiles with fake references and stolen DBS certificates. She'd refined her approach over time, learning which types of households generated the most interest from buyers and which rooms produced the most valuable footage. Kelly was prosecuted and received a prison sentence, but the damage was irreversible. The footage she'd recorded and sold existed in private collections of people who downloaded it before the marketplace was shut down. Months of my children's lives, documented without their knowledge or consent, potentially being shared through networks I'd never access or control. The psychological impact on the children has been difficult to manage. Oliver is old enough to understand that someone bad had been watching them, though I've tried to shield him from the full details. Emma doesn't fully grasp what happened, just knows that Kelly won't be coming back and that we have new rules about privacy and safety. Both of them have nightmares occasionally, feelings of being watched that I understand completely because I have them too. I've installed proper security systems now, check every smoke detector and electrical fixture regularly, maintain hypervigilance about who has access to my home. But I know that footage of my children still exists somewhere. Videos of bedtime routines, bath times, private family moments that were recorded and sold to strangers who viewed my children's innocence as content worth purchasing. The detective assigned to my case walked me through what they'd found on Kelly's devices. She'd been meticulous in her documentation, keeping detailed records of which families she'd targeted, what times cameras were most productive, which types of content generated the most buyer interest. She'd organized everything like a business, with spreadsheets tracking revenue from different households and notes about which families were worth maintaining surveillance on long term. My household had been particularly valuable to her because of the children's ages and our predictable evening routines. The detective explained, with obvious discomfort, that footage of young children in domestic settings was highly sought after on these marketplaces, not necessarily for explicitly inappropriate purposes in every case, though that was certainly part of it, but also for people who were interested in observing family dynamics and children's natural behavior when they thought they were unobserved. That explanation didn't make me feel any better. Whether buyers were watching my children for explicitly predatory reasons or for some other disturbing purpose didn't change the fundamental violation. My children's private lives had been commodified and sold, their innocence converted into entertainment for strangers whose interest in them was inherently wrong, regardless of their specific motivations. The investigation also revealed that Kelly had been refining her techniques based on feedback from buyers. The marketplace where she sold the footage included messaging systems where subscribers could request specific types of content or suggest better camera placements. She'd used these requests to improve her surveillance methods, positioning cameras based on what buyers wanted to see, adjusting her babysitting routines to capture particular moments that had been requested. One particularly disturbing message thread discussed bedtime routines, with a subscriber asking if Kelly could record bath time more consistently. She'd responded that she'd work on getting better access to that content, and subsequent footage showed she'd installed an additional camera in the bathroom specifically to fulfill that request. She'd treated my children like actors in a production she was directing, manipulating our family routines to create content that would satisfy paying customers. The police found similar message threads about other families Kelly had surveilled, requests for specific angles, particular daily activities, certain times of day when children were most natural and unguarded. She'd accommodated these requests systematically, treating the surveillance operation like any other customer service business where satisfying client preferences was essential to maintaining revenue. What made it even worse was discovering how Kelly had gained access to some of her information about our household before even meeting me. The childcare website where I'd found her required parents to create profiles with details about their family situation, children's ages, typical schedules, and specific childcare needs. Kelly had been systematically collecting this information from parent profiles, using it to target families that matched the preferences of her marketplace subscribers. She'd known before our first meeting that I was a single mother with 2 young children, that I worked irregular hospital hours, that I needed evening coverage regularly. She'd known my children's names and ages, roughly where we lived, what my childcare budget was likely to be. All of that information had been freely provided by me through the website, never imagining it would be used to identify my family as ideal targets for commercial surveillance. The technical analysis of the cameras Kelly had installed revealed they were more sophisticated than typical consumer spy cameras. They included motion-activated recording that saved storage space by only capturing footage when people were present. They had night vision capability for recording in dark rooms. They could be remotely accessed and controlled, allowing Kelly to adjust settings or review footage without physically returning to the homes where she'd installed them. Most disturbing was the discovery that Kelly could watch the camera feeds in real time from her phone while she was physically present in my home. The detective showed me footage that Kelly herself had recorded using her phone, showing the view from her perspective while she babysat. In several videos, she was clearly watching the live feed from the bedroom camera while sitting downstairs with the children, monitoring me when I came home early or went upstairs to check on something. She'd been watching me without my knowledge whilst pretending to interact normally, seeing everything I did in private spaces whilst maintaining the performance of a trustworthy babysitter. The sophistication of the operation and the coldness of that deception made it clear this wasn't impulsive or opportunistic. It was calculated, systematic, professional in its execution, even though its purpose was unconscionable. The court proceedings were difficult to endure. Kelly's defense tried to minimize what she'd done, arguing that she'd never physically harmed any children and that the surveillance footage wasn't explicitly inappropriate. The prosecution had to explain in painful detail how the footage had been marketed and what kinds of people had purchased access to it, making the implicit threats to children's safety horrifyingly clear, even without physical contact. Several other families whose homes Kelly had surveilled attended the trial. We formed an uncomfortable community of shared experience, united by having trusted the wrong person with access to our children and homes. Some had discovered the surveillance through the investigation into Kelly's activities, never having suspected anything was wrong until police contacted them. Others had noticed oddities like I had, but hadn't connected them to their babysitter until it was too late. One mother described finding cameras in her children's bedrooms years after Kelly had last babysat for them. The devices had continued recording and transmitting long after Kelly had moved on to other families, creating an archive of footage spanning the children's development from toddlers to primary school age. The breadth of that violation, the years of surveillance that had continued invisibly, was staggering to contemplate. Another family had discovered that footage of their children had been distributed beyond the original marketplace Kelly used. Screenshots and video clips had appeared on other websites, reposted and shared by people who'd initially purchased them through Kelly's listings. The footage had taken on a life of its own, spreading through networks the family could never fully map or eliminate. Their children's images permanently circulating in spaces they'd never be able to control. Kelly received a substantial prison sentence, but we all knew it wouldn't undo what had been done. The footage would continue existing after her release. The violation would persist long after she'd served her time. The families she'd targeted would carry the knowledge of what happened for the rest of our lives, and our children would eventually need to be told enough of the truth to understand why we're so careful about privacy and security. I've had to explain to Oliver and Emma in age-appropriate terms that someone we trusted did something very wrong. Oliver understands that Kelly was recording us and that those recordings were seen by strangers who shouldn't have had access to them. Emma understands that Kelly wasn't who we thought she was and that she did bad things that mean we have to be more careful now. Neither of them knows the full extent of it. The marketplace listings and subscriber counts and ongoing distribution of their images. I hope they never need to know those details. What haunts me most is thinking about those 30 subscribers who paid for ongoing access to footage from my home. Who were they? Why were they interested in watching my family specifically? What did they do with the footage they downloaded? The police investigation identified some of them, resulting in additional arrests for possession of inappropriate material, but many remained anonymous. The architecture of the dark web marketplace Kelly used made it difficult to trace all subscribers or determine what they'd done with the content after downloading it. I think about them sometimes, these faceless strangers who paid money to watch my children sleep, to observe their bedtime routines, to see private family moments that should never have been shared. Some were probably local, living near enough that they might have seen my children at school or in shops, recognizing them from footage they'd purchased. Others were probably scattered across the country or internationally, interested in my family for reasons I'll never understand and don't want to imagine. The uncertainty is corrosive, not knowing who saw what or when, or what they did with the footage, or whether they're still watching material they downloaded before the marketplace was shut down. The investigation revealed that Kelly's operation had been running for over 2 years and had surveilled around 20 families in that time. The amount of footage she'd sold was substantial. Thousands of hours of domestic surveillance showing children and families in their most private moments. I also think about the other families Kelly targeted, particularly those who never discovered what happened. The investigation identified 20 households where cameras were found, but Kelly's record suggested she'd surveilled more than that. Either the cameras had been removed by Kelly herself when she moved on to other targets, or they remained undiscovered in homes where families had no idea they were being watched. How many children's lives were documented and sold without their parents ever knowing? The psychological impact on my children has been harder to manage than the practical security measures. Oliver developed significant anxiety about being watched, checking his room repeatedly for cameras, asking questions about whether people could see him through windows or electronics. Emma became clingy and fearful of being left with anyone other than immediate family. Her trust in caregivers shattered by the realization that someone she'd liked and trusted had been doing something harmful. We've been through counseling, both individually and as a family. The therapist has helped us process what happened and develop strategies for feeling safe again. But recovery is slow and uneven, with setbacks triggered by seemingly random events, a smoke detector beeping to signal low battery, a nightlight that reminds them of the ones that contained cameras, a news story about surveillance or privacy invasion. I gave someone access to my children and my home based on references that turned out to be fake and a professional manner that was entirely performance. That decision led to months of secret surveillance. My children's lives sold to strangers as entertainment. Permanent footage that continues to exist in collections I'll never locate. The trust I extended to Kelly wasn't unreasonable or negligent. I did what parents are supposed to do, checking credentials and meeting potential caregivers before allowing them access to my children. But it wasn't enough, because Kelly's entire presentation was designed to exploit exactly that kind of reasonable parental diligence. That's what I think about now when I see babysitters advertised on childcare websites. Not whether they're qualified or experienced, but whether they're installing more than trust whilst parents are away. Whether the families who hire them realize their private lives might become products sold in hidden corners of the internet to people whose interest in children isn't innocent. Whether other parents understand that credentials can be faked, references can be manufactured, and professional manner can mask predatory intent. The childcare website where I found Kelly has implemented new verification procedures since the investigation revealed how she'd operated. They now require video verification calls and more rigorous background checks. They've added warnings about protecting family privacy and recommendations for monitoring caregivers. But these measures feel inadequate, given what happened. Reactive rather than preventive. Closing the door after too many families had already been violated. I left my children with someone I barely knew. Just a babysitter who seemed professional, who had references I didn't verify properly, who seemed to genuinely care about my kids. That trust led to a betrayal I'll never fully recover from, to footage that can't be retrieved, to a loss of innocence for my children that no prison sentence can restore. The guilt of that sits with me constantly, the knowledge that my decision to trust Kelly exposed my children to something I should have protected them from. We're supposedly safe now. The cameras are gone, Kelly is imprisoned, the marketplace was shut down. But somewhere online, videos of my children exist. Their bedtime stories, their bath times, their innocent moments of childhood, all documented and distributed to people I'll never identify. And that knowledge will haunt me for the rest of my life. A permanent weight I'll carry. A violation that can never be undone. No matter how many security systems I install or how carefully I vet future caregivers. That's the reality of what happened when I hired a babysitter I found online. Not a tragic accident or an unforeseeable risk, but a systematic exploitation of parental trust by someone who'd refined their predatory approach over years of targeting vulnerable families. My mistake wasn't unique or particularly careless. It was predictable, which is why Kelly's operation was so successful and why other families continue to be at risk from people operating similar schemes right now. The footage exists. The violation is permanent. And somewhere, someone is probably watching videos of my children at this very moment, footage they purchased or downloaded or received from someone else who'd subscribed to Kelly's marketplace listings. That thought makes it hard to breathe sometimes. The knowledge that my children's privacy was stolen and sold and continues to be violated by strangers whose faces I'll never see and whose motivations I'll never understand. That's what one bad decision cost us, and that's a price we'll be paying for the rest of our lives. I have put off saying this because it makes me look careless, and because it makes people lean in as if they enjoy hearing it, which does something unpleasant to the back of my neck. I am saying it now because the shape of it has been stuck to everything I do, and pretending otherwise has not made it loosen. It started with a second-hand laptop I bought off a bloke in a supermarket car park on a drizzly afternoon, the sort of errand you wedge between buying bin liners and grabbing a reduced rotisserie chicken. I told myself it was a bargain, and I told myself I would wipe it clean as soon as I got home. I told myself a lot of things. What I did first was open the lid and have a look. My flat sits on the top floor of a tired building that looks better in rain than in sun. The hallway smells faintly of damp paint and someone's fabric softener. Inside it's just me, a sofa that never quite stopped smelling like the delivery van, a TV I bought on credit, a kitchen I keep reasonably neat, and a door that sticks in humid weather. Ordinary. The sort of place where a laptop on the coffee table looks like a sensible plan rather than a risk. The machine booted up quickly. Someone had put effort into it. There were 2 user accounts. The obvious one had a child's name and a picture of a cartoon cat. The other had a short, forgettable word and a blank icon. I clicked the cartoon cat because I assumed I would find photos to delete and documents to drag to the bin. There were holiday snaps that looked like Devon based on the sea and the color of the sand. There were school letters and a budget spreadsheet that made me feel intrusive and then guilty. I dragged them all to the recycle bin, emptied it, and sat for a moment feeling like I'd done something respectful. I should have left it there. I should have wiped the thing properly and reinstalled a fresh copy of everything. Instead, I clicked the plain account, because it was there and because curiosity is just a polite word for ignoring your better judgment. No password. The desktop was absolutely bare apart from a single folder with a name so unremarkable it might as well have been invisible. Inside that were a handful of files with names that meant nothing unless you'd seen them before. They ended in a way that told me they were shortcut files. I understood enough to recognize where they pointed. Hidden pages. The sort people pretend are urban myths until they have a quiet evening and a drink and decide to find out for themselves. I had never gone looking for that part of the internet because it always seemed like a shortcut to either boredom or trouble. A lot of it, I had heard, was dead links and rumors. But there was something about the neatness of those shortcuts and the fact that they were sitting on a machine I now owned. I told myself I would click one, see nothing, and shut it down. That felt almost like maintenance. It felt like finishing someone else's sentence tidily. The first link didn't load. The second did. It opened to a page with a dead simple layout, like someone had copied a cheap classified site and turned the background dark for atmosphere. Titles, tiny thumbnails, location tags that used towns and counties I recognized. Not America, not somewhere far away. The sort of places I had driven through in the rain on the way to see a friend. Most of the titles were mundane in a way that made them worse. Live view of back garden, street door, flat kitchens. The thumbnails were the size of fingernails. In all of them, the light fell the way light falls in real houses where people try their best. A plant on a sill, a pile of post, a dog bed. I clicked one at random and saw the inside of a hallway with cheap laminate and a shoe rack, the sort that topples if you rush it. The view did not move unless the house moved, and every now and again someone walked past, never looking at the place the camera must have been. It made my mouth taste metallic. I clicked another. A kitchen with a pattern of tiles I have seen in 100 rentals. An oven with the brand lightly rubbed off. A kettle left too close to the edge. Nothing dramatic, just the ache of being allowed to look where I shouldn't. I told myself it was a one-off curiosity. I told myself I would shut it down. I clicked another. The third window opened to the inside of a landing with a familiar grey carpet and a thin radiator. There was a door with a hairline crack in the paint near the handle, the kind that appears when a landlord does a quick job and calls it done. The camera was angled low as if jammed into the top corner, and I felt a rush of something sour because I recognized the scuff on the skirting board. It looked too much like mine. It wasn't my landing. Not exactly. The light fitting was slightly different, and the radiator had a dent mine doesn't, but the proportions were right, and the space had that same tightness that makes you turn your shoulders when you walk through with a bag. I told myself it was the same developer, the same cut and paste layout, replicated across different towns. I told myself to stop being dramatic. Then I clicked back to the list and saw a title I had missed because the thumbnail was too dark. The title was a street name I knew well. My street. The bit in brackets after it had my building's letter. I clicked and saw the inside of my stairwell. The camera had been fixed somewhere up near the emergency light. The lens was wide enough to catch the top of the stairs, the fire door, and the grubby patch where people rest their hands when they squeeze past someone else. I stared until my own expression looked unfamiliar reflected in the screen. The timestamp in the corner rolled forward, and in the middle of the frame something shifted. The fire door eased open and a shoe appeared, then a leg. Me carrying a bag with a loaf of bread sticking out because I never remembered to bring a proper carrier. I watched myself fumble the fob, shoulder the door, and disappear. There is no way to describe the feeling of seeing your own back in a place you thought was private. It is like having your name shouted in a crowded room in a tone that makes you want to apologize without knowing why. I shut the lid and sat very still. The room hummed with the sound of the fridge and the building's old pipework. I stood, walked to my door, opened it, and stared at the same stairwell. The same emergency light that buzzed now, I had noticed it. I looked up into the corners. Nothing obvious. I went back inside, locked the door, and looked around the flat in a way that made everything feel temporary, like a set put up for a rehearsal. Then I did what I should have done at the start. I wiped the laptop. Full reset. I told myself that was the end. It wasn't. The next morning, something small had changed. The cheap rubber wedge I used to stop the door slamming in a draft was not at the angle I always left it. It pointed inward instead of out. It could have been nothing. I left for work and tried to put it away, like you put away a bad dream by telling someone you slept fine. When I came home, the post that had been pushed through the letterbox lay in a fan pattern that didn't match the way it usually scattered. One envelope sat neatly on top. It was blank. Inside was a pay-as-you-go phone, the kind you can buy in the corner of any shop that sells fizzy drinks and scratch cards. The battery was in, but the screen was black. I pressed the button, and it woke to show a handful of missed notifications. I put it down like it was warm from someone else's pocket. I don't know at what point something stops being coincidence and starts being arranged. I picked up the laptop to feel like I was doing something active, like handling the problem with my hands might make it softer. There is a moment in all this where I keep wanting to say I should have gone to the police. I did, later. At this point, I was still hovering on the edge of convincing myself I was being dramatic. The reset had done its job as far as the machine knew. Fresh, empty, no shortcuts, no list. The cheap phone buzzed on the table. It lit with a notification in a style that looked like any other. There were no names and no emojis because there didn't need to be. I will not repeat the exact words. There were instructions without threats, which made the threat louder. There was a link that did not require any special software. I used the laptop because it already felt like the contaminated object in the room. The page that loaded was not complicated. It was a single column layout, dark background, white text, no logo. At the top, my street and building, then my door number. Below that, a live window with a view of my living room from somewhere up near the ceiling. It captured the sofa, the coffee table, the edge of the TV, and the corner where the light from the kitchen fell into the room. I stood and went to the middle of the carpet and raised a hand. On the screen, a hand lifted with that tiny delay that makes you feel like you are nodding at a stranger through a window. I looked up at my own ceiling, and my eyes struggled to stick to any one point, because now every tiny dot was a possibility. I should have run out into the hallway and shouted. I should have called out to neighbors I barely know. Instead, I moved slowly, which felt less like softness and more like not falling over. I checked behind books, inside vases, along the curtain rail. Nothing. I went into the kitchen and looked into cupboards as if a camera might sit in with the cereal. Back in the living room, I squinted into the shadow line where the wall meets the ceiling. There was a smudge so faint, I would never have noticed it on a normal day. I climbed onto a chair and reached up. My fingers brushed a small plastic dome, the size of a drawing pin head, fixed into the plaster and painted over. There was the thinnest seam around it, like the ring left by a glass. I didn't try to dig it out. I didn't want to know whether it would crumble the plaster or come away clean. The phone buzzed again on the table. The page scrolled down as if to meet me halfway. Under the live window were tiles I didn't touch at first. The headers were plain: routine, sleep, kitchen, bathroom. There was a counter that had already been counting before I arrived. There were short clips that someone had carved out of my weeks without my permission. Me making tea, me brushing my teeth, me sleeping under a thin duvet with my mouth open because my nose blocks when the heating dries the air. There were no comments. There was a tally that meant something to someone, not to me. There were pastes of my outside life as well. Me carrying bags up the stairs. Me locking the door. Me talking to a delivery driver with my hands, because I do that more than I think. The page used two words I hated immediately: scheduled and options. I shut the laptop and breathed in through my mouth until I had a grip on the shape of it. I took the cheap phone into the bathroom, ran the tap, and held the phone under it until the sound turned dull and the screen died. It made me feel like I had done something, which lasted for about a minute. Then I took the chair back to where I had found the plastic dot and pressed until the wood creaked under me, and I could get my nail under the edge of the thing. It did not crumble. It popped out with a sound like a small knuckle. There was a drilled hole behind it, with a tiny pocket of darkness. I pressed tissue into the hole and taped over it. The tissue swelled a bit with damp because the plaster was cold. I wanted to be sick. That night, I slept with the lights on. The next morning, I rang the police on the non-emergency line because the idea of explaining it without proof made me feel like I was making a fuss. The person I spoke to was kind in a way that felt like a hand on the shoulder you don't quite want. They suggested logging everything and keeping the broken device. They suggested talking to my building manager. They suggested stronger locks, better lighting, and a camera of my own. I thanked them because that's what I do when I don't know what else to do. I went to a locksmith and had the cylinder replaced. I bought a motion detector that emails you. I set it up and felt briefly competent until I remembered what I'd been looking at the day before. In the evening, I went out for bread and milk, even though I didn't need either. When I came back, the new lock turned with a satisfying click. On the mat, a small padded envelope waited with my name and the right door number in letters cut from a newspaper. It felt like a cliché until I picked it up and felt the shape of what was inside. Not a phone this time, a key. I knew the weight before I unsealed it. The old lock cylinder. My fingers went cold around it in a way a radiator can't fix. There is a point where fear becomes a practical project. I went through the flat room by room. I found another small dome above the bathroom door, painted neatly, as if someone had a spirit level. I found a thin slit in the top of the skirting behind the sofa, where perhaps a cable had been run and pulled back. Under the sink, there was a patch of cleaner paint the size of a fist. I checked the tiny cupboard that holds the stopcock and found a piece of tape with a tiny rectangle of glass stuck to it, glued inside where you would only see it if you were looking for a leak. Each discovery felt like it shrank the size of the place, as if the walls were moving in by the width of a brick with each thing I found. I stayed at a budget hotel that night, paying in cash at the desk, even though it felt performative. The corridor smelled like carpet cleaner and hot dust. I ate a sandwich on the bed and watched an ordinary program, because I needed an ordinary voice in the room. When I went to brush my teeth, there was a folded slip of paper on the edge of the basin. I had not seen it when I came in. It wasn't there when I put my bag down. It had no writing on it, just the impression of something that had been pressed hard and lifted away, like the ghost of letters. I held it under the light. The raised marks looked like the edges of a street name. Mine. When I went down to the desk to ask a question without asking, the person on duty smiled in a way that said they had been trained to handle the night. I slept badly and dreamt of corridors. The next day, my email pinged on my main phone at work. I had set the new motion detector to email me if it sensed anything. The subject lines arrived in a steady line, one after the other, each a stamped time. Movement detected, movement detected, movement detected. I did not open them at my desk. I took an early lunch and walked without tasting the air. In the doorway of my building, I paused because pausing felt like keeping a promise to the version of me that had not bought the laptop. Inside, the air was colder than it should have been. The flat smelled like crumpled plastic. On the kitchen table sat a plastic tub like the ones used for takeaway sauces. Inside it was a smear of something that once had color. Next to it lay a single glove, the kind used for food preparation. Under the glove was a photo on cheap paper. I was in it, sitting where I was now standing. The angle was from high up. The date in the corner was yesterday. In that version of the room, my mouth was slightly open. My eyes were not on anything. Behind me, in the doorway, a shape blurred as if the camera had moved. The caption underneath was not words, which somehow made it worse. It was a row of symbols like the ones used to rate films, except there were no stars, just circles and the shadow of a pound sign. I did not eat that night. I behaved like a person having an ordinary week. I took my laundry to the basket. I washed the mug with more care than the mug deserved. I watched the news with the sound low. At 2 a.m, my phone vibrated on the bedside table with the weight of a message I knew I would read. The subject line was the name of my street. The sender was nothing. The body was just a link and a short line of text that implied a schedule. I opened it because I am the kind of person who picks at a scab. The page that loaded was not the same as the first. This one was less tidy, as if whoever made it had been hurried or was copying someone else's work. At the top, a small window already playing. The camera looked down on a basement car park I recognized by the oil stain that looks like Britain. The lens shifted slightly as if adjusted. The feed cut. Another window opened to show the end of my road. The lamppost at the corner flickered the way it always does. The view shook once as someone moved past the camera. The feed cut. A final window opened to show my bedroom, as if the ceiling were made of glass. The duvet rose and fell slightly. The timestamp was in the corner. There was a visible heartbeat in the way the fabric moved. Below the live windows, blocks of text waited like items on a takeaway menu. I will not put the words here. They were suggestions, tasks, things to do to me. Some of them read like petty pranks. Some did not. Each had a value in pounds next to it and a longer number in smaller print. The total at the bottom turned over slowly. There was no place to type. The page was not addressed to me. It was addressed to the sort of person who enjoys the feeling of rails under their feet when a train is just behind them. I closed the page and stood up too quickly, which put stars at the edge of my vision. The room tilted hard enough to make the wall look like it was thinking about letting me through. I dressed badly and left without turning anything off. The hallway felt squeezed. In the stairwell, the emergency light buzzed more loudly than it had the day before. Outside, the cold woke a slice of my brain that had been lying face down. I walked until my legs were bored and my head quietened to a functional hum. In the following days, small things rearranged themselves. My doormat turned completely around. A glass that I keep upside down over the bathroom tap to stop dust had a fingerprint on the inside. The bin had been emptied to the point where the liner sat flat at the bottom. I started staying out late and coming home suddenly, like I could catch someone in the act of not being there. The motion detector emails kept coming in clumps. The page updated whether I looked or not. I stopped looking for almost a week. When I finally did, it was because I had a calm hour on a Sunday afternoon and the quietness felt brittle. The page had changed again. There was a new section with a label that suggested things had progressed. The live window showed my kitchen. Steam fogged briefly near the hob. Then the view cut to show my front door from the inside, as if the viewer wanted me to be perfectly clear about the direction of travel. The suggestions below were shorter now. The values had crept up. The total at the bottom had doubled since the last time I watched. I scrolled down and found a new heading with a mocked-up certificate under it. It had my address and a phrase that implied the word featured. Underneath, a paragraph in plain English invited people to support the next stage if they were enjoying the show. I went to the police with a printout because something about paper makes people behave differently. I spoke with someone who had seen too much of this sort of bluntness to pretend to be shocked. They took details. They asked sensible questions. They gave advice that was ordinary in good ways. Speak to the building manager properly. Get the free security survey. Consider staying with someone. They said the words in the calm voice that people use to hold heavy things without dropping them. I left with a crime reference number and a leaflet about online safety that used a cheerful font. In the foyer of my building, one of the post boxes was hanging open with its lock broken. Inside was a stack of charity appeals and a parcel card for someone else. On the floor lay a tiny screw, the sort you need a special driver for. I picked it up and held it in my glove like it would explain itself if I squeezed hard enough. Back upstairs, my door stuck in the same place it always sticks when the weather turns. The mat was exactly aligned with the floorboards. The keys on the hook were a fraction out of place. That night I slept with my shoes on. It sounds dramatic written down. It felt practical in the moment, like filling the kettle before bed in case the water stops. At some time after 3, the room changed shape. It is hard to describe this without sounding like I am adding flourishes to make the story satisfying. The temperature didn't drop in a sudden swoop. The air didn't go quiet. None of that. I woke because of 2 things that happened close together. The first was the flat sound of my letterbox being lifted and let fall. The second was the sound of my front door finding its frame and pressing. The lock held. The handle moved. Someone on the other side knew how to wake metal without breaking it. I lay very still and did the sort of breathing you do when you are trying to be small. The handle eased back to neutral. The hush that followed had weight. Then the careful sound of a thin tool worked into a place it didn't belong. I got up in the kind of slow motion you do when you distrust your own limbs. I moved to the side of the door, thinking of the cheap peephole view you get in older buildings, that warp where everything looks fishbowl far away. The motion detector sent me an email I didn't need. The phone screen lit the room briefly and put white rectangles on the wall. The latch gave up its job in a way I felt in my toes. The door opened just enough to let nothing in. Then something narrow and patient slipped through near the floor. The toe of a shoe, a knee, a gloved hand. The figure that followed was not large. Another shape came close behind it. Both wore dark clothes that didn't try to make a statement. No masks that I could see, which made my mouth go dry. They smelled like something you buy at a builder's merchant. I had once thought about buying a baseball bat for this sort of situation. I had never played baseball, which is why I didn't. Instead, I had a heavy old spanner in the utility drawer that I never use because all my pipes are plastic. I held it in my right hand and put my left on the wall to stop the room moving. When the first person stood and reached to the inside of the frame for the chain I do not have, I moved without announcing myself. The spanner met a shoulder with a noise like someone hitting a wet sack with a plank. The person went sideways into the door, which rebounded and caught the second person's shin in a way that would make a bruise later. The second person reacted quickly, the way you do when you've hit your shin on the same thing before. A hand came up and something flashed in the low light. The heavy feeling that followed reached me before the pain. My forearm went numb and my hand let go of the spanner as if it had never belonged to me. What happened next was fast and not. The first person recovered with the annoyed efficiency of someone keen not to waste the evening. The second moved into my space in a way that suggested this was not the first hallway of the night. I went down on one knee because my legs had decided to change roles without telling me. A hand took my wrist and turned it the wrong way until it found a position that made my eyes water. Something hard pressed into the soft part below my ear to remind me to stop trying things. In my head, I had arguments and speeches. In the actual corridor, I had breath. They did not say anything. That is important to me, even now. They moved me just enough to clear the space. They kept me in a position that made my arms feel like other people's. One of them walked the rooms quickly, not touching anything twice, lifting in places I hadn't known to check, leaving in places I cleaned most. The other stayed with me, calm and boring in the way good tradespeople are. At some point, a phone camera made the small digital sound I will never be able to enjoy again. I refused to look at it in the way of a child who knows the answer to a question they are not ready to say. In the kitchen, a drawer opened and closed with a quiet certainty that means someone practiced. The bathroom door clicked and clicked again. The bedroom received short, careful steps, and then one heavy thump as someone tested the wardrobe anchor. Back in the hallway, sticky tape peeled and pressed near the skirting. My doorbell made a sound I didn't recognize because I never used it. The flat recorded all of this in a dozen tiny places I had not found. The pain announced itself when they were nearly finished. I became aware of my forearm, like it had stepped closer in a cue. There was a patch of heat at my shoulder, where I had made contact with the spanner handle when it bounced. My knee had a wet feeling under my jeans, where it had met a screw head in the threshold. The air smelled of tape adhesive and the sort of rubber you get on cheap tool handles. They left me in the narrow bit by the boiler cupboard, sitting on the floor with my back against the wall. The front door stood open a fractional amount, as if the building were taking a breath. There was a smear of something dark on the inside edge about the size of a thumb. I watched it develop a skin at the edges. I did nothing for a length of time that had no number. When I finally stood, everything in me argued and then did as it was told. I moved through the rooms the way a person moves through a house they are thinking of buying, even though they can't afford it. I touched nothing the way you avoid touching hot glass that looks cool. The kitchen drawer that had been opened contained my knives, which were in exactly the same order I always put them back. The bathroom felt harmless, and then did not when I looked up and saw a new dot above the mirror. Not painted, just neat. In the bedroom, my pillow had a shallow dent that matched the shape of my head too well. I stripped the bed then and there and put the sheets in a bin bag because it felt like the only thing in my power. On the coffee table, the heavy old spanner sat where it had fallen, its handle glossy with a smear that was not mine. Next to it, on the coaster I never use, lay a small rectangle of card. It was blank on one side. On the other, someone had pressed a shape into it without ink, just pressure. The shape was simple, a bell. Under it, the impression of a time that was not precise, just a range in the evening. When my doorbell rang that night at a time within the range, I did not move. It rang again the next evening, and I still did not. On the third evening, there was no bell. Instead, there was a light tapping at the kitchen window that sits over the flat roof where the bins are. I stood at the sink and listened to it. Count off my heartbeats. The tapping stopped and something light slid off the sill. I checked the page again because I am human and because you can look at something awful the way you look at a chipped tooth with your tongue. The live window showed nothing but stillness. The total at the bottom of the page had stopped. The last clip in the sequence was of me on the floor in the hallway, head turned away, shoulder high, where my arm had been arranged. Under it, a single line of text I will not replicate. It used the kind of tone people use when they are pretending to be polite in a shop. I moved a few weeks later, not dramatically. I gave notice, packed badly, and paid a man with a van who had opinions about the parking restrictions on my new street. The new place is smaller and higher up, with a view of rooftops that look like a bad drawing. I had new locks fitted the day I got the keys. I put foam in the gaps where you could run a wire. I stopped buying second-hand electronics. I bought a laptop from a shop where they ask you unnecessary questions and you answer them because you want to be the sort of person who answers questions. On the first night, I slept like a person who has spent a day lifting boxes. On the second night, I woke because a fox screamed outside, the sound of metal bending in a mouth. I lay there and told myself what it was, the shape of it, the place it came from. I almost believed myself. Sometimes, when I have a soft hour and my phone sits face down on the table and the light from the window breaks neatly across the floor, I feel a pull to check. Not because I want to see, but because not seeing feels like agreeing to something. I have resisted more often than I have not. The few times I failed, the page did not load. It timed out. It threw up an error in a box with a border. It suggested trying again later. It made me feel like I had winced in front of someone. I kept the card with the bell in a drawer I don't use for anything else. Some days I think about throwing it away. Some days I take it out and press my thumb over the raised shape until the skin shines. I do not watch the live windows anymore. I do not buy devices in car parks. I fix the wedge under my door in exactly the same way every night and check it in the morning to see if the room has breathed. Every now and again, a parcel turns up that I haven't ordered. It will be something ordinary like a set of vacuum bags or a pack of picture hooks I never meant to buy, delivered by a tired person who says nothing because I say nothing. I take them inside and put them in a cupboard in the new kitchen that I keep for things I cannot return. A drawer squeaks in a way it did not squeak last week. A screw on a switch plate looks too new. The radiator makes a click it doesn't make on cold mornings. I listen to everything the way you listen to a stranger tell a story about a place you've been. I know how this sounds. When I tell it this way, people ask why I didn't shout, why I didn't fight harder, why I didn't do the clean, heroic version. I don't have a neat ending to offer. There is no line where I stood up and frightened them off. There is no moment where I pulled out a hidden camera of my own and got the evidence in a way that satisfies the story. What I have is a stack of small moments, placed carefully, until they formed a slope I slid down without noticing the angle change. What I have is the memory of looking up at my own ceiling and meeting the stare down of a hole the width of a pencil. What I have is a bell pressed into card and a range in the evening I will always hear even when the building is quiet. If there is any use in saying it out loud, it is this. If you think your life is too ordinary to be interesting, that helps someone else more than it helps you. The pages don't need you to be special. They need you to be predictable. They need you to put your doormat down the same way every time and to go to the same shop for milk and to prop the door with a wedge when the weather turns. They need you to buy a bargain that saves you a little bit of money and a little bit of time, because there is always someone ready to spend both on your behalf. In my new place, the windows face a line of chimneys that put smoke into the sky on cold evenings. I can track the wind by watching which way it smears. The flat has its own noises, all of which I know now by heart. The kettle makes a click at the end of the boil that is almost a cough. The fridge hums in the early hours and then stops as if embarrassed. The plumbing knocks once in the bathroom at the same point in the shower every morning. I tell myself names for each sound so they feel like neighbors I have met rather than strangers on the stairs. Some nights I still sleep with my shoes on. Not often. Just enough to make getting to the door a little faster if the bell rings. I have not heard it in months. I hear it anyway. There are people who enjoy this, I think. Not in the cartoon way that's easy to dislike. In the small way. The way you enjoy making a bed neat or clicking a box on a list. People who like seeing a total rollover because they made it roll. People who like the idea of a person in a box doing what buttons tell them to do. I don't think about them much because thinking about them gives them more than they took. I think about the gaps you leave when you assume no one will use them. This is, I suppose, a confession. I am not someone who breaks rules because I want the thrill. I am not someone who goes looking for trouble. I bought a laptop in a car park because it was cheap, and because I thought I was cleverer than the sort of person who gets caught by small things. I was wrong. That is the part that sticks, not the tap on the window or the page with its sums. the part where I looked at my own stairwell on a screen in my own room and felt the world tilt because someone had been there and then stepped back without leaving anything you can hold in your hand. If you have read this far, you will have guessed the point without me having to make it heavy. Curiosity opens doors that are hard to shut quietly, and once a door has learned the shape of your hand, it does not forget. I probably shouldn't have kept that laptop. Even now, sat here in my new flat in Bristol, I can feel the weight of what I found on it pressing against my chest like a stone. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me start from the beginning, though I'm not sure I want to remember it all. My gran died last February. There wasn't anything particularly dramatic about it. She was 87 and had been declining for months. The funeral was small, just family, and afterwards we had the grim task of clearing out her bungalow in Colchester. You know how it is with elderly relatives. Decades of accumulated possessions that seemed important to them but mean nothing to anyone else. I was sorting through her spare bedroom when I found the laptop. It was tucked away in the wardrobe behind some old curtains, still in its original packaging from about 5 years ago. A birthday present from my uncle that she'd never bothered to set up, probably because she could barely work her mobile phone, let alone a computer. My uncle suggested I take it. He felt it was a shame to let it go to waste, as I could probably get some use out of it. My laptop had been playing up for months, randomly shutting down and taking ages to boot up. So I boxed it up with some of Gran's photo albums and a few bits of jewelry she'd left me, and forgot about it for a while. It wasn't until about a month later that I actually got round to setting the thing up. I work in museum conservation, which means I spend most of my day dealing with fragile old objects. So there's something ironic about the fact that I'm useless with modern technology. It took me the better part of an evening just to get through the initial setup process. The laptop came with all sorts of software pre-installed, including some programs I'd never heard of. Most of it looked like bloatware, trial versions of security software and productivity apps that I'd never use. But there was one program that caught my attention, partly because it had a name I didn't recognize, and partly because when I clicked on it, nothing seemed to happen. I almost deleted it, thinking it was broken or corrupted somehow. But curiosity got the better of me. I'm good at researching things. It comes with the job. So I spent some time looking up what this software actually did. Turns out it was something called a privacy browser, designed to access parts of the internet that normal browsers can't reach. Now, I'm not completely naive. I'd heard about the dark web before, mostly from crime documentaries and news reports about drug dealers and worse things. But I'd always assumed it was something only criminals and computer experts knew how to use. I had no idea you could access it with software that came pre-installed on a consumer laptop. The more I read about it, the more curious I became. I've always been interested in hidden things, not because I wanted to buy anything illegal or get involved in anything dubious. It's probably why I ended up working in museums. There's something appealing about uncovering objects and stories that have been forgotten or lost. So one evening, after a particularly tedious day spent cataloguing Victorian pottery, I decided to have a look, just to see what was there, you understand. I wasn't planning to do anything except satisfy my curiosity. The first thing that struck me was how ordinary it all looked. I'd expected something sinister and obviously criminal, but most of the sites I found seemed fairly mundane. There were message boards discussing privacy and security, online libraries with books you couldn't find elsewhere, even what looked like normal shopping sites, except with unusual payment methods. But then I started exploring more systematically, following links from one site to another. That's when I found something that made me sit back from the screen and wonder if I should close the laptop immediately. The site appeared to be a hybrid of a social media platform and a classified ad section. People posting requests for specific types of information, others offering to fulfill those requests in exchange for similar favors. Nothing obviously illegal, but something about the whole setup felt wrong. The language was too careful, too coded, like everyone was trying to say something without actually saying it. Most of the posts were incomprehensible to me, references to things I didn't understand, using terms that meant nothing. But there was one section that caught my attention because the requests were much more straightforward. People asking for information about specific individuals, full names, addresses, places of work, daily routines. At first, I assumed it was some sort of private investigation service, maybe people trying to track down old friends or investigate potential employees. But the more I read, the more uncomfortable I became. The requests were too detailed, too invasive. People wanting to know what time someone left for work, which route they took, whether they lived alone. One post in particular stuck with me. Someone had uploaded what looked like a floor plan of a house, hand-drawn, but surprisingly detailed. They were asking for information about the person who lived there, a woman in her 30s who worked as a teacher in somewhere called Melton Mowbray. The post included her full name, her school, even the make and color of her car. The comments underneath were worse than the original post. People offering additional information about this woman, where she did her weekly shopping, which gym she went to, what time she usually got home from work. One comment even included photographs of her house taken from different angles, showing all the windows and entrances. I should have closed the browser then, should have deleted the software and pretended I'd never seen any of it. But instead, I found myself scrolling through more posts, each one more invasive than the last. People sharing detailed surveillance information about complete strangers, building up comprehensive profiles of their targets' lives. What disturbed me most was how organized it all seemed. This wasn't random harassment or casual stalking. It was systematic information gathering on an industrial scale. People were trading details about their neighbors and colleagues, building a vast database of personal information about ordinary people who had no idea they were being monitored. I spent the next few evenings exploring the site, telling myself I was trying to understand how it worked and who was behind it. But really, I think I was just morbidly fascinated by the scope of it all. There were thousands of posts, tens of thousands of comments, all documenting the private lives of people across the country. Some posts focused on specific professions: teachers, nurses, social workers. Others targeted women living alone or families with young children. There were requests for information about people's work schedules, their relationships, their financial situations, all presented in the same matter-of-fact tone, as if this kind of surveillance was perfectly normal. Then I found the section that changed everything. It was called Local Collections, and it was organized by area. I clicked on the East of England section more out of idle curiosity than anything else, expecting to find the same sort of content I'd been seeing elsewhere on the site. Instead, I found a detailed profile of my gran, not just her name and address, but photographs of her bungalow taken from the street and the back garden. Details about her daily routine, what time she put her bins out, when she went to the shops, which days the home help visited. Someone had even documented her medical appointments, noting when she seemed particularly frail or confused. The post was months old, dating back to when she was still alive and living independently. Someone had been watching her, cataloguing her movements, sharing intimate details about her declining health with strangers on the internet, The comments underneath discussed how easy it would be to gain access to her house, speculating about whether she kept cash or valuables inside. My hands were shaking as I scrolled through the thread. There were dozens of photographs, taken over what looked like several weeks. My gran hanging washing on her line, struggling with her walking frame, even sitting in her front window doing crossword puzzles, all captured by someone with a long lens camera, someone who had made a project out of documenting her vulnerability. But it was the final comment in the thread that made me feel physically sick. Posted just a few days after Gran's funeral, it simply read, "Property now empty. The family continues to visit occasionally to organize their belongings. It might be opportunities for interior documentation." Someone had been monitoring the house even after she died, watching as we came and went, planning to break in and photograph the inside of her home while we were busy with the legal paperwork and funeral arrangements. I slammed the laptop shut and walked away from it. Made myself a cup of tea with hands that wouldn't stop trembling, trying to process what I'd just discovered. My gran, who had worried about leaving her door unlocked when she popped to the corner shop, had been under surveillance by strangers who treated her life like entertainment, but I couldn't leave it alone. The next evening, I opened the laptop again and went straight back to the site. I told myself I needed to understand how widespread this was, whether other people I knew were being targeted. What I found was worse than I'd imagined. The local collections section covered the entire country. Every major city, most smaller towns, even rural villages. Countless profiles exist, each meticulously detailing an individual's personal life. I recognized some of the locations, places I'd lived, areas where friends and family still lived. I started searching for people I knew. My parents in their retirement bungalow in Devon. My sister and her family in their semi-detached house in Reading. My ex-boyfriend who still lived in the flat we used to share in Cambridge. I found profiles for all of them. My parents were listed under a section for vulnerable elderly targets. Someone had documented their routine visits to the local garden centre, noted that my father had mobility issues, even identified which days they left the house empty to visit my sister. The post included photographs of them loading shopping into their car and detailed observations about their physical limitations. My sister's profile was in a section focused on family surveillance opportunities. The post included photographs of her children walking to school, details about her husband's work schedule, even floor plans of their house that someone had apparently sketched while pretending to be doing market research door to door. But it was my ex-boyfriend's profile that made me realize the true scope of what I was looking at. The post wasn't just about him. It connected to dozens of other profiles, all people who lived in the same area or worked at the same company. Someone was building a comprehensive map of an entire community, documenting the relationships between different targets, identifying vulnerabilities that could be exploited. Each profile contained hundreds of photographs and observations, stretching back months or even years. This wasn't casual surveillance. It was a systematic intelligence-gathering operation targeting ordinary people. And it was being carried out by what appeared to be a network of volunteers who treated the whole thing like a hobby. I spent the next week diving deeper into the site, trying to understand how it was organized and who was behind it. The more I learned, the more frightened I became. This wasn't just about information gathering. People were using the surveillance data to plan break-ins, to identify vulnerable targets, even to coordinate harassment campaigns. There were posts discussing the best times to approach certain targets, sharing techniques for gaining access to their homes, even coordinating group activities to maximize the psychological impact on specific individuals. they all spoke in a casual, matter-of-fact manner, giving the impression that they were organizing a charity event instead of conducting stalker campaigns. The worst part was discovering how they recruited new participants. The site had a section for community outreach, where experienced members offered to train newcomers in surveillance techniques. They provided guides on camera equipment, advice on following targets without being detected, even legal advice on how to avoid prosecution if caught. They were turning voyeurism and stalking into a social activity, building a community around the violation of other people's privacy. And they were doing it all on a part of the internet that most people didn't even know existed, making them effectively immune from normal law enforcement. I found myself checking the site compulsively, looking for new posts about people I knew, trying to understand the scale of the surveillance network. It was like watching a car crash in slow motion, horrifying but impossible to look away from. That's when I started noticing changes in my own behavior. I became hyper-aware of people around me, wondering if they might be part of the surveillance network. I started varying my routes to work, checking my windows for signs of tampering, even covering my laptop camera when I wasn't using it. But the paranoia got worse when I found my own profile on the site. It wasn't comprehensive like some of the others, just a basic entry with my name, workplace, and a few photographs of me walking to the museum. But seeing my own life reduced to a surveillance target's profile made me realize that I wasn't just an observer of this network. I was also a potential victim. The post about me was recent, probably created after someone noticed me visiting the site regularly. The comments underneath discussed my search behavior and speculated about whether I might be a journalist or law enforcement officer. Someone had even identified the museum where I worked and suggested that my access to valuable objects might make me an interesting target for development. That was when I knew I had to stop. Not just stop using the site, but get rid of the laptop entirely and try to forget what I'd discovered. Because the longer I stayed connected to this network, the more likely I was to become a target myself. I deleted all the software from the laptop and sold it to a second-hand shop in town. Then I moved to Bristol, telling myself it was for a better job opportunity, rather than because I was running away from something I couldn't fight. But I still think about what I found on that site. All those ordinary people living their lives with no idea they're being watched, catalogued, discussed by strangers who see them as nothing more than sources of entertainment. My parents, my sister's children, all reduced to entries in someone else's collection of surveillance data. The worst part is knowing that the network is still out there, still growing, still documenting the private lives of people who trust that their homes are safe spaces. And there's nothing I can do to stop it, because they operate in the shadows where normal rules don't apply. Sometimes I wonder if they know I found them, whether my own profile has been updated to reflect my new location, my new job, my new routines, whether someone in Bristol is already taking photographs of me walking to work, noting what time I come home, building up a comprehensive picture of my vulnerability. But I try not to think about it too much, because once you know that these networks exist and understand how systematic and organized they are, you can never really feel safe again. You just have to hope that you're not interesting enough to warrant their attention. I wish I'd never answered that bloody advert. Even writing this down makes me feel sick, but I keep thinking someone else might see the same kind of job posting and make the same mistake I did. When you're desperate enough for work, you tell yourself that any opportunity is worth considering, even when everything about it feels wrong from the start. The advert appeared on one of those local Facebook groups where people sell furniture and advertise cleaning services. Nothing fancy or suspicious looking, just a simple post asking for someone to help with elderly care in Wolverhampton. The pay was decent, about £12 an hour for what seemed like basic companionship and light housekeeping. I'd been unemployed for 3 months by then, ever since the bakery where I worked had closed down. The owner had been struggling with rising costs and finally decided to sell up, rather than keep fighting to stay afloat. Most of the staff had found other jobs fairly quickly, but I was in my late 40s and discovering that age discrimination is alive and well in the retail sector. My savings had run out weeks earlier, and I was already behind on my council tax. The job centre wasn't much help. They kept suggesting I retrain for completely different careers, as if starting over at my age was a realistic option. I'd applied for dozens of positions, but most employers seemed to lose interest once they met me in person and realized I wasn't the young, energetic candidate they'd been hoping for. So when I saw the elderly care advert, I responded immediately. The work would be looking after an older gentleman in his 70s who needed assistance with daily activities but wasn't ready for a care home. His family lived abroad and were looking for someone reliable to check on him regularly and help with shopping, cooking, and general companionship. The person who replied to my message seemed professional enough. They explained that the gentleman, who they referred to as Mr. Phillips, had been living independently until recently, but was becoming forgetful and needed someone to ensure he was eating properly and taking his medication. Nothing too demanding, just the sort of basic care that keeps elderly people safe in their own homes. We arranged to meet at a cafe in Wolverhampton's city centre to discuss the details. The woman who met me was probably in her 30s, well dressed, and spoke with an accent I couldn't quite place. She introduced herself as Sarah and explained that she worked for a private care agency that specialized in finding suitable carers for elderly clients who preferred to remain in their own homes. Sarah showed me photographs of Mr. Phillips and his house, a modest, semi-detached property in a quiet residential area. She explained that he was generally in good health, but had been having episodes of confusion and memory loss that worried his family. They needed someone to visit twice daily to ensure he was managing his basic needs and to keep an eye on his general well-being. The job would involve morning and evening visits, helping with meals, ensuring medications were taken correctly, and providing social interaction to prevent isolation. Sarah emphasized that Mr. Phillips valued his independence and didn't want someone who would take over his daily routine, just assistance with the things he was finding difficult to manage alone. The pay was exactly as advertised, with the possibility of additional hours if Mr. Phillips needed extra support during illness or periods of increased confusion. Sarah explained that the family were willing to pay well because they wanted someone reliable who would treat their father with dignity and respect. I started the following Monday. Sarah drove me to the house and introduced me to Mr. Phillips, who seemed pleasant enough despite being obviously confused about who I was and why I was there. He kept referring to me by different names and asking whether I was there to fix something in the house. Sarah explained that this was typical behavior and that I shouldn't worry about correcting him or trying to orient him to reality. The important thing was to ensure he felt comfortable and safe, regardless of what he believed about the situation. She suggested going along with his misconceptions rather than challenging them, as this would reduce his anxiety and make the visits more pleasant for both of us. The house was exactly as Sarah had described, clean but obviously lived in, with the sort of accumulated clutter that builds up over decades of settled living. Mr. Phillips had clearly been managing reasonably well until recently, but there were signs that his routine was beginning to break down. Unwashed dishes in the sink, expired food in the refrigerator, and prescription bottles that suggested he wasn't taking his medications consistently. My first few visits were straightforward enough. I'd arrive in the morning to help with breakfast and ensure Mr. Phillips had taken his morning medications, then return in the evening to prepare a simple meal and check that he was settled for the night. He was generally cooperative, though he often seemed confused about why I was there and what I was supposed to be doing. The confusion wasn't consistent. Some days he seemed perfectly lucid and would chat normally about his garden, his neighbors, or television programs he'd been watching. Other days, he barely seemed to recognize me and would ask repeatedly whether I was supposed to be there and when his family would be coming to visit. Sarah had prepared me for this variability, explaining that dementia often involves good days and bad days, rather than a steady decline. She emphasized that my role was to provide consistent support regardless of his mental state, ensuring his basic needs were met even when he couldn't remember why I was helping him. After about 2 weeks, I began noticing things about Mr. Phillips's situation that didn't quite match what Sarah had told me during our initial meeting. The medications he was taking didn't seem consistent with the memory problems she'd described. Instead of the dementia medications I'd expected, most of his prescriptions were for conditions like high blood pressure and diabetes. When I mentioned this to Sarah during one of her weekly check-in calls, she explained that Mr. Phillips was in the early stages of cognitive decline and hadn't yet been prescribed specific dementia medications. The confusion I was witnessing was due to the progression of his condition rather than the effects of particular treatments. This seemed plausible enough, and I didn't have medical training that would help me evaluate his condition independently. I continued with the routine we'd established, focusing on ensuring he was eating regularly and taking his prescribed medications correctly. But I also started noticing that Mr. Phillips's confusion seemed to follow specific patterns. He was consistently confused about recent events and current circumstances, but his memory of older events seemed perfectly intact. He could describe his childhood in detail, remember the names of school friends from decades ago, and provide accurate information about his work history and family background. This selective memory loss struck me as unusual, though again, I wasn't qualified to assess whether it was consistent with normal dementia progression. When I raised this observation with Sarah, she explained that long-term memory often remains intact much longer than short-term memory in dementia patients, and that what I was seeing was entirely typical. Around the 4th week, Mr. Phillips began asking me questions that suggested his confusion might not be as complete as I'd assumed. He wanted to know specific details about why his family had arranged for care when they had last visited, and why they weren't answering his phone calls. These questions made me realize that I actually knew very little about Mr. Phillips's family situation beyond what Sarah had told me. I'd never spoken directly with his relatives, seen any documentation about his care arrangements, or been given contact information for family members in case of emergencies. When I asked Sarah for more details about Mr. Phillips's family and their involvement in his care arrangements, her responses became noticeably vague. She explained that the family preferred to handle communication through the care agency rather than directly with individual carers, and that this was standard practice for clients who had relatives living abroad. This explanation seemed reasonable from a professional standpoint, but it meant I had no way of verifying that Mr. Phillips's family were actually aware of or had approved the care arrangements. I was taking Sarah's word for everything about his situation, and the legitimacy of my employment. I began paying more attention to the details of Mr. Phillips's living situation and discovered several things that didn't align with Sarah's descriptions of his circumstances. The house showed no signs of recent family visits, no photographs, cards, or personal items that suggested ongoing contact with relatives who cared about his well-being. More concerning was the lack of any official documentation related to his care needs. No letters from doctors, social services, or family members discussing his condition or care requirements. The house felt like it belonged to someone who was isolated, rather than someone whose caring family were coordinating support from abroad. When I tried to discuss these observations with Mr. Phillips during one of his more lucid periods, his responses suggested that he wasn't aware of having family members who were involved in arranging his care. He seemed genuinely confused about why someone had been hired to help him, and couldn't provide any details about relatives who might have made these arrangements. This conversation made me deeply uncomfortable about the legitimacy of my employment. If Mr. Phillips didn't understand why I was there and had no knowledge of family members arranging care, it was possible that someone else had made these arrangements without his knowledge or consent. I tried calling Sarah to discuss these concerns, but discovered that the phone number she'd given me was no longer working. When I searched for the care agency she claimed to represent, I couldn't find any online presence or official registration that would confirm its legitimacy. This forced me to consider the possibility that my employment was not what it had been presented as. Instead of providing legitimate elderly care, I might be participating in some form of exploitation or fraud, targeting a vulnerable older person. I decided to contact the local social services department to report my concerns about Mr. Phillips's situation. When I explained his circumstances and my role in his care, the social worker I spoke with had no record of any official care arrangements for someone matching his description. The social worker agreed to conduct a welfare check and asked me to continue visiting Mr. Phillips until they could assess his situation properly. They emphasized that if he was indeed vulnerable and living without appropriate support, suddenly withdrawing the assistance I'd been providing could put him at risk. When the social worker visited the house the following day, they discovered that Mr. Phillips had no official care arrangements and no family members who had requested support services. His confusion about his circumstances was not due to dementia, but to medication that had been added to his daily routine without his knowledge or consent. The medications I'd been helping him take included substances that were causing memory problems and disorientation. Someone had been systematically drugging him to create the appearance of cognitive decline, presumably to justify the presence of a carer who could monitor and control his daily activities. The social worker explained that this was a form of elder abuse that involved isolating vulnerable older people and gaining control over their lives through manipulation and medication. The perpetrators often posed as care agencies or family representatives to recruit unwitting accomplices who would help maintain the deception. I realized that I had been recruited not to provide legitimate care, but to participate in the systematic abuse of a vulnerable older person. My daily visits had been used to ensure that Mr. Phillips continued taking medication that was harming him, while also providing intelligence about his routine and circumstances to whoever was orchestrating the abuse. The investigation that followed revealed that several other elderly people in the area had been targeted by similar schemes. In each case, fake care agencies had recruited carers who believed they were providing legitimate services, while actually participating in systematic abuse and exploitation. Mr. Phillips recovered fully once the harmful medications were removed from his routine. His confusion and memory problems disappeared within days, revealing that he had been competent and independent until someone had begun systematically drugging him to create the appearance of vulnerability. I never found out who had been behind the fake care agency or what their ultimate goals had been. The investigation suggested that the scheme involved accessing victims' homes and personal information, possibly as preparation for financial exploitation or other forms of abuse. What I do know is that I had spent weeks helping to abuse someone I thought I was caring for. My daily visits had been used to ensure that a vulnerable older person continued to receive medication that was harming him, while also gathering intelligence about his circumstances that could be used for further exploitation. The experience taught me that elder abuse often relies on recruiting well-meaning people who believe they're providing legitimate care services. The perpetrators understand how to exploit people's desire to help vulnerable older adults, using that compassion to recruit accomplices who would never willingly participate in abuse if they understood what they were really being asked to do. I still receive occasional contact attempts from similar care agencies, offering employment opportunities that seem too good to be true for someone with my limited qualifications. The pay rates are always generous, the initial meetings always seem professional, and the elderly clients always seem to need exactly the sort of basic assistance that any caring person would want to provide. I reject these offers immediately now, but I wonder how many other people have found themselves in similar situations, believing they were helping vulnerable older adults while actually participating in their systematic abuse and exploitation. I shouldn't be telling you this, really. Part of me wishes I'd never gone looking in the first place, but curiosity has always been my weakness. I suppose that's why I ended up in marketing, rather than something sensible like accounting, always poking at things better left alone. It started about 18 months ago, when I was living in that bedsit in Hackney. It was a seriously grim place, damp creeping up the walls, heating that worked when it fancied, and a landlord who responded to maintenance requests about as often as England win the World Cup. However, it was the only option I could afford given my salary, and the Wi-Fi quality was good enough. I've been having trouble sleeping. Nothing dramatic, just lying there scrolling through my phone until 3 a.m, reading the same news articles over and over. You know how it is when your brain won't switch off. One night, probably around 2:30, I found myself reading about the dark web. Not because I was particularly interested, mind you. It was just one of those rabbit holes you fall down when you're bored and tired. Most of it was the usual sensationalist nonsense from journalists who clearly didn't know what they were talking about. Hitmen for hire, illegal organ markets, that sort of tabloid fodder. But there was one article, buried in some obscure tech blog, that mentioned something called neighborhood watch sites, places where people could share information about their local areas that they couldn't post anywhere else. The article was vague, deliberately so, but it suggested these sites contained things like CCTV footage from private cameras, details about residents' daily routines, even photos taken through windows. All completely illegal, obviously, but the authorities couldn't do much about it because of how these sites operated. I should have closed my laptop and gone to sleep. Instead, I spent the next week teaching myself how to access these hidden parts of the internet. It's not as complicated as people make out. Mostly just downloading different software and following instructions you can find anywhere online. The hard part is knowing where to look once you're there. It took me nearly a fortnight to find one of these neighborhood watch sites. They're not advertised, obviously. You have to know someone who knows someone. or stumble across a link in some forgotten corner of a message board. When I finally found one, I almost backed out immediately. The whole thing felt grubby, voyeuristic in the worst possible way. But I was curious about my own area. Hackney's not exactly leafy Surrey. There's always something happening. Police sirens most nights, the occasional bit of excitement. I wondered what secrets my neighbours might be keeping, what the people in the flats above and below got up to when they thought nobody was watching. The site was surprisingly professional looking. Clean white background, simple navigation, no pop-up adverts or flashing graphics. It could have been a local council website except for the content. There were sections for different London boroughs, then subsections for specific areas. I clicked on Hackney, then narrowed it down to my postcode. The first few posts were fairly mundane. Someone had uploaded photos of teenagers hanging about outside the chicken shop on my road, claiming they were dealing drugs. Another post showed a man in his 50s walking his dog at unusual hours, with speculation about what he might be up to. Petty neighborhood paranoia, the sort of thing you'd expect from curtain twitchers with too much time on their hands. Then I saw my building. It was just a photograph at first, taken from across the street at night. My bedsit was on the first floor, and you could see the blue glow from my laptop screen through the thin curtains. The image quality was surprisingly good. Someone had used a proper camera with a decent lens. The timestamp showed it had been taken 3 days earlier, around the time I'd been researching these very websites. The post didn't mention me specifically, but the comments underneath were unsettling. People discussing which flat was which, what times the lights went on and off, who had visitors and when. Someone had even worked out roughly how many people lived in each unit, based on the different types of curtains and the patterns of activity they'd observed. I should have logged off then, deleted the software, forgotten the whole thing, but something made me keep scrolling. Maybe it was the realization that I'd been watched without knowing it. Or maybe I just wanted to understand how deep this surveillance went. The next post made my stomach drop. It was a collection of photographs taken from the alleyway behind my building. The back windows of the ground floor flats were clearly visible, and someone had catalogued which rooms were bedrooms, which were kitchens, even which tenants appeared to live alone. The photos had been taken over several weeks, building up a comprehensive picture of everyone's routines. But it was the final image in that post that made me close my laptop and walk away from the desk. It showed the back of my building at night, but this time there was a figure visible in one of the windows, a silhouette of someone standing very still, looking out into the darkness. The timestamp was from the previous evening. I'd been out that night, at my mate Dave's birthday drinks in Shoreditch. My flat should have been empty. I told myself it must have been a reflection, or maybe the image had been taken on a different night, and the timestamp was wrong. But when I checked my building the next morning, I noticed something I'd never paid attention to before. The fire escape at the back led directly past my kitchen window, and the lock on the back door looked like it had been tampered with. That evening, I moved my desk away from the front window and started keeping the curtains closed. I also began checking the dark website more regularly, telling myself it was just sensible precaution. If someone was watching my building, I wanted to know about it. The post continued. More photographs, more detailed observations about the residents' habits. Someone had even uploaded footage from what looked like a security camera, showing people coming and going from the front entrance. I recognized several of my neighbors, including the woman from the flat below, who always seemed to be arguing with someone on her phone. Then the post started getting more specific. Someone uploaded a close-up photograph of my kitchen window, taken from the fire escape. You could see right inside, my dirty dishes in the sink, a shopping list stuck to the fridge, even the corner of my sofa visible through the doorway. The photo was time-stamped from the previous afternoon when I'd been at work. The comments under that post were worse than the image itself. People discussing the best times to access the fire escape, speculating about whether I had any security cameras, even debating whether I kept my spare key hidden somewhere outside. One comment mentioned that I appeared to live alone and suggested this made me an easier target. I started coming home from work different ways each day, checking the alleyway before entering my building. I bought a cheap security camera for my kitchen window, though I wasn't sure it would do much good. Mostly, I tried to convince myself this was all just internet weirdos playing at being spies, harmless voyeurs with nothing better to do. But the photographs kept coming. Someone had taken pictures of me through my bathroom window. Just my silhouette, thankfully, but clear enough to identify me. Another post showed my morning routine, captured through the gap in my bedroom curtains. Times when I left for work, what I wore, which direction I walked to the tube station. The worst part wasn't the invasion of privacy, though that was horrible enough. It was the realization that multiple people were involved. The photographs came from different angles, different cameras, different times of day. This wasn't one obsessed stalker. It was a group of people, possibly several dozen, all systematically documenting the lives of everyone in my area. I considered calling the police, but what would I tell them? That I'd found illegal surveillance photographs while browsing illegal websites. That strangers on the internet were taking pictures of my building. They'd either think I was paranoid or ask uncomfortable questions about how I discovered the images in the first place. Instead, I started looking at other areas on the site. Maybe this was just something that happened in my particular corner of Hackney, an unfortunate coincidence of geography and opportunity. But no, there were sections for Islington, Camden, Southwark, even some of the posher areas like Kensington and Chelsea. Thousands of photographs, hundreds of posts, all documenting the private lives of ordinary people who had no idea they were being watched. Some of the posts were worse than others. I found images of children playing in their gardens, elderly people getting undressed with their curtains open, couples having arguments in their kitchens, all uploaded without consent, shared between strangers, commented on like they were characters in some twisted reality show. The site had a section for requests too, people asking for specific information about particular addresses, offering to trade photographs of their own neighborhoods in exchange for surveillance from other areas. Some of the requests were chillingly specific, asking for details about women living alone or wanting to know the routines of families with young children. I found myself checking the site obsessively, looking for new posts about my building. Part of me hoped the interest would move elsewhere, that whoever was taking these photographs would get bored and focus on someone else. But the posts kept coming, getting more detailed and invasive each time. One morning, I woke up to find a new photograph that made me physically sick. It showed my bedroom window from outside, taken sometime during the night while I was sleeping. But this image wasn't taken from ground level or even from another building. The angle suggested someone had been on the fire escape right outside my window, close enough to see inside despite the curtains being mostly closed. The timestamp showed 3 a.m. I'd been asleep, completely vulnerable, while someone had climbed the fire escape and stood just meters away from where I lay. The thought of it made my hands shake as I scrolled through the comments underneath. People discussing how easy it would be to force the window, speculating about whether I kept anything valuable in my bedroom, even suggesting what they might do if they could get inside. That's when I knew I had to move. Not just to a different flat, but out of London entirely. These people, whoever they were, had turned surveillance into a hobby. They were organized, systematic, and apparently untouchable. The police couldn't stop them because they operated in the shadows of the internet, sharing information through channels most people didn't even know existed. I handed in my notice at work the following week and moved back in with my parents in Gloucestershire. Told them I needed a change of scene, wanted to save some money, that sort of thing. They didn't ask too many questions, which I was grateful for. How do you explain that you've discovered an entire community of people dedicated to watching strangers through their windows? But even now, 6 months later, and nearly 200 miles away, I still check that website sometimes. I tell myself it's just to make sure they're not still posting about my old building. But really, it's become a compulsion. I need to know how bad it's getting, how many more people they're watching. The site's grown since I left London. New sections for other cities, more sophisticated organization, better cameras and clearer images. They've started using drones too. I've seen aerial photographs of people in their gardens who clearly have no idea they're being watched from above. Sometimes I wonder if they know I used to look at their site, whether they've somehow tracked me down to this small market town where nothing interesting ever happens. I keep the curtains closed most of the time now, even during the day. I've started checking the locks twice before bed and looking over my shoulder when I walk down quiet streets. Because the thing that really bothers me, the thing that keeps me awake at night, is how ordinary these watchers seem to be. They're not criminal masterminds or dangerous extremists. They're just people who've discovered they can spy on their neighbors with almost complete impunity, and they've decided that other people's privacy doesn't matter as much as their own entertainment. They could be anywhere. Your neighbor's the person sitting across from you on the bus, someone walking their dog past your house every evening. All it takes is a decent camera, a willingness to ignore basic human decency, and access to a website that the authorities can't seem to shut down. I still get nightmares about that silhouette in my kitchen window, the one from that first photograph. Someone standing in my flat while I was out, going through my things, maybe even waiting for me to come home. I never did work out who it was or how they got in. But sometimes, in the small hours of the morning when sleep won't come, I wonder if they're still out there, still watching, still waiting, just not from inside my flat anymore. The lecture notes on the USB stick I discovered in the university library weren't from any course I'd ever heard of. I was hunting for a power socket in the back corner of the university library when I spotted it plugged into an outlet behind one of the desks. Someone had obviously been charging it and forgotten to take it with them when they left. Happens all the time. Students are constantly losing phones, chargers, and memory sticks around campus. I unplugged it thinking I'd hand it in at the front desk, but curiosity got the better of me first. The stick was unlabeled and looked fairly new, so I figured I'd have a quick look to see if there were any files that might help identify the owner. Maybe a name in a document or assignment header that would let me return it directly. When I plugged it into my laptop, the drive contained several folders organized by what appeared to be academic subjects: psychology, sociology, medicine, standard university course materials. But when I opened the psychology folder, the content wasn't anything I recognized from the curriculum. The files were lecture notes and research papers, but the topics were disturbing. Documents about psychological manipulation techniques, studies on breaking down mental resistance, even what appeared to be instruction manuals for inducing specific types of trauma responses in test subjects. I assumed it must be postgraduate research materials, maybe someone studying forensic psychology or criminal behavior analysis. Dark topics, but legitimate academic subjects that would require understanding how psychological harm was inflicted in order to treat or prevent it. But as I looked through more files, the content became increasingly practical and detailed. Not theoretical analysis of psychological manipulation, but step-by-step guides for actually implementing these techniques against real people. The sociology folder contains similar material focused on social isolation tactics, methods for cutting people off from support systems, and strategies for making individuals dependent on specific handlers or controllers. Again, presented in academic language, but with practical applications that seem designed for actual use rather than theoretical study. Most disturbing was the medicine folder, which contained detailed information about pharmaceutical compounds that could be administered without detection, dosage calculations for different body weights, and instructions for recognizing and managing various types of drug-induced behavioral changes. The documents were professionally written and extensively referenced, but they read more like training manuals for criminal activities than legitimate academic research. Someone had compiled comprehensive guides for psychological manipulation, social control, and chemical incapacitation disguised as university study materials. I started checking the file properties and metadata to understand more about where these documents had come from and who might have created them. Most showed creation dates within the past few months, and several contained revision histories suggesting they were actively maintained and updated. But there were no identifying details about the author or institution. The files were carefully sanitized to remove any information that might trace them back to specific individuals or organizations. When I tried to research some of the reference studies and publications mentioned in the documents, I found that while many were real academic papers, they were being cited in ways that distorted their original findings and conclusions. Legitimate research about trauma recovery was being misrepresented to support techniques for inflicting psychological damage. Medical studies about pharmaceutical effects were being reframed as instructions for drugging people without consent. Academic work was being systematically corrupted to create guides for criminal activity. The USB drive wasn't just study material someone had forgotten. It was a comprehensive training curriculum for people learning to manipulate, control, and harm others using supposedly scientific methods. But I had no idea whether the person who'd lost it was a student researching these topics for legitimate academic purposes, or someone actively involved in activities that required this type of specialized knowledge. The location where I'd found the drive didn't provide any obvious clues. That section of the library was used by students from multiple departments, and anyone could have been working there and accidentally left the USB stick behind. I considered reporting the find to university security or police, but explaining the content would require admitting that I'd accessed files that might be evidence of criminal activity. Without knowing whether the materials were connected to ongoing crimes or just disturbing academic research, reporting them might create problems for innocent people while failing to prevent actual harm. But keeping the drive felt equally problematic. If the materials were being used to plan or commit serious crimes against real victims, failing to report them might mean allowing preventable harm to continue. I decided to research whether similar training materials were available through other sources, hoping to understand whether this was an isolated collection or part of a larger pattern of criminal instruction sharing. That research led me to hidden websites that specialized in providing exactly these types of educational resources. Comprehensive training programs for people who wanted to learn psychological manipulation, social control, and chemical incapacitation techniques. The materials on the USB drive weren't unique. They were part of systematic educational offerings designed to train people in methods for harming others while avoiding detection or accountability. The courses were professionally structured and extensively detailed, covering everything from basic psychological pressure tactics to advanced pharmaceutical manipulation. Students could progress through different skill levels, receive updated materials, and even access practical training opportunities. Most disturbing was that the program specifically targeted university students and recent graduates, recruiting people who had academic backgrounds that would make them effective at applying psychological and medical knowledge for criminal purposes. The training wasn't just theoretical. It included practical assignments where students were expected to test techniques on real people and report back on the effectiveness of different approaches. I realized that whoever had lost the USB drive was probably participating in an organized criminal training program that was systematically teaching people to harm others using supposedly scientific methods. But the educational materials were just one part of a larger operation that included practical application opportunities. Students who completed the training programs were connected with people who could provide targets for practicing their newly acquired skills. The psychological manipulation, social control, and chemical incapacitation techniques weren't being taught for academic interest. They were professional development for people planning to participate in serious crimes against vulnerable victims. The university environment provided perfect cover for this type of criminal education. Students regularly accessed disturbing academic content, participated in psychological research, and studied medical topics that would seem suspicious in other contexts. People learning to manipulate and harm others could blend seamlessly into legitimate academic communities while developing skills that would eventually be used against innocent people who had no idea they were being systematically targeted. But identifying specific participants in these training programs would be nearly impossible without inside knowledge of the recruitment and education processes. The materials were designed to be shared discreetly among trusted individuals who had demonstrated commitment to the criminal applications. Meanwhile, the training programs were probably continuing to recruit new students and develop increasingly sophisticated methods for psychological manipulation, social control, and chemical incapacitation that could be used against growing numbers of victims. The USB drive I'd found was evidence of systematic criminal education that was almost certainly being used to facilitate ongoing harm against people who had no idea they were being targeted by individuals with specialized training in exploitation techniques. But proving the connection between the educational materials and specific crimes would require much more comprehensive investigation than I could undertake safely on my own. I never returned the USB drive to the library or attempted to identify its owner. Instead, I destroyed it and tried to forget about the disturbing training materials I'd discovered. But the knowledge that such comprehensive criminal education was being conducted through apparently legitimate academic channels made me constantly aware of how vulnerable everyone was to manipulation by people who had learned to weaponize psychological and medical knowledge against unsuspecting victims. The week after I destroyed the drive, I noticed someone had been asking around the library about a lost USB stick, providing descriptions that matched exactly what I'd found and offering a substantial reward for its return. There's something deeply unsettling about photographing places where people used to live. I didn't realize it at the time, but when you spend weeks documenting abandoned homes and personal belongings left behind, you start to feel like you're intruding on private grief, even when nobody's there to object. The initial contact came through my website, which gets maybe one inquiry a month if I'm lucky. Someone had seen my portfolio of architectural photography and wanted to commission similar work for what they described as a property documentation project. The message was professional enough, asking about my rates and availability for ongoing work over several weeks. I'd been freelancing for about 18 months by then, mostly doing wedding photography and the occasional corporate headshot session. The architectural work in my portfolio was really just a hobby. Photographs of interesting buildings around Nottingham that I'd taken to fill out my website and make it look like I had more diverse experience than I actually did. Business had been particularly slow that autumn. I'd managed to book a few weddings during the summer season, but those had dried up by October, and I was facing the prospect of either finding temporary work or moving back in with my parents in Derby. Neither option was particularly appealing for someone approaching 30 who'd spent the last few years trying to establish a creative career. So when this potential client offered to pay decent money for straightforward architectural photography, I was immediately interested. They explained that they needed detailed documentation of various properties for insurance and legal purposes. The sort of routine work that wouldn't be creatively fulfilling, but would pay the bills while I looked for more interesting projects. We arranged to meet at a cafe in the city centre to discuss the specifics. The man who met me was probably in his 40s, dressed casually but expensively, and seemed knowledgeable about photography and property documentation. He introduced himself as David and explained that he represented a company that specialized in property management and legal services. David showed me examples of the sort of photographs they needed, detailed interior and exterior shots that would document the current condition of various properties they were managing. Nothing particularly challenging from a technical standpoint, just thorough coverage that would be useful for insurance claims or legal disputes if necessary. The work would involve visiting properties across the East Midlands, usually during weekdays when they were empty. David emphasized that discretion was important, as many of the properties were privately owned, and the documentation needed to be conducted without drawing attention from neighbors or passers-by. He offered to pay about twice my usual day rate, explaining that the premium was due to the confidential nature of the work and the need for quick turnaround times. The company often needed documentation completed within days of acquiring management rights for new properties, which meant I'd need to be available at short notice and work efficiently. I agreed to take on the work, and David provided me with a detailed brief about their requirements. Each property needed to be photographed comprehensively, with particular attention to potential security vulnerabilities, access points, and sightlines from neighboring buildings. They also wanted documentation of any personal belongings left in the properties and evidence of recent occupation. The first assignment was a terraced house in a quiet residential street near the university. David gave me the address and a set of keys, explaining that the property was temporarily vacant while legal issues were being resolved. My job was to document everything thoroughly and submit the photographs within 24 hours. The house was exactly as David had described, empty but clearly recently occupied. There were still personal belongings scattered throughout the rooms, suggesting that whoever had been living there had left suddenly or under difficult circumstances. Nothing obviously valuable, just the sort of everyday items that people abandon when they have to move quickly. I spent several hours photographing every room from multiple angles, paying particular attention to the specific details David had requested. The work was straightforward but thorough, requiring careful attention to lighting and composition to ensure the images would be useful for their intended purposes. When I submitted the photographs, David seemed pleased with the quality and attention to detail. He immediately offered me another assignment, this time a flat above a shop in a different part of the city. The pattern was similar. Recently vacated property that needed comprehensive documentation for legal and insurance purposes. Over the following weeks, I photographed about a dozen properties across Nottingham and the surrounding areas. All were recently empty. All contained evidence of sudden departure, and all required the same detailed documentation of security features and personal belongings left behind. The work was steady and well paid, but I began noticing patterns that made me uncomfortable about what I was actually documenting. The properties all seemed to be occupied by people who had left under stressful circumstances. Unpaid bills, eviction notices, signs of financial difficulties that had forced sudden departures. More concerning was the specific nature of the photographs David had requested. The focus on security vulnerabilities and access points seemed excessive for routine property management. The detailed documentation of personal belongings felt intrusive, particularly when those belongings suggested the former occupants were struggling financially or dealing with personal difficulties. When I raised these observations with David, he explained that the company often dealt with properties that had been abandoned or vacated under difficult circumstances. The thorough documentation was necessary to protect both the property owners and his company from potential legal claims or insurance disputes. This seemed like a reasonable explanation for legitimate property management work. Abandoned properties do create legal and financial complications that require careful documentation. I convinced myself that my discomfort was probably just sensitivity to the obviously difficult circumstances that had led to these properties being vacated. But around the 6th week, David began requesting additional services that went beyond straightforward property photography. He wanted me to research the former occupants of the properties I'd photographed, gathering publicly available information about their current circumstances and new addresses. This felt like crossing a line from property documentation into surveillance of vulnerable people. When I expressed concerns about this expansion of my responsibilities, David reminded me that the information he was requesting was all publicly available and that understanding the circumstances of former tenants was standard practice in property management. He also mentioned that my photography work had been particularly valuable because of my attention to detail and discretion. The company was considering offering me additional work at higher rates, but they needed to be confident that I could handle more sensitive assignments that required absolute confidentiality. The promise of better paying work was tempting, especially as I was still struggling to find other sources of income. I agreed to provide basic research about the former occupants, telling myself that public record searches were legitimate and that understanding tenant circumstances was probably standard practice for property managers. The research revealed that many of the former occupants had been forced to leave their homes due to financial difficulties, family breakdowns, or legal problems. Most were now living in temporary accommodation or had moved in with relatives, suggesting they were experiencing ongoing housing instability. David seemed particularly interested in cases where former tenants had moved to new addresses within the local area. He began requesting follow-up visits to photograph these new locations, ostensibly to document whether former tenants had abandoned belongings that belonged to the properties they'd previously occupied. These follow-up assignments felt much more invasive than the original property documentation work. I was effectively conducting surveillance of vulnerable people who had been forced to leave their homes, photographing their new living situations under the pretense of recovering abandoned property. When I tried to refuse these follow-up assignments, David pointed out that I had already been conducting research into these people's circumstances for several weeks. From his perspective, photographing their new living situations was just a logical extension of work I was already doing. He also began demonstrating knowledge of my personal circumstances that he couldn't have gathered through our professional relationship. Comments about my financial situation, my living arrangements, and my career struggles that suggested he'd been researching my background just as thoroughly as I'd been researching the former tenants. This pattern of surveillance became more obvious over the following days. David would mention details about my daily activities that I hadn't shared with him, presented as casual observations, but clearly intended to demonstrate his knowledge of my personal routine. I realized that while I had been documenting vulnerable people's abandoned homes and current circumstances, David had been conducting similar surveillance of my own life. The photography assignments had been used to identify and track people who were experiencing housing instability, while also providing David with leverage over a photographer who was desperate enough for work to ignore ethical concerns. The break-in happened on a Tuesday evening, about 2 weeks after I'd tried to stop working with David. I came home to find my flat had been systematically searched, with particular attention paid to my computer and photography equipment. Nothing obviously valuable had been taken, but someone had clearly spent considerable time examining my work and personal files. The next morning, I received a message from David explaining that some of the photographs I'd taken contained sensitive information that required careful handling. He suggested that ending our working relationship abruptly could create security complications for his company, particularly if those photographs were shared with unauthorized parties. The message included several images taken inside my flat during the break-in, showing my computer screen, photography equipment, and personal documents. The implied threat was clear. They had access to my home and my work, and they were prepared to use that access to ensure my continued cooperation. I tried reporting the break-in to the police, but discovered that proving David's involvement would be difficult. The photography work had been presented as legitimate property management, the payments had been legal, and the surveillance could be explained as standard background checks on contractors handling sensitive assignments. The police took a report about the break-in, but without obvious evidence of theft or clear threats, there wasn't much they could do beyond suggesting I improve my home security and avoid further contact with clients who made me uncomfortable. David continued to contact me sporadically over the following months, offering new photography assignments and occasionally sending photographs taken near my home or workplace to remind me that his surveillance capabilities remained active. The pattern only stopped when I moved to a different city and changed my contact information. Even then, I received occasional messages for several weeks, suggesting that they were still attempting to re-establish our working relationship. I never determined what David's company was actually using the photographs and research for. The systematic documentation of vulnerable people's homes and circumstances could have been preparation for various forms of exploitation, burglary, identity theft, harassment, or other criminal activities targeting people who were already dealing with housing instability. What I do know is that they understood how to exploit the freelance economy to recruit unwitting accomplices for surveillance activities. They presented criminal intelligence gathering as legitimate property work, using financial pressure to ensure continued cooperation even when ethical concerns became obvious. The most disturbing aspect was how gradually I'd been drawn into increasingly invasive activities. Each assignment had seemed like a reasonable extension of the previous work, until I was conducting active surveillance of vulnerable people under the guise of routine property photography. I still receive occasional contact attempts from similar companies, offering photography work for property documentation projects that require discretion and quick turnaround times. The pay rates are always generous. The initial meetings always seem professional, and the assignments always seem to involve recently vacated properties that need thorough documentation. I decline these offers immediately now, but I wonder how many other photographers have found themselves in similar situations, believing they're providing legitimate property services while actually participating in systematic surveillance of vulnerable people who have already lost their homes. Have you ever given away furniture you didn't need anymore? I have. About 18 months ago, I put an old sofa and chest of drawers up for free collection, just getting rid of things that were taking up space after I'd bought replacements. You know how it is, seemed more responsible than paying for a skip, and someone else might get some use out of them. One of those small, practical decisions you make without giving it much thought. The sort of thing people do all the time. Except those pieces of furniture I gave away apparently never left my house. At least, that's what several people believe. People who spent money purchasing detailed inventories of my possessions that were compiled over the past year and a half. Inventories that still list items I got rid of, photographed and catalogued whilst they were still sitting in my living room, before I had any idea what that collection visit was really about. I'm a librarian working at a county library in Nottingham. I've been there for around 9 years now, mostly managing the children's section and organising reading programs during school holidays. I live alone in a small 2-bedroom flat on the 3rd floor of a converted mill building near the canal. It's quiet, affordable, close enough to walk to work on decent days. I've lived there for nearly 5 years, long enough that I've stopped really noticing the space and just exist in it comfortably. The furniture situation came up because I'd finally saved enough to replace some pieces I'd inherited from my grandmother when she passed away. Perfectly functional items, but heavy, outdated, not really my style. The sofa was one of those floral pattern things from the 80s, sturdy but hideous. The chest of drawers was solid oak, nice enough but too large for my bedroom. I wanted something lighter, more modern, and I needed to get rid of the old furniture before the new pieces were delivered. I posted both items on a local website that facilitates free collections. You put up photos and descriptions, people respond if they're interested, and you arrange a time for them to collect. I'd used the site before for giving away books and kitchen items, and it had always worked straightforwardly. Within a day, I had several responses, and I arranged for someone to collect both pieces on the following Saturday afternoon. The person who came to collect was a man in his 40s, pleasant enough, arrived with a van, and a younger lad, who helped him carry things down the stairs. He introduced himself as Mark, said he was refurbishing a property and could use the furniture for staging. We chatted briefly whilst they loaded the van. He commented on how nice my flat was, the high ceilings and large windows that come with converted industrial buildings. Asked how long I'd lived there, whether I enjoyed the area. That sort of polite conversation people make whilst accomplishing practical tasks. They took the furniture and left, and I thought nothing more about it. My new sofa and drawers arrived the following week, and I got on with arranging them and enjoying the updated look of my flat. The whole transaction had taken maybe 30 minutes of my time total, and I felt good about keeping usable furniture out of landfill. About 2 months later, I started noticing odd things around the flat. Nothing dramatic, just small details that seemed off. A book on my shelf that I was certain I'd moved was back in its original position. A mug in my cupboard placed handle left when I always positioned them handle right. The bathroom window left slightly open when I was sure I'd closed it before leaving for work. I convinced myself I was just being forgetful, that I'd moved these things and not remembered doing so. Working long hours during the summer reading challenge at the library, I was tired and probably not paying proper attention to small details at home. Everyone has moments where they question whether they've done something or just thought about doing it. Then I found a hairpin on my bathroom floor. I have short hair and never use hairpins. None of my friends who'd visited recently used them either. It was just there, a plain metal hairpin that hadn't been present when I'd cleaned the bathroom a few days earlier. I picked it up and stared at it, trying to think of any reasonable explanation for how it had appeared. Around the same time, my neighbor mentioned she'd seen someone in the building's entrance hall late one evening. Someone she didn't recognize who'd been standing by the mailboxes looking at the flat numbers. She'd assumed they were visiting someone and hadn't thought much of it, but she mentioned it casually because the building was usually quite secure and she wasn't used to seeing strangers. I started paying more attention to my flat after that, making note of exactly how I left things before going to work. I took photos of my bookshelf arrangement, my kitchen cupboards, the position of items on my bathroom counter. When I came home, I'd compare the photos to what I found. Small changes kept appearing. A chair pulled out slightly from the dining table, a coat in my wardrobe hanging on a different hook, my bedroom curtains positioned differently than I'd left them. Someone was entering my flat whilst I was at work, not taking anything, not leaving obvious evidence, just moving through the space and touching things in ways that made their presence known. It felt like a deliberate campaign to make me feel unsafe, to demonstrate that my home wasn't actually private or secure. I changed my locks, which wasn't cheap given the building's security requirements. I installed a small camera in my living room, one of those basic devices that connects to your phone and records when motion is detected. For several days, nothing unusual appeared on the footage, just me leaving in the morning and returning in the evening, the flat empty and undisturbed in between. Then I reviewed footage from a Wednesday afternoon and found what I'd been dreading. Someone had entered my flat around 2 in the afternoon, during a time when I was reliably at work. They'd moved through the space systematically, not searching for valuables, but appearing to document everything. They'd opened drawers and cupboards, examined items on shelves, looked through papers on my desk. They'd spent nearly an hour in my flat before leaving. The figure was wearing gloves and a cap pulled low, making identification difficult. But what disturbed me most was how familiar they seemed with the layout. They moved confidently, knowing where rooms were without hesitation, opening cupboards and drawers like they already knew what they'd find inside. This wasn't someone's first visit. They'd been here before, multiple times probably, learning the space well enough to navigate it comfortably. I took the footage to the police. They treated it seriously, sending officers to check my flat for signs of forced entry and taking statements about the incidents I'd noticed. They couldn't find any evidence of how the person had gained access. The locks showed no signs of tampering. The windows were all secure. There was no obvious method of entry that forensics could identify. A detective assigned to my case asked detailed questions about my daily routine, who had access to my flat, whether I'd given keys to anyone recently. I mentioned the furniture collection from a few months earlier, the man named Mark who'd been inside my flat to collect the items. The detective made notes and said they'd look into it, though she seemed doubtful a casual furniture collection could be connected to break-ins months later. About a week after reporting the break-in, I received a message through Facebook from an account I didn't recognize. It contained only a link, no text or explanation. The profile was anonymous, created recently, with no posts or friends. Every instinct told me not to click the link, but I needed to understand what was happening. I copied the link and searched for information about it, discovering it led to an address on the dark web. I spent an evening researching how to access these hidden websites, eventually managing to navigate to the address from that message. What I found made me feel physically sick. It was a marketplace specializing in what they called residential intelligence services, detailed inventories of people's homes compiled through physical access and surveillance, available for purchase by anyone interested. My flat was listed there. The inventory included photographs of every room, detailed lists of my possessions, notes about the layout and security measures. But what made it especially disturbing was how comprehensive the documentation was. The listing included information about my daily routine, what time I left for work, when I typically returned, what days I was most reliably absent from the flat. The photographs showed things I'd given away months ago. The floral sofa, the oak chest of drawers, both clearly visible in images supposedly documenting my current possessions. The inventory lists also referenced these items, describing them in detail as though they were still present in my home. Someone had photographed and catalogued my flat before I'd changed the furniture, and they'd been selling that information to buyers who had no idea it was partially outdated. But the listing had been updated recently. New photographs showed my replacement furniture, with notes explaining that the residence had been redecorated, but the layout and security remained unchanged. Buyers who purchased the original inventory were being offered updated information at a discount, essentially a subscription service for detailed intelligence about my private living space. The marketplace showed my listing had been purchased around 15 times. 15 different people had paid money for detailed information about my flat, my possessions, my routine. The site included buyer feedback, comments from previous purchasers rating the accuracy and usefulness of the information. Several mentioned using it for planning purposes. Others praised the quality of the photographs and the detail of the inventory lists. Some comments were more specific and deeply unsettling. One buyer mentioned they'd successfully accessed the residence during the time frame listed and confirmed the information was reliable. Another discussed using the floor plan to plan entry and exit routes. A third commented that the target's routine was predictable enough to allow for extended visits without risk of discovery. These weren't people planning burglaries in any traditional sense. They weren't looking for valuable items to steal quickly and sell on. They were purchasing access to private spaces, opportunities to enter someone's home and spend time there whilst the occupant was away. The marketplace facilitated a specific type of violation, selling the ability to walk through a stranger's bedroom, examine their belongings, exist in their private space without their knowledge or consent. The detective I'd been working with became much more engaged when I showed her what I'd found. This type of organized residential access service was something their cybercrime unit had been tracking but struggling to infiltrate. The fact that I'd been sent a direct link to my own listing suggested whoever was running the operation wanted me to know what was happening, perhaps as intimidation or as a way of advertising their services to others who might be interested. The investigation revealed that the furniture collection had been the method of initial access and intelligence gathering. The man who'd collected my items, whoever he really was, had used that legitimate visit to photograph my flat, note the layout, potentially copy my keys or test logs to determine how easily they could be bypassed later. The furniture itself was irrelevant. It had just been an excuse to gain entry and spend time examining a space that would later be documented and sold. They'd been operating this scheme across the East Midlands for over a year, responding to furniture collection posts and using those visits to gather residential intelligence. Most victims never knew anything had happened beyond giving away unwanted items. Only a few, like me, had noticed the subsequent intrusions, and made the connection to that initial visit. The police arrested 3 people involved in the operation, though the person I'd known as Mark wasn't among them. That name had obviously been fake, and the van's registration had been cloned from a legitimate vehicle. The marketplace itself was shut down temporarily, but apparently resurfaced elsewhere within weeks. My listing was presumably copied and preserved before the site was taken down, still circulating somewhere in spaces I can't access. I moved out of that flat within 2 months of discovering the marketplace. I couldn't stay somewhere that had been so thoroughly documented and sold to strangers. Knowing that around 15 people had purchased detailed information about my home, that some of them had used that information to enter whilst I was at work, that photographs of my bedroom and bathroom were saved on devices I'd never locate. It was too much. My new flat is on the ground floor of a different building, deliberately chosen for better security and less privacy risk. I've installed extensive security measures, and I'm hyper-vigilant about who I allow inside. I'll never give away furniture through collection websites again. Never allow strangers into my home for any reason, no matter how innocent the purpose seems. But I know my old flat's documentation still exists somewhere. The photographs, the inventory lists, the detailed notes about layout and routine, all preserved in private collections and possibly still being traded through marketplaces I'll never find. The new tenants who moved in after me have no idea their home was professionally catalogued and sold online. That detailed instructions for accessing it exist in multiple hands. I think about warning them sometimes, explaining what happened so they can take precautions. But how do you tell strangers that their home has been mapped out and sold to people interested in entering it without permission? How do you prove something that exists only in hidden corners of the internet and in private collections you can't access? So instead, I stay silent, and I live more carefully now, questioning every interaction that might involve giving someone access to my space. I've learned that generosity has risks I never considered, that the simple act of giving away unwanted furniture can be exploited by people who see residential access as a commodity worth documenting and selling. The furniture I gave away is probably in a landfill now, or maybe it really is staging a property somewhere like Mark claimed. I'll never know, and it doesn't really matter. What matters is that the 30 minutes I spent allowing strangers into my home to collect those items led to months of violations, to discovering my private space had been sold to multiple buyers, to ultimately having to abandon a flat I'd lived in comfortably for years. I gave away furniture I didn't need anymore, just a sofa and a chest of drawers, free to whoever wanted them, collected by someone who seemed perfectly ordinary and legitimate. That simple transaction led to professional documentation of my entire living space, systematic intrusions whilst I was at work, and the permanent knowledge that detailed inventories of my possessions and habits exist somewhere I can't control or eliminate. That's what I think about now when I see furniture listed for free collection online. Not whether the items are worth saving from landfill or whether someone could use them, but whether the person posting realizes what they might be inviting into their home. Whether they understand that a legitimate seeming collection visit could be cover for something much darker, something that continues long after the furniture has been taken away. I gave away furniture once, and that decision cost me my sense of security, my home, and my willingness to trust ordinary transactions that should be straightforward and safe. All because I didn't realize that some people view access to private spaces as valuable enough to systematically exploit, document, and sell to strangers who have reasons of their own for wanting detailed information about how someone lives when they think they're alone. There's something unsettling about discovering that your intellectual curiosity can be turned into a weapon against you. When I first started reviewing books for what seemed like a legitimate publishing company, I thought I was finally using my literature degree for something worthwhile. I had no idea that my analytical skills were being harvested to improve surveillance techniques that would eventually be used on people just like me. The opportunity came at exactly the right moment, which should have made me more suspicious than it did. I had been unemployed for several months after my position at the local council was eliminated during budget cuts. The communications department where I worked had been decimated, and suddenly I found myself competing with candidates half my age for entry-level administrative positions that paid significantly less than what I had been earning. My savings had been depleted by months of unsuccessful job searching, and I was surviving on a combination of unemployment benefits and whatever freelance writing work I could find through online platforms. Most of these assignments involved creating generic content for websites at rates that barely covered my basic expenses, but I was grateful for any income that allowed me to maintain some semblance of independence. When the email arrived offering substantial payment for book reviews, it seemed like an answer to my financial problems. The company described themselves as a boutique publishing house that specialized in contemporary fiction, dealing with psychological themes. They needed experienced readers to provide detailed analysis of how different authors approached topics related to mental health, social isolation, and interpersonal relationships. The initial communication was professional and thorough, asking intelligent questions about my educational background and reading preferences. They seemed genuinely interested in my analytical capabilities and expressed appreciation for my academic training in literature. The work could be completed entirely from home on my own schedule, and they offered to pay nearly 10 times what I had been earning for typical freelance writing assignments. During our video interview, the representative appeared knowledgeable about contemporary literary trends and asked thoughtful questions about my approach to literary criticism. They explained that their research focused on understanding how fiction influences public attitudes toward mental health issues and social relationships. Their goal was to identify emerging themes in contemporary literature that might indicate broader cultural shifts in how people understand psychological distress and social connection. The first book they sent me was a recently published novel called The Quiet Tenant, which followed a woman who becomes increasingly convinced that her neighbors are conducting systematic surveillance of her daily activities. The story was expertly crafted, with realistic character development and a gradual progression from normal social anxiety to genuine paranoia that felt entirely believable. What struck me most about the book was the extraordinary attention to detail in describing surveillance techniques and psychological manipulation methods. The author seemed to have extensive knowledge of how modern technology could be used to monitor people without their awareness, and how this information could be leveraged to influence their behavior and emotional state. The review they requested was far more comprehensive than typical literary criticism. They wanted detailed analysis of the psychological techniques described in the narrative, assessment of how realistic the surveillance methods appeared to be, an evaluation of how effectively the author had portrayed the mental state of someone experiencing systematic monitoring and manipulation. They also requested specific information about which scenes had been most convincing or disturbing, which psychological tactics seemed most plausible in real-world contexts, and how the book might affect readers who are already dealing with anxiety or paranoia about their personal safety and privacy. This level of analysis felt consistent with serious academic research about literature's social impact. Understanding how fictional portrayals of surveillance and manipulation might influence public perceptions of these issues would be valuable for publishers, mental health professionals, and researchers studying contemporary culture. I spent considerable time crafting a thorough review that addressed all their specific questions while maintaining the analytical rigor I had developed during my university studies. The work was intellectually engaging in a way that my recent freelance assignments had not been, and I found myself genuinely excited about contributing to what seemed like meaningful literary research. Their response to my first review was enthusiastic and detailed, praising the depth of my analysis and the specificity of my observations. They immediately offered me a second book to review, this time a novel about a man who discovers that his online activities are being monitored and used to manipulate his real-world relationships and career prospects. The second book was even more technically sophisticated than the first, containing detailed descriptions of digital surveillance methods, data analysis techniques, and psychological profiling strategies that seemed far too accurate and specific for fictional speculation. The author demonstrated comprehensive knowledge of how personal information could be gathered from online activities and used to predict and influence behavior. Again, they requested extensive analysis focusing on the plausibility of the techniques described, the effectiveness of the psychological manipulation portrayed, and the potential impact on readers' attitudes toward online privacy and digital security. They seemed particularly interested in my assessment of which aspects of the surveillance described in the book were technically feasible with current technology. Over the following weeks, I reviewed approximately a dozen books, all dealing with variations on themes of surveillance, manipulation, and psychological control. The quality of writing varied significantly, but all contained remarkably detailed and realistic descriptions of how people could be monitored, analyzed, and manipulated without their knowledge or consent. Some books focused specifically on digital surveillance and online manipulation techniques, while others dealt with physical surveillance and real-world control methods. All presented these activities as systematic and organized operations carried out by people with significant resources and expertise in psychological manipulation. The reviews I was producing became increasingly technical and detailed as the company requested more specific analysis of the surveillance methods described, assessment of their effectiveness in different contexts, and evaluation of potential countermeasures that targets might use to protect themselves from these techniques. They also began asking for personal responses to the material I was reading, wanting to know which scenarios had made me feel most anxious or paranoid, which techniques seemed most threatening or invasive, and how the books had affected my own attitudes toward privacy and personal security. This expansion beyond literary analysis into personal psychological assessment should have concerned me more than it did, but the work remained fascinating and the compensation continued to be excellent. I convinced myself that understanding readers' emotional responses was a legitimate component of market research for psychological thriller novels. However, around the 6th week of this arrangement, I began noticing that many of the books I was reviewing contained scenarios and details that seemed remarkably similar to my own life circumstances. References to financial struggles, social isolation, and the specific type of freelance work I was doing appeared frequently across different books by different authors. Even more unsettling were the descriptions of surveillance techniques that seemed specifically tailored to someone in exactly my situation. The books contained detailed discussions of how financially vulnerable freelancers could be monitored and manipulated through the same platforms and methods I was using to find work. When I mentioned these similarities to my contact at the company, they explained that contemporary fiction often draws inspiration from current social and economic conditions. The prevalence of freelance work and financial insecurity in modern society meant that many authors were naturally exploring these themes in their writing. This explanation seemed reasonable enough, but I began paying closer attention to the specific details in the books I was reviewing. The surveillance methods described were often extremely specific and technically detailed, suggesting that the authors had access to genuine expertise in monitoring and manipulation techniques, rather than relying on general knowledge or imagination. Some books contained what amounted to step-by-step instructions for identifying and exploiting psychological vulnerabilities in people experiencing financial stress or social isolation. Others provided detailed guidance on using freelance work platforms to recruit unwitting participants in surveillance or manipulation activities. The level of technical detail in these descriptions far exceeded what would be necessary for fictional entertainment purposes. The books read more like instruction manuals than novels, providing comprehensive guidance on surveillance and manipulation techniques that happened to be embedded within narrative frameworks. Around the 8th week of my involvement with this project, the company began requesting additional services that went beyond basic book review work. They wanted me to research the authors of the books I had been reading, gathering information about their backgrounds, qualifications, and potential sources for the detailed technical knowledge their books contained. They also asked me to investigate whether the surveillance and manipulation techniques described in the books were being discussed in online communities or implemented by real people for actual surveillance activities. This research required accessing areas of the internet that were not easily discoverable through conventional search engines. The company provided detailed instructions for accessing private communities where people discussed surveillance techniques, manipulation methods, and psychological control strategies as practical skills rather than fictional concepts. They explained that understanding how fictional portrayals compared to real-world practices was important for their research into literary market trends and social impact. These online communities were unlike anything I had encountered in my previous internet activities. The participants discussed surveillance and manipulation as legitimate professional skills, sharing detailed techniques for monitoring people's activities, identifying psychological vulnerabilities, and exploiting those vulnerabilities for control or profit. Many of the techniques discussed in these communities were identical to methods described in the books I had been reviewing for the past 2 months. The fiction I had been analyzing was not imaginative speculation about surveillance and manipulation possibilities, but rather documentation of real techniques being actively used by organized groups to monitor and control vulnerable people. I began to understand that my book review work had been used to analyze and refine instruction materials for surveillance and manipulation activities. My detailed literary criticism had provided feedback on how effectively these techniques were being presented and how they might affect people who were being targeted by such methods. The company had been using my analytical skills to improve their training materials while simultaneously gathering detailed psychological information about how someone in my specific circumstances would respond to being systematically monitored and manipulated. I had become both the analyst and the test subject in their research program. When I attempted to end my involvement with the project, the company pointed out that I now possessed detailed knowledge of surveillance techniques and had gained access to communities where these methods were actively discussed and implemented. This information was too sensitive to allow me to simply walk away without ongoing security considerations. They also began demonstrating knowledge of my personal activities that they could not have gathered through our professional relationship alone. They made references to my daily routine, social interactions, and financial circumstances that suggested they had been implementing the surveillance techniques I had been reviewing and researching. The surveillance of my activities became increasingly obvious over the following days with clear signs that my movements and communications were being monitored and documented. This was not threatening behavior in any direct sense, but it was comprehensive enough to make it clear that they possessed detailed knowledge of my circumstances and routine. I attempted to report my concerns to the police, but discovered that explaining the situation was nearly impossible within conventional frameworks of criminal activity. The book review work had been completely legitimate. The research into surveillance techniques could be justified as academic interest, and the ongoing contact could be explained as normal follow-up communication with a satisfied client. The books I had been reviewing were actual published novels available in bookshops and libraries throughout the country. The online communities I had researched were accessible to anyone who possessed the knowledge of where to look for them. Nothing I had been asked to do was obviously illegal or clearly threatening in isolation. However, the cumulative effect had been to draw me into detailed study of surveillance and manipulation techniques, while simultaneously making me a target of those same techniques. The literary criticism work had been a sophisticated recruitment method, disguised as legitimate freelance employment. The company continued to contact me sporadically over the following months, offering additional book review opportunities and occasionally sending subtle references to my personal activities to remind me that their surveillance capabilities remained active and comprehensive. I never determined who the company actually represented or what they were ultimately using the book reviews and surveillance research to accomplish. The systematic study of manipulation techniques combined with practical implementation of those techniques against the researchers themselves suggested an organization that was both studying and actively practicing psychological control methods. What I do understand is that they had developed sophisticated methods for exploiting people's intellectual curiosity and financial desperation to recruit unwitting participants in research designed to improve their own surveillance and manipulation capabilities. They understood how to present criminal intelligence gathering as legitimate academic work while using the researchers as test subjects for the techniques being studied. The most disturbing aspect of this experience was how the work had been presented as literary analysis, when it was actually intelligence gathering and technique refinement, conducted on both the material and the analyst simultaneously. I had been providing detailed feedback on instruction materials while serving as a test subject for the techniques those materials described. I continue to receive occasional contact attempts from similar literary research companies offering book review work that pays unusually well for the apparent simplicity of the assignments. The books they want reviewed always deal with psychological themes. The analysis they request is always unusually detailed and technical, and the research they suggest always leads toward communities discussing surveillance and manipulation techniques. I decline these offers immediately now, but I often wonder how many other readers and writers have found themselves in similar situations, believing they are providing legitimate literary criticism while actually participating in the development and refinement of psychological control methods that will eventually be used against people just like themselves. My brother Tom had always been the successful one in our family, working in marketing for some tech company in London, earning enough to buy expensive gifts without thinking much about the cost. So when he offered to get me a proper laptop for my 30th birthday, I just assumed he was being generous in that casual way successful people are when they want to help family members who aren't doing quite as well. I was working part-time at a bookshop in Bath and trying to build a freelance editing business on the side, mostly helping university students polish their essays and dissertations for £20 an hour. The old computer I'd been using was painfully slow and kept crashing whenever I tried to work with larger documents, so a decent laptop would genuinely transform what I could accomplish. The machine he chose was considerably better than anything I could have afforded myself. A professional model that would handle any editing work I might get. But when I started setting it up, I noticed it came with software already installed that I didn't recognize. When I asked Tom about it, he just said they were productivity tools that would help me get better clients. My brother Tom had always been the successful one in our family. He worked in marketing for some tech company in London and earned enough to buy expensive gifts without thinking too much about the cost. The laptop he chose was considerably better than anything I could have afforded myself. A professional model that would handle any editing work I might get. When I thanked him for such a generous present, he mentioned that he'd set it up with some specialized software that would help me find higher-paying freelance opportunities. The programs were supposedly used by marketing professionals to identify potential clients who needed editing services but weren't advertising through conventional channels. He configured everything to save me the technical hassle of installation and setup, knowing that I preferred to focus on the actual writing and editing work rather than dealing with software complications. The productivity tools he'd mentioned looked professional enough. Data analysis programs, client research applications, and networking software that seemed designed for business development rather than casual use. I assumed they were expensive marketing tools that he had access to through his company and was sharing to help me grow my editing business. Over the first few weeks of using the new laptop, I gradually explored the various programs Tom had installed, trying to understand how they might help me find better freelance opportunities. The client research software was particularly interesting, providing detailed information about individuals and businesses who might need editing services based on their online activities, communication patterns, and professional circumstances. The program could identify people who were working on writing projects, applying for grants or academic positions, or developing business proposals that would require professional editing assistance. Rather than competing with dozens of other freelancers for advertised editing jobs, I could potentially reach out to people who needed services but hadn't realized they should hire professional help. The software provided detailed profiles of potential clients, including information about their writing projects, deadlines, budgets, and personal circumstances that would influence their decision-making about hiring editorial assistants. The client intelligence was remarkably comprehensive, offering insights into people's professional needs and personal situations that would allow me to craft perfectly targeted pitches for editing services. Using the research tools Tom had provided, I started identifying potential clients around Bath and Bristol who seemed likely to need editing help based on their current projects and professional circumstances. The outreach campaigns I developed using this intelligence were considerably more successful than my previous approaches to finding freelance work. Instead of generic applications to advertise positions, I could offer specific solutions to problems that potential clients were actually experiencing. My editing business grew rapidly as I connected with academics, business owners, and graduate students who were genuinely grateful to be contacted by someone who understood their specific needs and could provide exactly the services they required. The income improvement was significant, allowing me to reduce my bookshop hours and focus more time on editing work that was both more interesting and considerably better paid than my previous freelance efforts. But as I became more successful using Tom's client research tools, I started noticing that the software provided access to information that seemed too detailed and personal to be gathered through normal business intelligence methods. The profiles included knowledge of people's private communications, personal relationships, financial circumstances, and even psychological assessments that wouldn't be available through public sources or conventional market research, Some potential clients were described in ways that suggested comprehensive surveillance of their daily activities, personal habits, and private concerns that went far beyond what would be necessary or ethical for business development purposes. When I questioned Tom about how the software obtained such detailed personal information, he explained that modern business intelligence used sophisticated data analysis techniques that aggregated information from multiple sources to create comprehensive client profiles. He assured me that all information was obtained through legitimate partnerships with data providers, and that the detailed intelligence was essential for effective business development in competitive markets. The technical explanation sounded plausible, and the client research was genuinely helping me build a successful editing business that was providing financial stability I'd never achieved through conventional freelance approaches. But I also started recognizing that some of the potential clients identified by the research software were people I knew personally. Neighbors, acquaintances from the bookshop, even friends who hadn't mentioned they were working on writing projects that might require editing assistance. The software's profiles of these familiar individuals were accurate in ways that suggested access to their private communications and personal circumstances, rather than analysis of publicly available information. I realized that the client research tools weren't just analyzing public data to identify business opportunities, but were systematically monitoring real people's private activities to gather intelligence that could be used for various purposes beyond legitimate business development. My successful editing business had been built using comprehensive surveillance data about Bath area residents who had no idea their personal information was being collected and analyzed for commercial exploitation. The detailed client profiles that had enabled my business growth were created through systematic invasion of privacy affecting people in my own community, many of whom I knew personally through work and social connections. I tried to investigate the software Tom had installed more thoroughly, attempting to understand what data sources were being used and how the personal information was being collected and distributed. The investigation led me to discover that the client research tools connected to parts of the internet that weren't accessible through normal browsing, where detailed personal information was being traded and analyzed for various commercial and non-commercial purposes. These hidden online spaces contained comprehensive surveillance data about individuals throughout the UK, compiled through systematic monitoring of their digital activities, personal communications, and daily routines. The information being traded included not just basic demographic and professional data, but detailed psychological profiles, personal vulnerabilities, financial circumstances, and social relationships that could be used for manipulation, exploitation, or harassment. My editing business had been built using intelligence gathered through systematic violation of privacy, affecting thousands of people who had no idea their personal information was being collected, analyzed, and distributed to facilitate various forms of commercial and personal exploitation. The client research that had seemed like innovative business intelligence was actually based on comprehensive surveillance data that was being used by various individuals and organizations for purposes that went far beyond legitimate business development. Some participants in these hidden communities used personal intelligence for systematic harassment and psychological manipulation of selected targets, while others focused on financial exploitation or identity theft based on detailed knowledge of people's personal circumstances and vulnerabilities. The software Tom had provided wasn't just helping me find editing clients, but was giving me access to surveillance data that was being used throughout these communities for various forms of exploitation targeting real people who had never consented to having their private information collected and distributed. My successful freelance editing business had been built on the same comprehensive surveillance infrastructure that was being used by people who specialized in systematic harm to vulnerable individuals. When I confronted Tom about what I'd discovered, he admitted that the software came from contacts he'd made through his marketing work who had access to advanced business intelligence tools that weren't available through conventional commercial channels. He claimed he'd thought the tools were legitimate business applications and hadn't realized they were connected to broader surveillance and exploitation activities. But he also made it clear that my editing business had become dependent on intelligence gathered through these systems, and that attempting to operate without access to the detailed client research would make it impossible to maintain the income and success I'd achieved. He suggested that my concerns about privacy violations were outweighed by the genuine value I was providing to clients who needed editing services, and that my business success was helping people, even if the client acquisition methods raised ethical questions. The rationalization was appealing because my editing work was genuinely helpful and my clients were satisfied with the services I provided. But I also understood that my success had been built on systematic exploitation of personal information, affecting hundreds of people in my own community. I never found a way to maintain my editing business without using intelligence gathered through surveillance systems that violated people's privacy. And gradually, my freelance income declined as I tried to find clients through conventional methods that didn't rely on personal data obtained without consent. The hidden communities continue operating. The systematic surveillance of UK residents continues expanding, and people continue having their personal information collected and distributed for various commercial and exploitive purposes without their knowledge or consent. The birthday gift that launched my successful freelance editing career turned out to provide access to comprehensive surveillance data that was being used throughout these communities for systematic exploitation of vulnerable individuals, with my business success being built on the same privacy violations that facilitated harassment, manipulation, and financial exploitation of real people. I still do some editing work when I can find clients through legitimate channels, still work part-time at the bookshop, still wonder whether the people I encounter daily might be experiencing problems caused by exploitation based on personal intelligence that was gathered through the same surveillance systems that had enabled my brief business success. But I'm also aware that apparently legitimate business tools can provide access to systematic privacy violations that facilitate various forms of exploitation, and that professional success can be built on infrastructure that causes genuine harm to real people who have no idea their personal information is being collected and used against their interests. I kept the old laptop because it felt rude to chuck it in the skip the same day I got it. That's the honest reason. Not curiosity, not nostalgia. Just a small, misplaced guilt at holding a stranger's life in my hands for a moment and deciding it wasn't worth the space. I'd picked it up from a house clearance on a quiet street near Reading. The man running the sale told me it had been left under a bed with a tangle of charging leads. The battery didn't hold, the casing was scuffed, and the keyboard had that shiny patch in the center that tells you someone lived on it. I paid less than I would for a takeaway, took it home, and left it on a shelf where I keep the cables that don't fit anything I own. Weeks passed. I worked. I went for a run on the towpath. I saw the same faces at the corner shop. I cooked the same meals. The laptop sat where I'd put it, collecting a thin film of dust that never looks like dust until you move the thing and see the clean rectangle underneath. One wet Saturday, with rain ticking the window and nothing good on, I plugged it in. The boot took forever, the fan sounded like a small Hoover, and the desktop appeared with that familiar spread of icons drifted across the screen, like birds settled on a wire. It wasn't locked. Whoever had owned it hadn't expected anyone else to bother. There were the usual detritus, photos of people I didn't know at places I hadn't been, half-finished spreadsheets, a PDF of an instruction manual for a bread maker. There was a folder with one of those generic names, only numbers, last opened months before. Inside it were plain text files, no fancy titles, just lists with jumbled letters and dots. I clicked one. It was a set of addresses I didn't recognize. The file names didn't say anything helpful. Another text file had a handful of notes in clipped phrases, each one referencing those addresses. I recognized the general shape, though I'd never done more than read about it on the normal web. It was clear enough what they were meant for. Hidden places, not indexed by search engines, accessed by people who preferred a door that didn't open onto the street. I should have closed it there. I've read the stories like everyone else. I've heard the warnings. I'm not an expert and never wanted to be. I tell you this so you understand that when I scrolled through those lists and found a label that simply said cameras, it wasn't bravado. It was the same impulse that makes you prod a bruise to see if it still hurts. I didn't install anything clever. I didn't buy anything. I just used what was already there because whoever had owned the laptop had already done the work. A window opened, black background, thin columns, a set of small rectangles arranged like a contact sheet. Most were dark. Some showed lifeless rooms, as if waiting for actors who had never turned up. I clicked one at random. A kitchen appeared, a narrow room with a cheap blind pulled down halfway, a saucepan left to dry, a notice board with dull pins pressed in a crooked line. It could have been anywhere. I clicked another. A stairwell, no movement, just the faint ripple of compression artifacts when the light shifted. Boredom started to edge out the guilt. Then I clicked a feed that looked like it had been framed by someone who knew what they were doing. A bedroom this time. A man lay on top of the covers, trousers still on, shoes kicked off to one side. The camera seemed to be set high, near the ceiling, angled slightly down. There was a small lag between frames, a jerkiness that made the whole scene feel like a body in shallow water. The man's chest rose and fell. Nothing happened. After a while, my eyes went to the little elements. The folded clothes on a chair, the cheap clock on the bedside table, the pile of posts near the door. Normality layered up until it felt heavy. I clicked away before I could start inventing reasons for the existence of the feed. I told myself it could be a security setup someone hadn't protected properly. I told myself people put all sorts of things online without understanding the risks. I told myself the old owners had bookmarked it out of curiosity too. I closed the window and put the kettle on and thought about making something comforting, and that should have been the end. It wasn't. The next evening, after work, I opened the same folder and clicked again. The grid came back, rearranged slightly, as if someone had nudged it while my back was turned. I went looking for the bedroom. It wasn't there. I found a hallway instead, a skinny corridor with a runner rug and a bent umbrella in a stand. I only looked because I thought I recognized the pattern on the rug, a standard repeating shape you can buy anywhere. I leaned in, squinted a bit, and caught sight of a framed print further down the hall. A seaside scene, chalk cliffs and a small boat. It wasn't the same as mine, but it felt similar enough that my stomach gave that small, pointless twist of recognition. The angle was from one corner of the ceiling again. A steady eye, patient, never blinking. Nothing moved. I slept badly. Rain again. Wind testing the old sash window. The kind of night where you wake because the house creaks like a half-set cake. In the morning, nothing felt different, and I told myself I had imagined the unease. At lunch, while stirring something in a pan, I glanced at my own hallway. I'd always hated the bulb there. It flickered sometimes and needed a firm touch. The runner rug, however, had always been reliable. As I looked, I noticed that it sat a fraction further from the skirting than usual. Not a gap you'd measure, just a change from memory. I couldn't decide if I was inventing that too. I pushed it back with my foot and went back to eating. And that small domestic act felt like a reassurance. The third night, I didn't go looking for the grid. I watched something trivial, answered a message from a friend, read an article about a long case that had finally gone to court. I went to bed early and slept late. When I woke, a thin envelope had been pushed through my letterbox. It had no return address. The paper had that smooth, expensive finish used by people who don't want their fingerprint to hang on. Inside, there was a single sheet. No letterhead, no greeting. Just a short line of instruction, printed from a computer, stating the room where I should place a camera and the corner it should face. I won't write the exact words. I can still see them in my mind, and I think spelling them out would give them weight again. There was also a small plastic packet with a camera no bigger than a shirt button, adhesive on the back, a cable coiled neat as a snake in cold weather. It wasn't the best you can buy, but it didn't need to be. People talk about the moment something in your life scrapes over a concealed edge. They make it sound like a dramatic cut. In my experience, it's quieter. You stand in your hallway in a dressing gown with sleep crust in your eyes and a cheap envelope in your hand, and your mind begins the slow work of two opposing tasks at once, fighting to explain it away and cataloguing the details you will later recall to prove to yourself it was real. I walked into the living room, put the packet on the table, and made tea. The kettle wobbled slightly on its base because I'd never bothered to straighten the counter. My hands didn't shake. I drank the tea, then put the camera in my desk drawer and went out. I took a long route into town along the river, passing dog walkers and joggers and people pushing prams. I watched them move and tried to feel connected to the ordinary momentum of things. In a charity shop, I bought a lamp for the corner of my hall that had always been dim. At a small independent cafe, I paid for a coffee and drank it too hot, burning the tip of my tongue. I felt normal. It lasted just long enough to let me believe I'd done something sensible by stepping outside. When I got back, the envelope I'd left on the table had gone. The camera was still in the drawer. The note had been lifted out and taken. I checked the floor around the table, under the sofa, between the pages of a magazine. Nothing. I walked into the hall. The new lamp sat where I'd left it. The runner rug had shifted again. I didn't call anyone. I had the classic reasons not to. Embarrassment at being tricked by something that might still be a prank. Uncertainty that I could explain the full picture without sounding like I'd created it for myself. The small but not insignificant worry that I had been careless somehow, and this was the correction. I spent the evening in the living room with the TV on, volume a notch higher than usual, watching a program about renovation disasters. When I finally looked at my desk, the drawer was slightly open. The camera was gone. I didn't sleep in the bedroom that night. I lay on the sofa with a blanket and kept the lamp on. Every hour or so, I got up and stood in the hall, listening to the quiet of the building. Old pipes hum in particular ways when someone runs water, even if you don't know who. I heard the small shifts of the fabric of the place and grew fond of them because they weren't footsteps. At some dark half hour, I caught sight of movement on the edges of my vision, not inside the flat, but on the street outside the frosted glass of the door. A shadow passing left to right, another going the other way, slow enough to be purposeful, quick enough to finish, before I could pin it to a person. The rational explanation is what I clung to. Foxes, neighbors, the beam of a passing car. I held that like a coin in my fist. Morning came with that tired grayness that makes even clean rooms look dirty. I opened my laptop, not the old one, and started typing an email I had no intention of sending. I described, in plain terms, the sequence of events, giving myself a record that proved I had noticed something wrong. Then I opened the old laptop again. The list of addresses was where I'd left it. One of the text files at the bottom had a new timestamp. I clicked it. There was a line, short, the kind of thing someone would write if they wanted to make a point without saying much. It referenced my hallway. It referenced the lamp I'd bought. It included a time that was close enough to make me swallow hard and sit back in my chair. I clicked the grid. The rectangles pulsed into life. Some remained black. Others showed rooms that could have been anywhere. In the top corner, a feed opened automatically. I saw my hallway, the frame wide enough to include the front door and the runner rug and the new lamp, which was switched on even though it was daylight, because I hadn't got round to plugging it into the switch socket. The camera angle was from high near the ceiling, very similar to the others I had seen, which meant it had been placed to match a house style. The quality was just good enough to remove doubt. Every scuff on the skirting board looked familiar. My shoes sat in a heap, one on its side. The tiny scrape on the door frame where a delivery once took a chip out of the paint showed as a bright slash of lighter wood. I watched myself enter the frame in a recording from earlier that morning. I wore the same clothes I had on. The timestamp in the corner of the feed was in a format I recognized, roughly accurate to real time. I saw myself pause, tilt my head, look down at the rug, then turn out of shot. Nothing else happened. The feed cut to live. Empty hall. A strip of daylight at the base of the door. I shut the laptop and unplugged it without bothering to close anything down. The room felt too small. The window felt too open. I thought about ripping the place apart until I found the camera. But I knew there wasn't one. Not the one I'd had anyway. That had been a test. A measure of compliance or defiance I couldn't tell. Whoever had planned this had planned for both. I took my phone and keys and left for a drive with no destination. I put the radio on and let voices I didn't care about fill the car while I circled the ring road and then cut out into a string of villages where nothing had changed for years. The sort of places where you can park by a green and listen to the wind knocking the last leaves off a line of trees. I came home when I thought enough time had passed to make me feel like I had regained the initiative. The flat smelled faintly of the candle I'd lit the night before. The hallway looked just as it should. I stood with my back against the door and told myself, again, simple things. There had been an intrusion. It had happened without noise or obvious signs. It had been done by someone who didn't need to break anything to get what they wanted. I made a decision I believed was sensible. I packed a small bag and left. I didn't tell the neighbor I was going. I didn't tell anyone, in case later I wanted to pretend none of this had occurred. I booked a room at a cheap hotel near the motorway, the kind of anonymous place only ever halfway clean, and I took the stairs because small lifts make me imagine what I would do if they stopped. That night I didn't sleep well, but I slept. I woke to sunlight finding its way past heavy curtains and a breakfast tray outside the door that I hadn't ordered. There was a folded note on top of it. My name, written in an ordinary pen, with the kind of handwriting you'd never remember. Inside, there was a short line about the dark web and how people often have the wrong idea about who sets the terms. Then there was a link, not the kind you can click. It was the sort of address someone who already knew where to go would recognize. I didn't have my old laptop with me. I left the tray where it was and went for a walk around the vast car park, avoiding looking at the surveillance system on the hotel walls because I would only start imagining how many people ever check those recordings unless they're asked to. By this point, you might think the sensible thing would have been to walk into a police station. I can list the reasons I didn't as a way of confessing more than just fear. I had no direct threat I could point to, only a series of events that would sound like a man working himself into a state. I had a laptop that didn't belong to me, filled with content I had no right to access. I had an envelope with a note I no longer possessed. I had a recording of my own hallway that I could no longer show because I had unplugged the laptop and left it face down on my desk. When people say they didn't act because they thought it would make things worse, they often sound cowardly. I was cowardly. I also believed, perhaps wrongly, that whoever had been inside my flat would only want me to call and would plan for it. The next day, I went home, because life doesn't pause for the things you can't describe neatly. On the way, I stopped at a hardware shop and bought a handful of small items that add up to the appearance of control. New locks, wedges for the windows, tape I could use to mark the position of objects. I fitted the new lock myself with the instruction leaflet propped nearby. The process took longer than it should. The bolt sat stiff. The door didn't close cleanly unless I lifted it a fraction with my foot. None of it made me feel safer. It made me feel like I was re-entering a room where someone had been waiting behind a curtain the whole time, watching me rearrange furniture as if it mattered. I moved through the flat and did the forensic thing everyone does badly. I checked edges, hinges, undersides. I opened the back of pictures and found nothing. I ran my hand under the radiator and felt only dust and a lost bottle cap. In the bedroom, I stood in the center and tried to imagine where I would hide something, if my only instruction had been to keep it looking exactly as it had been. Because people notice big changes and rarely notice small ones. There are places in all homes that the eye glances off. The top of door frames, the space under the lip of furniture, the corner where ceiling meets wall near a light fitting. I stood on a chair and looked at each. I found nothing. I didn't go back to the old laptop. It sat where I'd left it, a blunt shape that had the presence of an animal at rest. I worked, cooked, slept with the bedroom door shut for the first time in years. Days passed without incident. I stopped expecting to see my hallway appear on a screen. I went out with friends and kept my phone face down. I opened the post carefully and made small piles that I then forgot to deal with. Life returned, at least on the surface, to something like normality. The second envelope arrived on a day I had forgotten the first. It was thicker. Inside were still images printed on decent paper, each one a freeze frame from the camera I had never found. The angle was the same. The timing spread over mornings and evenings, all mundane, all devoid of drama. In one, I lean down to tie my shoelace. In another, I carry in a bag of shopping with too many tins. In another, I hold the door open with my foot for longer than needed because I've misjudged the weight of something in my hand. The final image in the stack was of me standing in the hallway, looking up, eyes aimed at the top corner where the wall meets the ceiling. The caption, printed underneath, gave a new link. It mentioned a time, later that same day, for a live event. I could describe the thoughts that collided then. Anger at being played with. Shame at being watched looking so ordinary. A grim small part of me that wanted to see the thing through because curiosity and fear share a border. I waited. I did nothing that would look like preparation if anyone cared to judge me later. At the given time, I opened the old laptop and typed the address as it had been written. The familiar black window opened, the list of rectangles and the pulsing dim frames. The top left tile expanded of its own accord. My hallway appeared, live, with a thin strip of daylight at the base of the door like an artery under skin. A number in a corner counted up to indicate viewers. It rose and then leveled. It never reached anything impressive. I suppose I should be grateful for that. For a long minute, nothing happened. Then the letterbox lifted, casual as a hand testing bathwater. Something slid through. It wasn't an envelope this time or a note. It was a key. My chest went tight because I had changed the locks and I had the only copies. The key lay on the doormat, shiny with fresh edges. I didn't move. The laptop on the table made a fan noise, like breath getting faster. The letterbox lifted again, and another item slipped in. A small roll of tape. Then another. A packet of cable ties. Then a narrow strip of black cloth rolled tight. They landed in untidy order. A hand tapped the letterbox from outside, not knocking, just testing the flex, and withdrew. I don't know how long I sat without moving. Long enough for my legs to complain when I stood. On the screen, nothing shifted. I felt in that moment the exact weight of choice, because there are times when your actions may invite one outcome or another, and you are painfully aware that you are being asked to pick. I chose the simplest thing because I was frightened. I pulled the plug on the old laptop, shut it, and put it back on the shelf where I'd first left it. I left the items on the hall floor. I went into the kitchen and did something I could control. I washed up. I wiped the worktop and hung the towel up neatly and stood facing the sink until I could breathe without hearing my pulse. In the early hours, at the time when sleep weakens enough to let in small noises, I heard a faint scrape at the door. Not the letterbox this time. Then the dull push of weight against wood. Then silence. I lay on my side and counted my breaths until dawn. As if by making it to a certain number, I could cross into a place where decisions were easier. The morning light came mean and flat. When I opened the bedroom door, the hall looked exactly the same except for the small stack I'd left untouched. The key lay at the top with the clean confidence of a threat. I moved out that afternoon. I packed badly, left items I liked because I couldn't bear to turn my back on the door long enough to find them, and drove to a storage unit on the edge of town, where the people at the desk are cheerful in a way that makes you want to cry. I rented a unit and dragged in boxes until I could close the shutter and lock it with a padlock that felt sturdy in the hand. I booked another cheap hotel, not the same one, and sat on the bed and stared at the fake art on the wall until my vision went soft. I didn't go back. I arranged for an estate agent to collect the keys and meet prospective tenants. I told myself I had no duty to warn anyone because I had no proof to pass on. I told myself that if I was honest about the door and the lock and the standard of the fittings, I was doing the job I had to do. I moved into a different flat across town, a newer building with a buzzer that buzzed and lights that came on when you walked past. I sat on the floor the first night and listened to the hum of the fridge like it was a friendly voice. I didn't buy a runner rug for the hallway. I picked lamps that came with fixed shades. I lasted a week before I looked again. I'm ashamed to admit that it wasn't even a week of clean abstinence. I thought about it every evening. I imagined the grid of small rectangles and the live counter in the corner and the thin strip of daylight at the base of the door. I wondered if someone else had taken my place. I wondered if not looking was a kind of cruelty, because it meant refusing to witness what might be happening to another person without their consent. On a quiet night, I gave in. I opened the old laptop where I'd tucked it into the back of a cupboard. It took its time waking, like an animal pulled from hibernation. The folder opened to the same set of text files. One had a new timestamp again, and another line, simple as ever, that referenced my new road by name. The grid appeared, a different arrangement this time, a reshuffle that told me rooms are added and removed in a pattern I didn't want to understand. The top left tile opened. I saw a hallway I didn't recognize. Not mine, not the old flat. A different door, a different configuration, a different cheap print on the wall. There was nothing remarkable about it until a man entered the frame, holding a small roll of tape and a strip of black cloth, and bent to place them on the doormat with careful fingers. He looked straight up at the camera. I thought for a second that I knew him, and then I realized I was forcing a connection, because what mattered was the posture, not the face. He had the confidence of someone acting out a set of instructions they had learned by heart. I clicked around the grid, searching for any hint of my own new hallway. I didn't find it. I found a bathroom with a towel folded too neatly to be honest. I found a living room with a TV casting a faint blue light into an empty space. I found a garage with a bike hanging from a hook and a dark stain on the floor that could have been oil or anything else that stains concrete. Then I clicked on a feed that made my throat go tight, in a way I hadn't felt since I was a child and had fallen in a swimming pool. It was a bedroom. The angle was from high near the ceiling, the bed tidy, the duvet smooth. On the bedside table was a book I owned, the same edition with the same small tear near the spine from where I'd packed it badly. The only difference was the lamp. Mine had a different shade. Everything else matched with the kind of casual accuracy that made denial impossible. I closed the laptop and slid it into a bin bag with other things I didn't want to see anymore. I carried it to my car and drove to the tip on the edge of town, where men in fluorescent jackets point you towards the right skips with a wave that never looks bored. I dropped the bag into the container labeled small electricals and listened for the clatter of it landing against other people's discarded machines. It made a duller sound than I expected. I stood for a moment and looked at the mound of anonymous plastic and metal and thought about how many lives hide in such piles, silent until someone knows where to look. Back home, I did the small practical things a person can do. I taped paper over the corners of every room where ceiling met wall. I boxed up the books I had enjoyed and placed them in a cupboard and put different ones out as decoys, as if those invisible eyes cared about what I read. I set the alarm on my phone for odd intervals at night and got up to walk from room to room, putting my hand to the coolness of the glass, listening to the stairwell for the weight of a footfall that didn't belong to me. Nothing happened. Days ran into each other. I pushed the knowledge to the edges, a trick people learn for much heavier secrets than mine. Then, one evening, I opened my front door to an envelope on the mat, thicker than the last. I picked it up and carried it to the kitchen without opening it. My stomach felt leaden. I placed it on the table with care and made tea as if the ritual would armor me. When I finally slit it open with the back of a knife, a set of photographs slid out. A new hallway, not mine. The same style of shots, the same dull fluorescent wash of light. Each one ordered carefully in a sequence that built to a picture of a door opening from the inside. A hand holding the knob without showing the person attached to it. The last image was a still of a living room I recognized from the grid. The caption was a time set for later that night, and a single word, live. I didn't watch. I couldn't. I sat at my table with my phone in my hand and thought about calling a number that would result in me speaking to someone whose job is to take statements. I tried to frame my story in a way that would make sense to a person whose day had already been full. I couldn't find the right order for the pieces. I was ashamed of that too, that I could be so controlled by the fear of sounding ridiculous. When the time on the note passed, I noticed the quiet in a way that made the hum of the fridge sound intrusive. There are nights where the street outside seems to hold its breath, a pause that feels like the city turning its face away. I waited. I slept in the chair. I woke with a stiff neck and a mouth like old coins. The envelope still lay open on the table. I slid the photographs back inside and put them in a drawer. I have made small changes since then. I keep my living space simpler than I used to. I don't buy the kind of art that looks good on a camera. I don't save empty boxes for the day they might be useful. I carry cash more often than I used to and pay in coins at places that still accept them. Not because I think it will protect me from anything, but because the feel of metal in the hand is a small, honest pleasure you can't replicate with a card. I don't go looking for the grid. I don't pretend it has gone away. I hold both truths. Sometimes I stand with my back to the door, eyes on the top corners of the room, and talk silently to the part of myself that went looking in the first place. It doesn't answer. It never needed to. It only ever wanted to look. On some evenings, walking home along streets where yellow light pools in windows and families eat in rooms that look briefly theatrical from the pavement, I think about the person who owned that laptop before me. I imagine them sitting at a similar table, making the same choices, feeling the same small weight of decision that drags on the muscle behind the breastbone. I wonder if the lists on their machine were a resource they curated, a burden they couldn't shake, or a set of instructions handed to them like a tool. I don't dwell on it. I keep moving. I arrive at my building, press the buzzer, listen to the faint answer, and walk up the stairs with my keys ready. At my door, there is usually nothing lying in wait. Some evenings, there is a takeaway menu in a brochure that has never been, isn't, and won't be my style. A thickness that hides nothing but a discount voucher for a place that will close next year when the rent rises. Some evenings, there is a parcel for someone on the wrong floor, and I do the courteous thing and take it up. I have almost convinced myself that the envelope was a blip, an anomaly, a notch in the wood where a careless mover once banged a box against the frame and time smoothed the edge. Then, last week, I came home and saw a thin strip of light at the base of the door that wasn't mine. It should have been darkness because I always switch off the hall light when I leave. I can hear my own steps in the stairwell and don't need to see them. The strip glowed faint and unwavering. It could have been a fault. It could have been the cheap timer switching on early. It could have been anything simple. I opened the door and stood on the threshold for a moment. The hall lamp was on. The runner rug I hadn't bought was missing because I had never bought it. The skirting board scuff was in the wrong place because this was not the same flat, not the same house. The change that mattered was smaller. The ceiling in the top corner had a tiny dimple, the kind you get when filler shrinks back a fraction after someone makes a hole and covers it too quickly. I stepped inside. I put down my keys. I didn't close the door fully. The small sounds of the building folded around me. The lights hummed. The fridge clicked. The city exhaled through the open window in the bedroom. I looked up at the corner, at the dimple no one else would notice, and I felt that quiet shift again. The concealed edge scraped, the floorboard taking weight. I stood under it for a time that would be hard to measure honestly. I was calm. I was matter of fact. I was also, in a very ordinary way, afraid. I haven't checked any grid since. I haven't searched for addresses. I haven't opened laptops that don't belong to me or typed in links printed on thick paper. I still walk along the river. I still buy coffee that burns my tongue because I never learn. I still go to the corner shop where the same faces nod with the same small politeness that makes English life bearable when you're trying to be invisible. I make dinner and eat it in silence, and sometimes listen to the washing machine hum, while I think about how many ordinary moments make up a life. When I switch off the lights at night, I always start with the hall. I stand in the doorway and look at the line where the ceiling meets the wall. The dimple is still there. It will fade over time, the way small marks do. I tell myself that if I was being watched, there would be signs more obvious than plaster that didn't settle quite right. I tell myself that it's just bad filling by a landlord in a hurry. I tell myself that the dark web thrives on people like me who go looking and then pretend not to see once they've found. All three things might be true. I've learned that truth stacks easily when you're tired. I sleep with the bedroom door open again now, because doors don't stop anything unless a person is the thing being stopped and chooses to stand behind one and hold it shut. I leave a glass of water on the bedside table and a book with its spine up. I keep my phone face down. When I wake at that thin hour before dawn and the building creaks in a way I still love, I look at the corner and see nothing move. I listen to the street outside. I breathe. I wait for the light. I get up and make tea. And that first sip is the same as it's always been, as close to peace as most of us get. I told you I wasn't proud of any of this. I told you it started small. I haven't told you the worst part because it isn't dramatic. It's as ordinary as the people who watch weather forecasts and tidy bedrooms and tape cables along a skirting board. It's the knowledge that somewhere, on a grid I will never open again, there is a small rectangle of my hallway that looks like every other hallway in the country. And sometimes, at degree times I no longer know, it pulses from black to live. It probably doesn't have a huge audience. It probably doesn't draw much attention at all. That's fine by me. I'm done with being seen. I go about my days and nights with my keys ready and my eyes on the corners. And I let the rest of the world get on with its business behind doors I no longer trust. I never should have kept those photographs. Christ knows why I thought it was a good idea at the time. Some misguided notion about evidence, I suppose. Or maybe just morbid fascination. Sitting here in this travelodge in Grimsby, 3 weeks after I packed up and left everything behind, I still can't shake the image of what I found in that house. I keep telling myself I was just doing my job, that I couldn't have known what I'd stumble into. But the truth is, I should have walked away the moment I realized something wasn't right. Should have minded my own business and left well enough alone. Now I'm looking over my shoulder every time I leave this room, wondering if they know what I saw, if they're coming for me next. I work as a house clearance specialist, worked I should say, since I doubt I'll be going back to that line of business anytime soon. It's not glamorous work, clearing out the homes of people who've died with no family to deal with their possessions. Mostly, it's just sad. Rooms full of things that meant everything to someone and nothing to anyone else. But it paid well enough, especially when you factored in the occasional valuable item that the executors had missed. The call came through my usual contact at the probate office in Sheffield. Elderly gentleman had passed away, no next of kin. Fairly standard situation. The house was a Victorian terrace in Rotherham. Nothing special from the outside, but probably worth a fair bit, once it was cleared and renovated. I was to remove all personal effects and furniture, leaving the property ready for sale. I'd done dozens of similar jobs over the years, so I didn't expect anything unusual when I collected the keys and let myself into the house that Tuesday morning. Standard layout for that type of property. Narrow hallway, front room, kitchen extension at the back, 3 bedrooms and a bathroom upstairs. The deceased gentleman had clearly lived alone for some time, judging by the layer of dust on everything and the general air of neglect. The downstairs was straightforward enough. The furniture was mainly comprised of inexpensive pieces that weren't worth rescuing. Kitchen cupboards full of tinned food that had expired years ago, a few pieces of old china that might fetch a few pounds at auction. There was nothing to suggest that the occupant had been anything other than an ordinary pensioner living quietly by himself. It was when I went upstairs that I started to notice things didn't quite add up. The main bedroom was sparse, just a single bed, a wardrobe with a few old clothes, and a bedside table with some reading glasses and a packet of paracetamol. But the second bedroom was different, much different. For one thing, it was clean. Not just tidy, but properly clean in a way that the rest of the house wasn't. The windows had been recently washed. The carpet looked like it had been professionally cleaned, and there wasn't a speck of dust anywhere. The room was almost entirely empty, except for a desk against one wall and a filing cabinet in the corner. The desk had obviously been used regularly. There were wear marks on the surface, and the chair was positioned as if someone had just stepped away from it. But there was nothing on the desk itself. No computer or paperwork or personal items. Just a clean surface and a drawer that was locked. I should have left it alone. I should have included the room in my report and allowed the estate agents to handle the contents. But curiosity got the better of me, and it wasn't difficult to force the drawer open with a screwdriver from my toolkit. Inside were 3 things: a set of car keys, a mobile phone that looked fairly new, and a memory stick. The keys were for a Ford, though I hadn't seen any car parked outside the house. The phone was switched off and needed a PIN to access. But the memory stick, well, that was what changed everything. I plugged it into my laptop, telling myself I was just checking if it contained anything relevant to the estate. Maybe financial records or important documents that the executors needed to see. What I found instead were photographs, hundreds of them, all stored in carefully organized folders. At first glance, they looked like the sort of pictures anyone might take. Houses, streets, people going about their daily business. But as I scrolled through them, I started to notice disturbing patterns. The same individuals appeared in multiple photographs taken over extended periods. The same houses were documented from different angles and at different times of day. This wasn't casual photography. It was systematic surveillance. Someone had been watching specific people and properties, documenting their routines and activities with methodical precision. The folders were labeled with initials and postcodes, suggesting a filing system that covered a wide geographical area. One folder in particular caught my attention because it was labeled with a postcode I recognized, the area where I lived in Sheffield. When I opened it, my blood went cold. There were photographs of my own street, my own house, even pictures of me loading equipment into my van on what must have been recent jobs. The surveillance wasn't random. I was one of dozens of people who had been systematically observed and catalogued. The photographs showed intimate details of my daily routine, when I left for work, what time I returned home, even which neighbors I spoke to regularly. But it was the final folder that made me understand the true scope of what I was looking at. It was simply labeled completed and contained photographs of houses I'd cleared over the past 2 years. Not just exterior shots, but interior photographs taken after I'd finished my work. Someone had been following up on every job I'd done, documenting the empty properties I'd left behind. The implications were terrifying. This wasn't just surveillance, it was preparation. Someone had been using my work schedule to identify properties that would be empty and vulnerable. They knew which houses had been cleared, which ones had no family checking on them, which ones were sitting empty, waiting to be sold. I spent the rest of that day going through every file on the memory stick, trying to understand the scope of the surveillance operation. There were photographs of dozens of people across South Yorkshire and beyond. Families, elderly individuals, young professionals, all documented with the same systematic attention to detail. Some files included additional information, work schedules, holiday plans, even details about security systems and spare key locations. It was like looking at a criminal intelligence database. Except the targets were all ordinary people, living normal lives. The most disturbing discovery was a section of files that contained what looked like floor plans and property layouts. These weren't professional architectural drawings, but hand-sketched maps showing room layouts, entry points, and security vulnerabilities. Many of them corresponded to houses I recognized from the surveillance photographs. I tried to convince myself there might be an innocent explanation for what I'd found. Maybe the old man had been some sort of private investigator, or perhaps he'd worked for an insurance company doing legitimate surveillance work. But the more I examined the files, the more obvious it became that this was something much darker. The photographs were taken covertly, often through windows or from concealed positions. The subjects clearly had no idea they were being watched, and the level of detail about their personal lives went far beyond anything that would be necessary for legitimate investigation work. I decided to take the memory stick to the police, but first I wanted to copy the files as backup evidence. That's when I made the mistake of accessing the internet to upload the photographs to cloud storage. The laptop connected to an unusual network, one that required special software to access. Out of curiosity, I explored some of the websites available through this network. What I found made me realize that the surveillance operation was much larger than just one person's obsession. There were entire communities dedicated to sharing intelligence about potential targets, coordinating surveillance activities, and planning break-ins. The photographs from the memory stick weren't just evidence of one person's criminal activity. They were part of a collaborative effort involving dozens of people across different regions. The surveillance subjects had been chosen systematically, with different individuals responsible for monitoring specific areas and target types. I found discussion boards where people shared techniques for following targets without being detected, advice on photographing properties from concealed positions, even guides for identifying vulnerable individuals who lived alone or had predictable routines. But most disturbing of all were the sections dedicated to completed operations. Detailed accounts of break-ins and burglaries that had been planned using surveillance intelligence. The perpetrators treated these crimes like collaborative projects, sharing photographs of stolen items and comparing the accuracy of their intelligence gathering. I recognized several of the properties from local news reports about burglaries over the past few months. Elderly residents who'd been targeted while they were at medical appointments. Families whose homes had been ransacked while they were on holiday. Even a few cases where people had been followed home and robbed in their driveways. The network wasn't just facilitating burglaries. They were also sharing information for stalking and harassment campaigns. I found files documenting systematic intimidation of individuals who had apparently done nothing more than catch the attention of someone in the surveillance network. One case file made me physically sick. A young mother in Barnsley had been subjected to months of harassment after someone in the network had identified her as a target. They documented her children's school schedules, her work routine, even the times when she was alone in the house. The harassment had escalated from anonymous phone calls to someone breaking into her garden and leaving threatening messages. The police investigation into her case had apparently stalled because the perpetrators were careful not to leave physical evidence. Everything was coordinated through the hidden network, making it almost impossible for traditional investigative methods to identify the people responsible. I realized I was looking at a new type of organized crime, one that used collaborative surveillance and online coordination to identify and exploit vulnerable targets. The old man whose house I was clearing hadn't been working alone. He'd been part of a distributed network that treated crime like a collaborative hobby. The worst part was understanding how I'd been used. My work clearing deceased persons' properties had made me an unwitting intelligence asset for the network. They'd been following my movements, documenting my jobs, using my work schedule to identify empty properties that could be targeted with minimal risk. Every house I'd cleared had potentially become a target for burglary or worse. Every family I'd helped by clearing their deceased relative's property had unknowingly been added to a surveillance database. I'd been facilitating crimes without even knowing it. I tried calling the police that evening, but explaining what I'd found was more complicated than I'd expected. The investigating officer seemed overwhelmed by the technical aspects of the hidden network and uncertain about how to proceed with evidence that had been gathered through what might be considered unauthorized access to computer systems. They took the memory stick and promised to investigate, but I got the impression that this was beyond their usual expertise. Cybercrime involving hidden networks wasn't something the local police were equipped to handle effectively. That's when I started noticing I was being watched. Cars that seemed to follow me between job sites, people who appeared in different locations but always seemed to be observing me from a distance. My house was photographed again. I found the images on the same hidden network sites I'd discovered earlier, but this time the surveillance felt different, more focused and threatening. The new photographs included close-ups of my front door, my car registration, even shots taken through my kitchen window. Someone had also accessed my personal information and posted it alongside speculation about what I might have discovered in the old man's house. The network had identified me as a threat and was now treating me as a target. Discussion threads speculated about whether I'd copied their files, whether I'd contacted the police, even whether I might need to be dealt with to prevent further exposure of their activities. I lasted 3 more days before I decided to run, packed a bag, withdrew what cash I could from my accounts, and drove to this seaside town where I hoped I could disappear for a while. Left my house, my business, even my cat with a neighbor who thinks I've gone away on holiday. But I don't think distance is going to protect me from people who've made surveillance and coordination their specialty. They've had weeks to document my habits, my relationships, my vulnerabilities. They probably know more about my life than I do. The police haven't contacted me since I gave them the memory stick, and I'm not sure they're equipped to shut down a network that operates entirely through hidden parts of the internet. These people have created a system that allows them to commit crimes with almost complete impunity, protected by technology that most law enforcement agencies don't understand. I keep thinking about all the people in those surveillance files, all the ordinary individuals who have no idea they're being watched and catalogued by criminals. Families going about their daily lives while strangers document their routines and plan ways to exploit their vulnerabilities. The old man is dead, but his network is still active, still watching, still planning, still treating other people's lives like a game where privacy doesn't matter and everyone else exists only as potential targets. Sometimes I wonder if I should have kept quiet, should have left the memory stick in that drawer and walked away from the whole thing. Maybe I'd still have my normal life, my business, my sense of security. But then I think about that young mother in Barnsley, about all the people who've been targeted because someone decided their privacy was worth less than criminal entertainment. And I know I couldn't have lived with myself if I'd done nothing. I just hope the police can make sense of what I gave them before this network claims any more victims, before they decide I'm too much of a risk to leave alone. This is probably going to sound a little harsh, but I honestly wish I had never started helping families find their missing relatives. What began as genuine compassion for people in desperate situations gradually became something much darker, and by the time I understood what was really happening, I had already contributed to activities that still make me feel sick when I think about them. The whole thing started because my neighbor, Patricia, was going through hell trying to find her teenage daughter who had disappeared from their home in Coventry. Sarah had been struggling with depression and had vanished one evening after an argument about her future plans. The police had conducted initial searches, but seemed to lose interest when they determined that Sarah had left voluntarily and was technically old enough to make her own decisions about where to live. Patricia was desperate for help and had heard that private investigators could sometimes find missing people more effectively than official channels. The problem was that legitimate private investigators charged substantial fees that she simply could not afford on her pension. She had already spent most of her savings on distributing missing person flyers and placing advertisements in local newspapers. I felt genuinely sorry for Patricia and offered to help her research alternative methods for finding missing people. I had always been reasonably competent with internet research, and I thought I might be able to find resources or organizations that could assist families in her situation without charging prohibitive fees. My initial research led me to various online communities where families shared information about missing relatives and offered mutual support during their searches. Most of these communities were heartbreaking collections of desperate people trying to maintain hope while dealing with the practical and emotional challenges of not knowing what had happened to their loved ones. However, I also discovered that there were more specialized communities that focused on active search techniques rather than just emotional support. These communities included people with technical expertise who volunteered their skills to help families conduct more sophisticated searches than what was typically available through official channels. One particular community caught my attention because they seemed to have genuine success in locating missing people. Their approach involved using advanced internet research techniques to gather information that was not readily available through conventional search methods. They explained that much of the information needed to find missing people existed in digital formats, but accessing it required knowledge of specialized search techniques and alternative internet resources. The community was organized around mutual assistance, with experienced members providing guidance and training to newcomers who wanted to help search for missing people. They emphasized that their methods were completely legal and ethical, focusing on gathering publicly available information through more thorough and systematic approaches than what most families could manage on their own. I contacted the community administrators and explained Patricia's situation. They seemed genuinely sympathetic and offered to provide training that would allow me to conduct more effective searches for Sarah. They explained that having local volunteers who could assist with research was always valuable, particularly for cases involving young people who might be using social media or other online platforms to communicate with friends. The training process was comprehensive and methodical. they provided detailed instructions for accessing various databases and information sources that were not readily discoverable through conventional search engines. Much of this involved learning to navigate areas of the internet that required special software and specific knowledge about where to look for particular types of information. The techniques they taught were remarkably effective. Within a few days of applying their methods, I had discovered several social media accounts and online communications that suggested Sarah was staying with friends in Birmingham. The information was current enough to indicate that she was safe and had simply chosen not to contact her mother directly. Patricia was enormously relieved to learn that Sarah was alive and well, even though she remained hurt that her daughter had not chosen to communicate with her directly. The success of this first search made me feel genuinely helpful and motivated me to continue learning more advanced techniques that might help other families in similar situations. The community administrators were pleased with my progress and invited me to assist with additional cases involving missing people from other parts of the country. They explained that having volunteers who could conduct local research was always valuable, particularly for gathering information that required physical presence in specific geographic areas. Over the following weeks, I helped research several missing person cases, gradually becoming more skilled and using the specialized techniques and information sources that the community had taught me to access. The work was emotionally difficult, but deeply satisfying, particularly when our efforts resulted in successful reunions between families and their missing relatives. However, around the 6th week of my involvement with this community, I began noticing aspects of our research methods that seemed to go beyond what would be necessary for simply locating missing people. We were gathering extremely detailed information about the personal lives, relationships, and daily activities of the people we were searching for, much of which seemed irrelevant to the basic question of where they were currently living. When I raised questions about why we needed such comprehensive personal information, the administrators explained that missing people often went to great lengths to conceal their whereabouts and identities. Understanding their complete social networks, financial circumstances, and personal relationships was necessary to predict where they might go and how they might be contacted. This explanation seemed reasonable for legitimate missing person investigations, but I began paying closer attention to the specific types of information we were gathering and how that information was being used. Much of our research focused on identifying psychological vulnerabilities, financial pressures, and personal relationships that could potentially be exploited to influence the missing people's decisions about where to live and who to trust. Some of the cases we worked on involved people who had deliberately distanced themselves from family members due to abuse, manipulation, or other toxic relationship dynamics. In these situations, our research was effectively providing detailed intelligence about vulnerable people to the same family members they had been trying to escape. When I expressed concerns about potentially helping abusive families locate relatives who had left for their own safety, the administrators assured me that they carefully screened all requests for assistance and would never knowingly help abusers locate their victims. They explained that determining the legitimacy of search requests was a crucial part of their work, and that they had extensive experience in identifying potentially dangerous family situations. However, I began to suspect that the screening process was not as thorough as they claimed. Some of the families we were helping seemed to have relationship dynamics that suggested the missing people might have had legitimate reasons for maintaining distance. The detailed personal information we were gathering would be extremely valuable for manipulation and control, regardless of whether the families had genuinely benevolent intentions. Around the 8th week of my involvement with this community, the administrators began requesting assistance with research projects that had no apparent connection to finding missing people. They wanted detailed information about specific individuals who were not missing, but who they claimed were persons of interest in ongoing missing person investigations. These research assignments involved gathering comprehensive personal information about people who appeared to be living normal lives in their own communities. We were asked to document their daily routines, social relationships, employment circumstances, and potential psychological vulnerabilities, ostensibly to determine whether they might have information relevant to missing person cases. The connection between these surveillance assignments and missing person investigations was tenuous at best. The targets of our research did not appear to have any obvious relationship to missing people, and the information we were gathering seemed more suitable for systematic harassment or manipulation than for legitimate investigative purposes. When I tried to refuse these expanded research assignments, the administrators pointed out that I had gained access to sensitive information about their search techniques and had detailed knowledge of ongoing investigations involving vulnerable missing people. They explained that maintaining the security and confidentiality of their operations required ongoing participation from volunteers who had been trusted with sensitive information. They also began demonstrating knowledge of my personal circumstances that they could not have gathered through our professional relationship. They made references to my daily routine, social relationships, and financial situation that suggested they had been conducting the same type of comprehensive research on me that I had been conducting on missing people and their associates. This pattern of surveillance became more obvious over the following days, with clear indications that my activities and communications were being monitored and documented. The techniques they were using to gather information about my personal life were identical to the methods they had taught me to use for missing person investigations. I realized that my training in advanced internet research techniques had been used to recruit me into a systematic surveillance operation that had little to do with helping families find missing relatives. The missing person cases had been used to teach me techniques that were then applied to gather intelligence about people who had no connection to missing person investigations. The community had been using legitimate concern for missing people as a recruitment method for volunteers who would provide detailed surveillance research on targets selected for reasons that had nothing to do with missing person investigations. My compassion for families like Patricia's had been exploited to recruit me into activities that were essentially stalking and intelligence gathering. When I attempted to withdraw from the community entirely, I discovered that they considered my knowledge of their techniques and operations to be a security risk that could not simply be ignored. They had invested considerable time in training me to use specialized research methods, and they expected that investment to continue providing value through ongoing research assignments. The surveillance of my personal activities intensified after I tried to end my involvement with their operations. They began sending me detailed information about my daily routine, social interactions, and personal relationships to demonstrate that they could apply their research techniques to my own life just as effectively as I had applied them to their targets. I tried reporting my concerns to the police, but discovered that explaining the situation was extremely difficult. The missing person research had been presented as volunteer work helping desperate families. The techniques I had learned were described as advanced but legal internet research methods, and the ongoing contact could be justified as routine follow-up communication with volunteer organizations. The community continued to contact me sporadically over the following months, offering opportunities to assist with new missing person cases and occasionally sending references to my personal activities to remind me that their surveillance capabilities remained active. They seemed to view my knowledge of their techniques and operations as creating ongoing obligations that could not be terminated simply by requesting to stop participating. I never determined what the community was actually using the detailed personal information for, or who was ultimately directing their research activities. The systematic gathering of intelligence about vulnerable people, combined with sophisticated techniques for identifying and exploiting psychological vulnerabilities, suggested an organization with purposes that extended far beyond helping families locate missing relatives. What I do understand is that they had developed effective methods for exploiting people's compassion and desire to help vulnerable individuals to recruit unwitting participants in systematic surveillance operations. They understood how to present stalking and intelligence gathering as humanitarian volunteer work, while using the volunteers as both researchers and test subjects for their surveillance techniques. The most disturbing aspect of this experience was how my genuine desire to help families find missing loved ones had been transformed into participation in activities that could be used to harm the same types of vulnerable people I had originally wanted to help. The missing person investigations had been recruitment tools designed to teach me surveillance techniques that would then be used for purposes that had nothing to do with legitimate search and rescue efforts. I still receive occasional contact attempts from similar missing person research communities, offering training opportunities and volunteer positions that would allow me to help desperate families locate their missing relatives. The techniques they describe are always presented as advanced but legal research methods. The cases they want help with always involve sympathetic families, and the training they offer always leads towards sophisticated surveillance capabilities. I decline these opportunities immediately now, but I often wonder how many other people have found themselves in similar situations, believing they are providing humanitarian assistance to desperate families, while actually participating in systematic surveillance operations that target the same types of vulnerable people they thought they were helping to protect. Picture this. You're sitting in your kitchen on a Thursday morning, still in your dressing gown, when someone knocks on your door with a package you never ordered. The delivery driver seems normal enough, checks your name and address twice, and hands over a box that's heavier than it looks. You sign for it without thinking, because that's what you do when packages arrive. Except I should have been more careful. I should have asked more questions, checked the sender details, maybe even refused to accept it. But I was half asleep and running late for work. So I just scrawled my signature on the electronic pad and took the box inside. It was addressed to me, complete with my full name and postcode, but there was no return address or company logo anywhere on the packaging. Just a plain brown box with a shipping label that looked like it had been printed at home rather than by a proper courier service. I left it on the kitchen table while I got ready for work, thinking I'd deal with it when I got home. My job at the insurance office in Northampton doesn't exactly leave much time for personal admin during the day, and I had a meeting first thing that I couldn't afford to be late for. The box sat there all day, and by the time I got home that evening, I'd almost forgotten about it. It wasn't until I was making dinner that I remembered the delivery and decided to see what was inside. The contents were nothing like what I'd expected. Instead of the usual online shopping mistake or misdirected package, I found a mobile phone I'd never seen before, along with a charger and what looked like a set of printed instructions. The phone was an older model, probably a few years out of date, but it had been completely reset to factory settings. When I turned it on, there were no contacts, no installed apps beyond the basic ones, and no indication of who it had belonged to previously. The instructions were more concerning. They were handwritten on plain paper, explaining how to access something called a private communication system using the phone. The writing was clear and methodical, like someone had taken time to make sure every detail was correct. According to the instructions, the phone had been specially configured to connect to certain areas of the internet that weren't accessible through normal means. The writer explained that this would allow secure communication with people who shared similar interests and concerns about privacy and government surveillance. This should have been the moment I threw everything in the bin and forgot about it. Any rational person would have recognized this as either a scam or something much worse. But I was curious, and the instructions made it sound like accessing these areas was perfectly legal and quite common among people who cared about digital privacy. I'd been following news stories about data breaches and corporate surveillance for months, so the idea of finding more secure ways to communicate online didn't seem completely unreasonable. The phone appeared to be a way of connecting with like-minded people who had similar concerns about online privacy. I followed the instructions that evening, more out of curiosity than any real intention to get involved in whatever community the phone was meant to connect me with. The setup process was simpler than I'd expected, requiring just a few specific settings changes and the installation of an app that wasn't available through normal channels. Within an hour, I had access to what the instructions described as a private forum, where people discussed topics that they couldn't safely explore on mainstream social media. The conversations I could see seemed to focus on legitimate concerns about surveillance, corporate data collection, and government overreach. Most of the participants appeared to be ordinary people who had become worried about their online privacy and were looking for ways to communicate without being monitored. Teachers, shop workers, office staff, people with normal jobs and everyday concerns who had simply become more conscious of how much personal information they were sharing online. The discussions were more sophisticated than typical social media conversations, with people sharing detailed information about privacy tools, security practices, and ways to avoid unwanted attention from authorities or corporations. Nothing obviously illegal or threatening, just a community of people who valued their privacy more than most. I started reading the forum regularly over the following weeks, learning about various tools and techniques for maintaining anonymity online. The information was genuinely useful, and I began implementing some of the suggested privacy practices in my own internet usage. Some of the participants reached out to me directly, welcoming me to the community and offering advice about online security. These private conversations were friendly and helpful, with people sharing their experiences of avoiding surveillance and protecting their personal information. One contact in particular seemed especially knowledgeable about privacy tools and techniques. They offered to provide additional resources that weren't suitable for sharing in the main forum, explaining that some information was too sensitive to discuss openly even in private communities. This person sent me links to other areas of the internet where more advanced privacy advocates shared information and resources. They explained that these areas required additional security measures to access, but that the information available was much more comprehensive than what could be safely discussed in more accessible forums. I followed their recommendations and gained access to several other communities where the discussions were more detailed and technical. The participants in these areas seemed to have deeper knowledge of surveillance techniques and more sophisticated approaches to avoiding detection. The conversations in these communities revealed information about corporate and government monitoring that was much more extensive than anything I'd seen in mainstream news reports. People shared evidence of surveillance programs that hadn't been publicly acknowledged, along with techniques for identifying and avoiding various forms of monitoring. This information was disturbing, but it also felt important. I was learning about surveillance practices that affected everyone, but which most people were completely unaware of. The knowledge was empowering, giving me tools to protect my privacy that I never would have discovered through normal means. But somewhere around the 6th week, the nature of the information being shared began to change. Instead of general privacy advice and surveillance awareness, people started discussing more specific situations and individuals. Some participants shared detailed information about people they suspected of being involved in surveillance activities, not government agents or corporate spies, but ordinary people who they believed were monitoring their communities on behalf of authorities. These discussions included personal details about suspected informants, their real names, addresses, employment information, and daily routines. The level of detail suggested that extensive research had been conducted into these people's private lives. When I asked about the source of this information, I was told that community members conducted their own surveillance of people they suspected of infiltrating their groups. They explained that this was necessary for security, and that anyone who valued privacy needed to be aware of potential threats in their local area. I was given access to files containing surveillance reports on dozens of people across the country. These reports included photographs, address histories, employment records, and detailed information about social connections and daily routines. The reports were professional in their thoroughness, suggesting that whoever was conducting this surveillance had significant resources and expertise. They covered people in various locations and circumstances, from small towns to major cities, across a wide range of ages and backgrounds. What made these reports particularly unsettling was that many of the people being surveilled appeared to be completely ordinary individuals with no obvious connection to law enforcement or government agencies. Shop assistants, delivery drivers, retirees, people whose only apparent crime was living or working near someone who had become suspicious of their activities. When I raised concerns about the ethics of surveilling innocent people, the response was that determining innocence required investigation. The community's position was that anyone could potentially be involved in surveillance activities, and that protecting privacy required vigilance about everyone in their environment. I was encouraged to contribute to these surveillance efforts by providing information about people in my local area who might pose security risks to the community. They suggested starting with neighbors, work colleagues, or anyone who had shown unusual interest in my activities or conversations. This request made me deeply uncomfortable, but when I tried to reduce my participation in the community, I discovered that leaving wasn't as straightforward as I'd expected. The people I'd been communicating with began reaching out more frequently, expressing concern about my sudden change in activity levels. They explained that reducing participation after accessing sensitive information created security risks for the entire community. They needed assurance that I remained committed to protecting the privacy and safety of other members, which required continued engagement with community activities. When I tried to explain that I was simply losing interest in online privacy issues, they pointed out that my access to their surveillance reports had given me detailed information about their operations and the people they were monitoring. Withdrawing from the community while retaining this knowledge created an unacceptable security risk. The tone of these communications began to shift from friendly encouragement to more direct pressure. They reminded me that they had extensive information about surveillance techniques and resources, and suggested that people who pose security risks to the community often found themselves becoming subjects of surveillance rather than participants in it. To demonstrate their point, they sent me a file containing detailed information about my own activities over the previous 2 months. Photographs of me leaving and entering my flat, records of my work schedule, details about my shopping habits and social activities. The file included information that could only have been gathered through extensive surveillance of my daily routine. They knew where I worked, what time I typically left home, which shops I visited regularly, and who I spent time with socially. More concerning was evidence that they had access to my electronic communications beyond the private forum. They referenced conversations I'd had through my personal phone and email account, suggesting that their monitoring capabilities extended to my normal internet usage. The message accompanying this file explained that gathering this information had been a routine security check conducted on all new community members. They wanted to ensure that people accessing their resources were genuine privacy advocates, rather than infiltrators attempting to gather intelligence about their activities. They assured me that this surveillance would continue only as long as I remained a potential security risk to the community. Once I demonstrated ongoing commitment to their shared goals, the monitoring would be reduced to routine security checks rather than comprehensive surveillance. The implication was clear. I could continue participating in their surveillance activities against other people, or I could become a target of similar surveillance myself. Either way, my privacy was no longer my own to control. I realized that the phone delivery hadn't been random or mistaken. Someone had deliberately selected me as a potential recruit for their surveillance network, probably based on information they'd already gathered about my circumstances and vulnerabilities. The private forums and security information had been recruitment tools designed to draw people into increasingly invasive activities while normalizing surveillance as a necessary tool for protecting privacy. The irony was that protecting privacy required giving up privacy, at least for anyone who wanted to remain part of the community. I tried to return the phone and end all contact with the community, but discovered that they had backup methods for maintaining communication. Messages began appearing through my personal devices, and I received calls at work from people claiming to be conducting security checks on behalf of the community. The surveillance of my daily activities intensified, with increasingly obvious signs that my movements were being monitored and documented. Not threatening behavior, but clear demonstrations that they had comprehensive knowledge of my routine and social connections. This continued for several weeks, with regular reminders that my security status within the community remained unresolved. They suggested that relocating or changing jobs wouldn't necessarily improve my situation, since their surveillance capabilities weren't limited to my current location or circumstances. The pressure only ended when I moved to a different city and changed my phone number, email address, and most of my online accounts. Even then, I received occasional contact attempts for several months, suggesting that they were still attempting to re-establish communication. I never found out how they had initially identified me as a potential recruit, or how many other people had received similar packages and invitations to join their surveillance network. The whole operation was presented as grassroots privacy advocacy, but the resources and coordination required suggested something much more organized and well-funded. The most disturbing aspect was how reasonable their initial approach had seemed. Concerns about privacy and surveillance are legitimate, and many of their resources and techniques were genuinely useful for protecting personal information online. But their real purpose was recruiting people to participate in surveillance activities against their own communities, using privacy concerns as justification for invasive monitoring of innocent people's lives. I still don't know whether they were criminals, political extremists, or something else entirely. What I do know is that they understood how to exploit legitimate concerns about privacy to recruit people for activities they would never have agreed to if they'd understood the full scope from the beginning. The phone is probably still sitting in a drawer somewhere in my old flat, still configured to access their private communities and surveillance networks. I wonder, sometimes, how many other people have received similar packages, and how many of them were curious enough to follow the instructions without thinking about the consequences. Picture this. Someone knocks on your door with a package you never ordered, and you sign for it without asking questions. Sometimes the most dangerous deliveries are the ones that seem completely innocent. When someone offers you cash in hand for courier work and emphasizes that discretion is more important than efficiency, there's usually a reason they can't use legitimate delivery companies. I probably should have questioned why they needed a driver who didn't ask questions. But when you're 3 weeks behind on rent and your car is about to be repossessed, you don't spend much time analyzing red flags. The job came through a contact at the pub, where I'd been drowning my sorrows after losing my warehouse position in Coventry. Manufacturing jobs had been disappearing from the area for months, and I'd finally been caught up in another round of redundancies. At 42, starting over wasn't exactly appealing, especially when most employers seem to prefer younger candidates who would work for less money. My drinking buddy Steve mentioned that he knew someone who needed reliable drivers for what he called special deliveries around the Midlands. The work paid considerably better than typical courier jobs, but it required complete discretion and the ability to follow specific instructions without asking unnecessary questions. Steve arranged a meeting with the contact, a well-dressed man who introduced himself simply as Martin. He explained that his business involved delivering sensitive materials to clients who valued privacy above all else. The packages were always small, the destinations were always specific, and the timing was always crucial. Martin emphasized that successful drivers needed to understand that they were being paid for reliability and silence rather than curiosity. The clients served by his operation often dealt with confidential business matters that required absolute discretion from everyone involved in the delivery process. The pay was attractive enough to solve my immediate financial problems, and the work seemed straightforward enough. I would receive text messages with addresses and specific instructions, collect packages from designated locations, and deliver them to the specified destinations without interacting unnecessarily with anyone involved. My first few deliveries were exactly as Martin had described. Small packages collected from ordinary-looking locations and delivered to residential addresses across Warwickshire and Staffordshire. The recipients were typically middle-aged professionals who seemed unsurprised by the deliveries and signed for them without conversation. The packages themselves were unremarkable. Small parcels wrapped in brown paper with no obvious identifying marks or return addresses. The delivery instructions were always precise about timing and approach, but nothing seemed particularly suspicious about the routine business transactions I was facilitating. However, I began noticing patterns in the delivery locations that suggested the operation involved more than typical business correspondence. Many of the pickup points were in areas that seemed inappropriate for legitimate commercial activities, and some of the delivery addresses were to properties that appeared to be unoccupied. The timing requirements for deliveries were also becoming more specific and unusual. I was often instructed to deliver packages at odd hours, or to leave them in particular locations, rather than handing them directly to recipients. Some deliveries required waiting until specific people left properties before approaching the delivery addresses. When I mentioned these unusual requirements to Martin, he explained that many of his clients operated businesses that required unconventional scheduling due to the sensitive nature of their work. Privacy concerns often necessitated deliveries outside normal business hours to avoid unwanted attention. This seemed like a reasonable explanation for legitimate business activities that required high levels of confidentiality. Corporate espionage and competitive intelligence were common concerns in many industries, and companies often took extraordinary measures to protect sensitive information. around the fourth week of my employment with Martin's operation, I began receiving delivery instructions that involved significantly more complex logistics. Instead of simple package deliveries, I was asked to observe specific locations before making deliveries, documenting who was present and what activities were taking place. These surveillance requirements were presented as security measures necessary to ensure safe delivery of sensitive materials. Martin explained that many clients had concerns about industrial espionage or corporate surveillance, and delivery drivers needed to confirm that locations were secure before leaving valuable packages. The observation work was more time-consuming than simple deliveries, but it was also more interesting than typical courier duties. I found myself learning about the daily routines and activities of various people and businesses across the region, building detailed knowledge of locations and schedules that helped me plan more effective delivery strategies. However, the information I was gathering during these surveillance activities seemed to go far beyond what would be necessary for simple delivery security. I was documenting personal relationships, family circumstances, and lifestyle patterns that appeared irrelevant to ensuring safe package delivery. Some of the surveillance assignments involved observing residential properties where no deliveries were scheduled, suggesting that the intelligence gathering had become an end in itself rather than a means of facilitating deliveries. I was effectively conducting systematic surveillance of people who had no apparent connection to the delivery operation. When I questioned why surveillance was required for locations where no deliveries were planned, Martin explained that understanding the broader context of client activities was necessary for maintaining operational security. The delivery network served people whose business relationships were complex and sometimes required careful coordination. Around the sixth week of my involvement with the operation, Martin began providing me with specific devices and software that would enhance my surveillance capabilities. Small cameras that could be placed discreetly in various locations, recording devices that could capture conversations, and tracking applications that would monitor people's movements. These tools were presented as necessary equipment for advanced delivery security, allowing me to ensure that packages reached their intended recipients without being intercepted or observed by unauthorized parties. The technology would help me document that deliveries had been completed successfully and that client security had been maintained. The surveillance equipment was remarkably sophisticated, suggesting that Martin's operation had access to resources that went far beyond what would be available to typical courier services. The devices were professional grade and included features that would be useful for comprehensive intelligence gathering, rather than simple delivery confirmation. I began using this equipment to document not just delivery activities, but the broader circumstances and activities of the people and locations I was observing. The information I was gathering was becoming a comprehensive intelligence database about the personal and professional lives of people across the region. Martin seemed particularly interested in information about people's vulnerabilities and potential leverage points. He wanted detailed reports about financial difficulties, relationship problems, health issues, and other personal circumstances that might be useful for understanding how different people could be influenced or manipulated. This focus on psychological and social intelligence made me increasingly uncomfortable about the true purpose of the operation. The delivery work seemed to be providing cover for systematic intelligence gathering that had little to do with facilitating legitimate business transactions. When I tried to discuss these concerns with Martin, he reminded me that I had been gathering detailed intelligence about people and their circumstances for several weeks. This information was valuable and sensitive, and my knowledge of the operation's methods and targets made me an integral part of their security considerations. He also began demonstrating knowledge of my personal circumstances that he could not have gathered through our professional relationship. References to my financial situation, daily routine, and personal relationships suggested that I had become a target of the same surveillance techniques I was using to gather intelligence about others. The surveillance of my activities became more obvious over the following days, with clear signs that my communications and movements were being monitored and documented. The equipment and techniques I was using to observe others were apparently being used to observe me as well. I realized that the delivery work had been used to recruit me into systematic surveillance operations that targeted vulnerable people for reasons that had nothing to do with legitimate courier services. The packages I had been delivering were probably intelligence reports rather than business correspondence. The surveillance equipment I had been given was being used to gather detailed personal information about people who were being assessed for potential exploitation. My role had been to provide the intelligence needed to identify psychological vulnerabilities and leverage points that could be used for manipulation or control. When I attempted to withdraw from the operation entirely, Martin pointed out that I possessed detailed knowledge of surveillance techniques and had extensive information about people who were being monitored. This made me both a valuable asset and a potential security risk that could not simply be dismissed. The surveillance of my personal activities intensified after I tried to end my involvement with the operation. Martin's organization began sending me detailed information about my daily routine, social interactions, and personal vulnerabilities to demonstrate that they could apply their intelligence gathering techniques to my own life. I tried reporting my concerns to the police, but discovered that explaining the situation was extremely difficult. The courier work had been presented as legitimate delivery services. The surveillance equipment could be justified as security measures, and the intelligence gathering could be explained as necessary business research. Martin's operation continued to contact me sporadically over the following months, offering additional delivery work and occasionally sending references to my personal activities to remind me that their surveillance capabilities remained active and comprehensive. I never determined what the organization was ultimately using the detailed personal intelligence for or who was directing their surveillance activities. The systematic gathering of information about people's vulnerabilities and personal circumstances, combined with sophisticated surveillance equipment and techniques, suggested capabilities that extended far beyond legitimate courier services. What I understand now is that they had developed effective methods for exploiting people's financial desperation to recruit unwitting participants in comprehensive surveillance operations. They understood how to present intelligence gathering as legitimate delivery work, while using the couriers as both surveillance operatives and potential targets for the same techniques. The most disturbing aspect of this experience was how my need for employment had been transformed into participation in systematic invasion of privacy for people who had no knowledge they were being monitored. The courier work had been a recruitment method designed to identify people desperate enough to ignore ethical concerns in exchange for steady income. I still receive occasional contact attempts from similar courier and delivery services, offering cash work that pays well for what appears to be straightforward delivery assignments. The positions they advertise always emphasize discretion over efficiency, always involve unusual timing and location requirements, and always include responsibilities that go beyond typical courier work. I decline these opportunities immediately now, but I wonder how many other drivers have found themselves in similar situations, believing they are providing legitimate delivery services while actually participating in systematic surveillance operations that target vulnerable people for purposes they never intended to support. University email looked legitimate enough. Participate in a research study about student lifestyle habits. £20 for completing an online questionnaire. All responses kept confidential. I almost deleted it without reading properly, but £20 was £20, and the sender address seemed genuine. The email came from what appeared to be the university's psychology department and mentioned ethical approval numbers that looked official enough. With rent due and my bank account showing a depressing balance, I figured an hour of answering questions about my daily routine was worth the money. The survey link led to a professional-looking website with university branding and the sort of detailed consent forms you'd expect from legitimate academic research. Nothing seemed unusual about the initial questions. Basic demographics, what I was studying, where I lived, general lifestyle information that would be standard for any student survey. But as I worked through the questionnaire, the questions became increasingly specific and personal. Instead of asking about general social media usage, they wanted detailed information about which platforms I used, how often I posted, what types of content I shared. Rather than basic questions about living arrangements, they asked for precise details about my accommodation, room location, security measures, daily schedules. The section about family relationships was particularly intrusive. Questions about my parents' occupations, financial situation, how often we spoke, whether I'd told them about any recent problems or concerns. The information appeared to go far beyond what would be required for research on student lifestyle habits. When I tried to skip some of the more personal questions, the survey wouldn't let me proceed without completing every field. The system insisted that comprehensive data was essential for the validity of their research, and that partial responses couldn't be included in the study. By the time I'd spent 40 minutes working through increasingly uncomfortable questions, I was committed to finishing just to get the promised payment. The final sections covered topics like risk-taking behavior, financial pressures, social isolation, and mental health concerns, areas that felt more like a psychological assessment than lifestyle research. The survey ended with a thank you message explaining that payment would be processed within a few days and that participants might be contacted about follow-up studies if they were interested in additional research opportunities. I forgot about it until the £20 appeared in my account 3 days later, along with an email thanking me for my participation and inviting me to take part in a more detailed study that would pay significantly more for extended participation. The follow-up study was described as longitudinal research tracking student experiences over several months. Participants would complete weekly check-ins about their activities, feelings, and circumstances, with payment increasing based on the length and detail of their responses. The money was tempting. They were offering potentially hundreds of pounds for what seemed like straightforward diary keeping about university life. But something about the initial questionnaire had made me uncomfortable, and I decided not to respond to the follow-up invitation. That's when I started noticing things that suggested the survey hadn't been legitimate academic research at all. Within a week of completing the questionnaire, I began receiving targeted advertisements and promotional emails that seemed specifically tailored to information I'd provided in the survey. Products and services that matched details about my living situation, financial concerns, and personal interests that I'd disclosed in what was supposed to be confidential research. More concerning were phone calls and text messages from companies offering student loans, credit cards, and other financial services that specifically mentioned circumstances I'd described in the survey responses. Information that should have been protected by research confidentiality was clearly being used for commercial purposes. I tried to research the psychology department contact who had sent the original survey invitation, but found no record of anyone by that name working at the university. The email address while appearing official, wasn't listed in any university staff directories or research publications. When I contacted the university's actual psychology department to ask about the student lifestyle research, they had no knowledge of any such study and were concerned that someone was using university branding to conduct unauthorized research. I realized I'd been tricked into providing detailed personal information to people who were using fake academic credentials to gather intelligence about vulnerable students. The comprehensive questionnaire had been designed to identify people who were financially struggling, socially isolated, or dealing with personal problems that might make them susceptible to various forms of exploitation. But understanding that I'd been deceived didn't immediately resolve the situation. The personal information I'd provided was already being used for purposes I'd never consented to, and there was no way to retrieve or protect data that had been collected under false pretenses. More troubling was the realization that other students had probably completed the same fake survey, providing the same detailed personal information to people who specialized in identifying and targeting vulnerable young people. I started asking friends and coursemates whether they'd received similar survey invitations, and found that several had completed questionnaires that matched the format and content of what I'd experienced. All had been attracted by the payment offered and the apparently legitimate university branding. None had realized they were providing personal information to criminals rather than contributing to genuine academic research, and most were disturbed to learn that their private details were probably being used for commercial exploitation or worse. We tried to report the fake survey to university authorities and local police, but without access to the original websites or clear evidence of specific crimes, there was little immediate action that could be taken. The survey platforms had disappeared, the email addresses were no longer active, and the people behind the operation had covered their tracks effectively. But the personal information we provided was permanent, and the consequences of that data being in the wrong hands became clear over the following weeks. Several students who had completed the survey began experiencing problems that seemed directly connected to the information they'd disclosed. Identity theft, unauthorized credit applications, even stalking incidents that appeared to be based on detailed knowledge of their daily routines and personal circumstances. The fake academic research had been a systematic intelligence gathering operation designed to identify students who could be targeted for various types of criminal exploitation. The detailed questionnaire had provided everything needed to assess financial vulnerability, social isolation, and psychological weaknesses that could be exploited. But the most disturbing aspect was how effectively the operation had used trust in academic institutions to overcome normal privacy concerns. Students who would never have provided such detailed personal information to commercial organizations had willingly shared everything with what appeared to be legitimate university research. The promise of payment and the academic branding had made the extensive personal questions seem reasonable and necessary, when in reality they were systematic assessment tools designed to facilitate criminal targeting of vulnerable individuals. I remain concerned about the long-term implications of having my personal information in the hands of people who specialized in exploiting student vulnerabilities. The comprehensive data I'd provided would be valuable for identity theft, financial fraud, or more serious crimes that required detailed knowledge of target circumstances and weaknesses. Meanwhile, the operation was probably continuing with new fake surveys and different university branding, systematically gathering intelligence about students across multiple institutions while maintaining the appearance of legitimate academic research. People seeking to earn money through participation in university studies were systematically deceived into providing detailed personal information that would facilitate their own exploitation or that of other vulnerable students. The survey response I'd thought would provide easy money had instead made me a target for people who understood exactly how to exploit the financial pressures and trust that characterize student life at universities across the country. 6 weeks after completing the original survey, I received a handwritten letter at my home address containing detailed information about my family members and daily routine, along with an invitation to participate in what was described as an exclusive research opportunity that would provide substantial financial compensation for students who were willing to assist with specialized data collection projects. I know how this is going to sound, but I need to talk about what happened. I used to think babysitting was about as safe as jobs get. You watch some kids, make sure they don't hurt themselves, maybe help with homework. Worst case scenario, someone's sick on your shoes or refuses to go to bed. I had no idea that looking after children could put you right in the middle of something genuinely horrifying. The opportunity came through a local mothers group in Hull, where I'd been volunteering after moving back home to help care for my elderly father. I'd worked in various childcare roles before relocating from London, and several women in the group had mentioned that they knew families who needed experienced babysitters for occasional evening work. One mother, Helen, said she could put me in touch with an agency that specialized in placing qualified childminders with families who required particularly reliable and discreet childcare. These families often had demanding careers that required unusual scheduling, and they were prepared to pay premium rates for babysitters who could adapt to irregular hours and maintain absolute confidentiality about family circumstances. The agency interview was more thorough than I'd expected for babysitting work. They conducted detailed background checks, requested references from previous childcare positions, and asked extensive questions about my experience with children of different ages and temperaments. They seemed particularly interested in my ability to remain calm under pressure and my willingness to follow specific instructions without questioning parental decisions. The agency manager explained that their client families often dealt with sensitive professional situations that required careful protection of their privacy. Children from these families were sometimes targeted by people seeking to exploit their parents' business relationships, which meant that babysitters needed to be particularly aware of security considerations. I was assigned to work with a family called the Weatherbys, who lived in a substantial house in one of Hull's more affluent areas. They had 2 children, aged 7 and 9, who were described as well-behaved and easy to manage. The parents traveled frequently for business and needed reliable evening childcare approximately twice per week. My first few babysitting sessions with the Weatherby children were exactly as advertised. The children were polite and cooperative, following established routines for dinner, homework, and bedtime without any difficulties. The house was comfortable and well-equipped, and the parents provided clear instructions for managing the children's schedules. However, I began noticing aspects of the household that seemed unusual for a typical family situation. The house contained security equipment that seemed excessive for residential use, including multiple cameras, motion sensors, and communication devices that suggested professional-grade surveillance systems. The children's behavior also seemed somewhat unusual, though not in ways that suggested mistreatment. They were extremely well trained in following security protocols, such as not answering the door under any circumstances and immediately reporting any unusual sounds or activities around the house. When I asked the children about these security measures, they explained matter-of-factly that their parents worked in industries that required careful protection of family privacy. They had been taught that discussing family activities with outsiders could create safety problems for everyone in the household. This seemed like reasonable precautions for families dealing with corporate espionage or competitive business pressures. Wealthy families often took security measures that would seem excessive to people from more ordinary circumstances, particularly when their business activities involve sensitive information. Around the fourth week of babysitting for the Weatherbees, I was asked to help with additional responsibilities that went beyond typical childcare duties. The agency explained that the family needed assistance with organizing household records and maintaining communication with various business contacts while the parents were traveling. These additional tasks involved managing correspondence, organizing files, and maintaining schedules for activities that seemed unrelated to typical family business. I was handling communications about meetings, transactions, and relationships that appeared to involve people from many different countries and business sectors. Some of the correspondence I was managing contained references to activities and arrangements that seemed inappropriate for legitimate business transactions. Discussions about transportation logistics, accommodation arrangements, and payment methods that suggested the family was coordinating activities that required significant secrecy and careful timing. When I expressed confusion about why childcare work involved managing such complex business correspondence, the agency explained that wealthy families often required household staff to provide comprehensive support that went beyond single-function roles. The boundaries between childcare, household management, and business assistance were often fluid in families with complex professional responsibilities. This seemed like a plausible explanation for legitimate work that happened to involve unusual responsibilities. Wealthy families did often expect household staff to handle various aspects of family and business management, particularly when travel schedules made it difficult for parents to manage everything directly. However, the specific nature of the business correspondence I was managing became increasingly concerning. Many of the communications involved coordinating meetings between the parents and people who were described in ways that suggested they were not typical business associates. References to ages, physical descriptions, and personal circumstances that seemed more relevant to personal relationships than business transactions appeared frequently in the correspondence I was organizing. The meetings being arranged often took place at unusual times and locations that seemed inappropriate for legitimate business activities. Around the sixth week of my work with the family, I discovered that some of the people being discussed in the business correspondence were individuals who had been reported missing in various parts of the country. The descriptions and personal details matched missing person reports that I recognized from local news coverage. The realization that I might be helping to coordinate activities involving missing people was deeply disturbing. The family's business activities appeared to involve people who had disappeared from their normal lives and were being moved through some kind of organized system. When I tried to discuss these concerns with the agency, they reminded me of the comprehensive confidentiality agreements I had signed when beginning work with the family. They emphasized that the business activities I was observing were complex legal matters that required careful protection from public scrutiny. They also pointed out that I had been managing sensitive correspondence and family information for several weeks, which meant that I had detailed knowledge of activities that could be misunderstood if taken out of context. My continued employment depended on maintaining absolute discretion about everything I had observed. The agency began demonstrating knowledge of my personal circumstances that they could not have gathered through our employment relationship. They made references to my father's health condition, my financial situation, and my living arrangements that suggested they had been conducting background research into my personal vulnerabilities. This surveillance became more obvious over the following days, with clear signs that my activities and communications were being monitored. The family and agency were apparently applying comprehensive intelligence gathering techniques to ensure my continued cooperation with activities I was beginning to understand were criminal. I realized that the babysitting work had been used to recruit me into participation in what appeared to be human trafficking operations. The children I was caring for were probably being used as props to create the appearance of normal family life, while their parents coordinated the movement and exploitation of vulnerable people. The correspondence I had been managing was likely coordination between traffickers rather than legitimate business communications. The security measures in the house were designed to prevent interference with criminal activities rather than protecting family privacy from business competitors. The missing people referenced in the correspondence were probably victims being moved through trafficking networks, and I had been unknowingly helping to coordinate their transportation and exploitation by managing communications between the people responsible for their disappearances. When I attempted to withdraw from the arrangement entirely, the agency pointed out that I had detailed knowledge of trafficking operations and could identify people involved in serious criminal activities. They suggested that my safety depended on continued cooperation rather than attempting to expose activities that involved dangerous people. The surveillance of my personal activities intensified after I tried to end my involvement with the family. The agency began sending me detailed information about my daily routine and my father's circumstances to demonstrate that they could threaten the safety of people I cared about if I caused problems for their operations. I tried reporting my suspicions to the police, but discovered that proving trafficking activities based on business correspondence and security measures was extremely difficult. The babysitting work had been presented as legitimate childcare. The household management tasks could be justified as normal responsibilities for wealthy families, and the correspondence could be explained as complex but legal business activities. The agency continued to contact me for several months after I stopped working for the family, offering additional childcare opportunities and occasionally sending references to my personal activities to remind me that their surveillance capabilities remained active. I never determined the full scope of the trafficking operation or what happened to the people whose movements I had been unknowingly coordinating. The combination of legitimate family appearances, sophisticated security measures, and systematic coordination suggested an organization capable of moving people across significant distances while maintaining the appearance of normal business activities. What I understand now is that they had developed effective methods for recruiting unwitting accomplices to trafficking operations by presenting criminal coordination as legitimate household management work. They understood how to exploit people's need for income and their natural trust in childcare situations to recruit participants in activities they would never willingly support. The most disturbing aspect of this experience was how my desire to provide good childcare had been transformed into participation in the systematic exploitation of vulnerable people. The babysitting work had been a recruitment method designed to identify people who could be trusted with sensitive information and manipulated into maintaining silence about criminal activities. I still receive occasional contact attempts from similar childcare agencies, offering well-paid positions with families who require particularly reliable and discreet babysitters. The positions they advertise always involve wealthy families with complex professional responsibilities, always require extensive confidentiality agreements, and always include household management duties that go beyond typical childcare work. I decline these opportunities immediately now, but I wonder how many other childcare workers have found themselves in similar situations, believing they are providing legitimate family support while actually participating in criminal operations that exploit the most vulnerable people in society. The redundancy letter came on a Tuesday. After nearly 8 years managing the procurement department at a manufacturing firm in Sheffield, I found myself with 3 months severance pay and absolutely no idea what to do with my time. My wife had left the previous autumn, something about needing space and finding herself. So it was just me rattling around our terraced house near Hillsborough, trying to make sense of what felt like my life falling apart. Unemployment benefit meetings became my only real human contact. The job centre appointments every fortnight, sitting across from advisors who looked barely old enough to vote, discussing my transferable skills and career objectives. Between those soul-crushing sessions, I filled my days with daytime television and long walks through the city centre, watching everyone else hurry to places they needed to be. That's when I started spending more time online. Not job hunting. I'd given up on that after the first month of automated rejection emails. Instead, I found myself drawn into forums and message boards, places where people discussed everything from conspiracy theories to urban exploration. It was on one of these communities that I first heard about the hidden parts of the internet, the areas that ordinary browsers couldn't reach. A user called darkmatter47 had posted about accessing restricted networks, claiming there were entire communities operating beyond normal search engines. The post was vague but intriguing, mentioning special software that could bypass conventional internet filters. Other users replied with technical terms I didn't understand, and references to places that sounded almost mythical. My curiosity got the better of me. I'd always been reasonably tech-savvy. Nothing professional, but enough to troubleshoot computer problems and set up home networks. Within a few hours of reading that initial post, I'd managed to access what they called the dark web. The process was surprisingly straightforward, once you knew what you were looking for. The first few weeks were disappointing. Most sites looked like they'd been designed in the late 90s, with basic layouts and poor navigation. I found marketplaces selling questionable goods, political forums full of paranoid rambling, and endless discussions about digital privacy. Nothing seemed particularly shocking or dangerous, just a collection of people who preferred anonymity. Then I discovered the streaming communities. It started with a link shared in a private message from someone who'd noticed my activity on various boards. The link led to a forum dedicated to exclusive content, videos and live streams that weren't available through conventional platforms. The description claimed these were raw, unfiltered broadcasts from around the world, the kind of footage that mainstream media wouldn't dare show. Most of the content was exactly what you'd expect. Grainy videos of protests, industrial accidents, medical procedures, the sort of thing that satisfied a morbid curiosity but wasn't particularly disturbing. Users would comment on the footage, discussing technical aspects or sharing similar experiences. It felt like being part of a secret documentary society. The live streams were different. These weren't recordings but real-time broadcasts, usually announced hours in advance with cryptic titles and brief descriptions. I started attending these sessions regularly, partly out of boredom and partly from a growing fascination with this hidden world. Most streams were mundane. Someone broadcasting from a construction site after hours, or footage from security cameras in empty office buildings. Occasionally, there would be something more interesting. Abandoned locations, restricted areas, or informal tours of places the public couldn't normally access. The chat alongside these streams was usually sparse, with viewers making brief technical comments or asking questions about locations. It was during my third month of unemployment that I noticed a pattern emerging. Certain usernames appeared regularly in the more exclusive streams, and these users seemed to have access to content that required special invitations. They would reference private rooms and special sessions using language that suggested something beyond urban exploration or architectural voyeurism. One evening, a user called Streamwatcher sent me a private message. They'd noticed my regular participation and wondered if I might be interested in accessing premium content. The message was carefully worded, discussing immersive experiences and unique perspectives without explicitly stating what this involved. They explained that access required verification, not payment, but proof of genuine interest and discretion. The verification process took nearly a week. I had to provide details about my online activity, answer questions about my motivations, and demonstrate my understanding of digital security. Throughout this process, Streamwatcher remained professional but vague about what I was actually applying for. They mentioned that the content was intense and not suitable for casual viewers, but assured me that everything was legal and consensual. When my access was finally approved, I received instructions for joining a stream scheduled for the following Friday evening. The message included specific technical requirements and warned that recording or sharing content would result in immediate exclusion and potential consequences. The session was described as a live interactive experience, lasting approximately 2 hours. Friday arrived with typical British weather, persistent drizzle that had been falling since morning. I'd spent the day feeling increasingly nervous about the evening stream, unsure what I'd committed myself to. By the time the session was due to begin, I'd convinced myself it would probably be another disappointing urban exploration broadcast. The stream started promptly at 9 o'clock. Unlike previous sessions, this one had no visible chat function. Instead, viewers could send private messages to the host, who would occasionally respond by adjusting camera angles or moving to different areas of what appeared to be a basement or underground space. The image quality was excellent, far superior to the usual grainy footage I'd become accustomed to. The location looked like a converted cellar with concrete walls and professional lighting equipment. A single figure wearing dark clothing moved through the frame, preparing various items on a metal table. Their face was never visible, either kept off camera or obscured by shadows. What happened next changed everything I thought I understood about human nature and my own moral boundaries. The figure gestured towards something outside the camera's view, and another person entered the frame. This individual appeared confused, uncertain, looking around the space as if trying to understand where they were. The host began what could only be described as a performance, but one that became increasingly disturbing as it progressed. What started as psychological intimidation gradually escalated into physical harassment. The confused person, I still can't bring myself to think of them as a victim, even though that's clearly what they were, seemed to realize their situation and began showing obvious signs of distress. I should have closed the browser immediately, should have reported what I was seeing to the authorities. Instead, I found myself frozen, unable to look away from something I knew was fundamentally wrong. The professional lighting, the multiple camera angles, the host's methodical approach, everything suggested this was far from spontaneous. Other viewers were clearly watching. Messages appeared on screen occasionally, brief comments from the host acknowledging specific usernames. Some messages contained suggestions or requests, which the host would sometimes implement. It became clear that this wasn't just a broadcast, but an interactive experience where viewers could influence what happened. The session continued for nearly 2 hours. By the end, I was physically sick and trembling uncontrollably. The person who had entered the frame confused and uncertain was no longer moving. The host calmly began cleaning the space, methodically removing evidence of what had occurred. In the final minutes, the host addressed the camera directly. Though their face remained hidden, they spoke clearly about the successful session and thanked viewers for their participation. They mentioned that recordings would be available through private channels and that the next live session was already being planned. The stream ended abruptly, leaving me staring at a blank screen in my darkened living room. Outside, the rain continued falling, and I could hear traffic passing on the main road. Normal sounds from a normal evening in a normal neighborhood. But nothing felt normal anymore. I didn't sleep that night, or the next. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw fragments of what I'd witnessed. Not just the violence, though that was horrific enough, but my own inaction. The realization that I'd sat through the entire broadcast without attempting to help or intervene. The following week, I received another message from Streamwatcher. They thanked me for attending the session and asked for feedback on the experience. They mentioned that my viewing history suggested I was a committed participant and wondered if I'd be interested in more exclusive content. The message included links to archived sessions and information about becoming a premium member. I deleted the message without responding, but I didn't delete the links. That was 3 months ago. I found a new job, nothing exciting, just administrative work for the local council, and I'm slowly rebuilding some semblance of normal life. I changed internet providers, replaced my computer, even moved to a different area of the city. I told myself these were practical decisions, unrelated to what I'd seen online. But I still have those links. They're saved in a folder buried deep in my new computer's file system, hidden among dozens of other directories. I haven't accessed them, but I know they're there. Sometimes, late at night, when sleep won't come, I find myself navigating closer to that folder, my cursor hovering over the links. I've started noticing things around the city that I hadn't seen before. Vans parked in unusual locations, people who seem to be watching rather than simply waiting. Buildings with multiple security cameras that don't match their apparent purpose. Probably just paranoia, the result of knowing what kinds of activities are hidden beneath the surface of normal life. Yesterday, I received a package at my new address. No return details, just my name and the correct postcode written in careful block letters. Inside was a small wireless camera and a handwritten note with an address across town. The note simply said, "Your turn to contribute." Friday 9 p.m. I've thrown the camera away twice now. Both times, I've gone back to retrieve it from the bin. The address is in an area I don't know well, somewhere near the industrial estates on the outskirts of Sheffield. I looked it up online. It's registered as a storage facility, the kind of place people rent when they need extra space for household items or business equipment. I keep telling myself I won't go, that I'll ignore the invitation and carry on with my new job, my clean computer, my attempts at normal life. But Friday is tomorrow, and I know exactly how long it takes to drive to that address. The camera is sitting on my kitchen table now, next to my car keys. I haven't decided anything yet, but I know that something fundamental changed the night I watched that stream. The boundaries I thought were permanent turned out to be more flexible than I'd imagined. And once you cross certain lines, even as an observer, it becomes increasingly difficult to remember why those boundaries existed in the first place. The rain is starting again outside. Same persistent drizzle that was falling the night everything changed. In about 24 hours, I'll either be at home, trying to sleep through another night of guilt and confusion, or I'll be somewhere else entirely. The worst part isn't the fear of what might happen if I go. It's the fear of how much I want to find out.